The old man wouldn't let go of my hand. Shall you? Just take them in. You're the only one in the village who can look after them. I looked past him at the two girls standing in the doorway. Both were pretty enough, the kind of faces that turn heads, though their skin had gone waxy and yellow. Malnutrition, I guessed. Lao Jiu, I said, you know my situation. There's nothing good in this house. No money for a bride price. What grain I had left was barely enough for one person. 2 more mouths, and my own life got harder, fast. I'm not from this village. I woke up in this body. A soul dropped into someone else's life. Here in the Kangmang Range, where the mountains run across the land like a spine for 100,000 li. Out here, you hunt every day, or you don't eat. The forest is thick with beasts, and going out alone is dangerous. And this year the drought had wrecked every harvest. Most households ate 1 meal a day. The only reason I managed was the life I'd carried over with me. Special forces, contractor work. Years spent close enough to the blade that wilderness hunting came easy. That skill was the only thing keeping me fed. No bride price, he pressed. Just give them something to eat. I made a promise to their dead father. Let me keep it. He'd given me this house when I first arrived. I owed him that. So I said yes. His face cracked into relief, and he was gone before the light failed, waving as he went. I shut the door and looked at the two of them. Strangers' faces, not village girls. I wondered what had washed them up in a place this poor. I'm Lin Wanner, the older one said. This is my sister, Lin Xiaoqing. Thank you for taking us in. To repay you, I can be your wife. But my sister's still young. In a couple of years, maybe. Her eyes were dark and bright. Even half-starved, she had the look of something that bloomed clean and pale, like a lotus. The younger one clung to her sister's sleeve, frightened but wanting to live more than she was afraid. They'd gone 2 days without food, I'd learn. They'd been turned away from door after door before mine. Wife or not, we'll settle later, I said. I'm Zhongyu. I told your uncle I'd look after you, so I will. They were just trying to survive. Out here, nobody had it easy. The old man's offer about taking them as wives. I let it go in one ear and out the other. 2 stomachs growled in the quiet. There's food on the table, my dinner. You two eat. I'll go try my luck outside, see what I can bring back. I picked up my homemade knife and the coil of rope from the corner and stepped out. Tools were all I had. No money for a gun. Early 80s, the bans hadn't come down hard yet. A little cash could have bought one. That came later in the decade. Not for me, though. The mountain at night is its own kind of bargain. Hunter and hunted trade places without warning. Wild dogs and bears moved through the dark, and worse things the villagers only spoke of sideways. I smeared myself with mud from a hollow. It kills your scent and keeps the insects off. Old habit. I worked toward the snares I'd set the day before. At the first one, a brown hare thrashed against the vines cinched around its hind leg. 3 caddies, easy, 4 days of food. I took it quick, a hard strike behind the ears, where the nerves and vessels run thin. It went still. Enough. Night's no time to linger. I turned to go when the brush behind me whispered. 2 pairs of eyes, lit green and low, drifted closer, hungry, wary, fixed on me. Wild dogs. More than one. First rule out here, don't run. Running flips a switch in them, turns you into prey, and 2 legs never outpace 4. I backed off slow, head tilted, so I wasn't staring them down. A direct stare reads as a challenge. They growled, uncertain. Something about me wasn't matching what they expected. I kept the knife hidden behind my back, spread my arms wide, stood tall. Make yourself big. Make yourself a problem. They've got just enough intelligence to be talked out of it. Sometimes. The hunger one. Both broke at once. I threw myself sideways as the first sailed past, and the second leapt for my throat. The knife went into its neck before its jaws found me. Hot, stinking blood sheeted across my face. 2 of them was nothing. I'd held off whole packs before, fighting and retreating with cold steel. It bled out fast and went limp. I shoved the body aside and dropped into a low guard, knife reversed in my grip. Come on, then. The survivor only growled, eyes flicking to its dead packmate. Then it turned tail and ran. I let out a long breath. 70 caddies. Maybe, half a month of food for 3. I bled the carcass right there and strung the offal up in a tree, the way you do, hung it for the mountain, and to keep the next predator off my trail. Then I shouldered the meat and moved. Wild dogs run in packs, and the one that fled might come back with friends. Back home, Warner had water heating over the earthen stove. She'd thought to have it ready. I'd come back tired and bloody, and a hot soak would help me sleep. The kind of thing you start thinking about when you're living on someone else's goodwill. Some people grow up all at once, at a single point in their life. For her, it had been her father's death and the sister she now had to carry. When I knocked, she opened the door and screamed. Fair enough. My face was a mask of dried blood, the wolf's head still slung where it dragged at my shoulder, fangs catching what little light there was. It's me, I said, and dropped the catch in the corner. Both girls stared at the wolf like they couldn't make it real. A wolf, empty-handed. Even a grown man wouldn't try that without a gun. I caught sight of the steaming pot and started peeling off my shirt before I remembered there were two girls in the room. Xiaoqing shrieked and clapped her hands over her face. Then, I noticed, peeked through her fingers anyway. I grabbed a plastic bucket, filled it, and took it outside. I missed indoor plumbing more than I'd admit. This was the 80s. You mixed warm water and rinsed off in the yard. I heard the door behind me shift. Warner, I guessed, working up the nerve to come help wash my back. I didn't turn around. Two girls in the house complicated things, but I'm not that kind of man. Feelings take time, and I run slow that way. Warner had offered to be my wife because she had nowhere else to go, not because she meant it. I let the water run over me and left it at that. The next morning, I went down to the river. Both girls were still weak, faces sallow, and there were crucian carp in the water, good for soup, the wild ones especially. Half the village was already out along the bank, but in cold like this, almost nobody would actually wade in. They crouched at the edge feeling under rocks, hoping to luck into a shrimp or a crab. Wang Fugui, some distant cousin of this body's, the way everyone in an 80s village is cousins with everyone, stood shivering in the middle of the current, spear useless in his shaking hand. Don't come in, shall you? Water's freezing. You young ones can't take it. I rolled up my trousers and walked straight to the coldest part of the channel. Uncle, you're spearing them wrong. You've got to sight on an angle. The light bends. The fish isn't where it looks. Don't stab straight down. He bristled at getting a lesson from a junior with people watching. Boy, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Sure. You keep at it. I stepped off a few paces, bent low, watched the water on the slant. A carp came through and I took it clean. The spear hit fast as a loosed arrow, water flying. Palm length, a couple of tails. Lucky, Fugui muttered. Blind cat, dead mouse. Want to bet on it, he said then stung. See who catches more. I almost felt bad. I don't know about that. A man doesn't say he can't. You in or not. So we bet, his catch against mine. Inside 10 minutes, I'd pulled 5 carp and his spear hadn't touched a thing. The fish slid around his point like it had an alarm on it. The onlookers started laughing behind their hands. His wife was grinding her teeth on the bank. Shall you? Uncle gives up. Give me half the shrimp back, eh? You're the one who said a man doesn't say he can't. I let him off, took half his haul of crabs and shrimp to go with my carp. Out less than half an hour, and I had a dozen plus fish, 3 fat crabs, a fistful of river shrimp. The girls were going to eat well. Back home, Xiaoqing's mouth fell into an O at the catch on the table. Warner's first reaction wasn't delight, it was worry. Did you go in the water? In this weather? The cold can't hold me, I said, and didn't know what to do when her eyes went bright and wet. Being worried over was a warm, unfamiliar thing. Nobody asks a contractor whether his body's holding up. They ask whether the job got done. Xiaoqing latched onto my arm. Thank you, brother-in-law. You're the best. Soft and clinging, and I'll admit it scrambled my thoughts for a second. Warner ducked her head red at the word brother-in-law and didn't scold her sister for it. I cleared my throat and stepped back. I'm heading to the village shop to sell the wolf pelt and buy some rice. In the 80s, a wolf's pelt was the valuable part. A clean one could fetch 50 yuan at the purchasing station, about 6 weeks of an average wage. The meat barely sold. Coarse, gamey, dry as chewing a dead branch. But these days, food was food. Nobody was picky. The station was run by the village secretary's nephew, Su Chengshu, the only buyer of furs and game for miles, with the connections to move goods up to the county co-op and pocket the spread. He eyed me and the pelt with open doubt. You hunt this yourself? Not stolen. I don't take stolen goods. Mine. Buy with confidence. Good price, and I'll keep coming back. That softened him. Wolf pelt's a hard sell these days. Nobody's got money. 20. I picked the pelt back up and turned for the door. Couldn't be bothered to haggle, but I wasn't getting fleeced for being young either. Wait, make a counter. 50. Take it, or I walked the dozen li to the county co-op myself. He read my face, saw he wasn't going to cheat me, and folded. Fine. 50. He counted out 47 and some grain, 5 caddies of flour, 10 of rice, and owed me the rest in ration coupons next time. In the 80s, coupons beat cash. You just couldn't get them. I'd wanted cloth coupons to make the girls warm clothes before winter, but it'd keep. 10 days passed. Under steady feeding, the waxy yellow drained out of their faces and left them clear and bright. And they really were lovely, both of them, the kind of pretty that just stands there and improves a room. I'd gone into the county and bought them each a thick coat against the cold coming. That's when Zhong Lu came jogging up, the old man's son, 2 years younger than me, who'd been begging to hunt with me. Brother, my dad said yes. I doubted it. The old man had refused for weeks. But it was true. The boy had pushed again, and the moment he laid 15 yuan from the last trip on the table, the raised hand that was about to smack him stopped midair. An only son stops being an obstacle when there's money in hunting and an empty pot at home. Fine. I'm going up tomorrow. Come with me. Winter stores were thin and I needed cash in hand, not a hand-to-mouth catch each night. I dug 2 straight, thumb-thick lengths of bamboo out of the woodshed. In Africa, I'd learned a thing from the locals. Hollow the bamboo, drop a sharpened dart in the base, build pressure in your cheeks and blow. The dart flies out like a bullet. Good for pheasant, hare, squirrel, and with a little paralytic on the tip, good for worse. A blowgun. That was my plan. Halfway up the slope the wind cut. Higher meant colder, and snow was already drifting though winter hadn't fully landed. Zhong Lu's excitement had drained out of him. This wasn't the spring outing he'd packed sweet potatoes and a full canteen for. In the mountains you learn to watch, I told him. Tracks, droppings, they tell you what's near and what's coming. We weren't deep, so bears and boar were unlikely, but the role of hunter and hunted can flip in a blink. A pheasant broke from the brush. I had the blowgun off my back and a dart through it before it cleared the grass. Then a second one, dropping a bird on the wing. Moving targets were never a problem. I'd taken first in marksmanship every time it was scored. Winter pheasant feed in small flocks, so I waited, watched, and worked the area before we moved on. Half an hour later, I crouched over a print in the dirt and my stomach dropped. Wild dog tracks. Fresh droppings, still warm, close. The prints were few, but I couldn't tell how many. What? Another pheasant. Wild dogs. His voice spiked. I hushed him. I'd already decided to turn back. Without him along, I might have chanced it, but I wasn't gambling with the old man's only son. Then Zhong Lu went rigid and tapped my shoulder, hand clamped over his own mouth. A gray-furred dog stood at his neck, fangs bared. 2, 3, 4 of them, fanned out, lean and starving and not about to quit a meal. Can you climb? I had the knife reversed in my hand. There was a tree he could get up. He tried and failed twice, panicking, and finally got up by stepping off my leg. Brother, careful. For was a complication, nothing more. I spread wide, slid a dart into the bamboo, and sighted the nearest one. A howl, and all 4 came at once, weaving, closing. I filled my lungs and blew, faster and truer than before, the dart taking the lead dog through the eye. 1 down. The other 3 left the ground together, lunging. I gave a step, swung the blowgun across the nearest. It cracked and snapped in half, and I drove the broken end into the dog I'd already staggered. 2. The third tangled in close. I caught its jaws on the knife, stepped in, and put an elbow through its chest the way the old close-quarters forms teach you. A dull crack, and it dropped. Done. 3. The last one's claws raked my shoulder, its teeth a hand's width from my neck. Then a weight crashed down beside it. Zhong Lu, off the tree, flinging his carrying basket over the dog. He hit the dirt hard, the basket knocked loose, the animal's green eyes swinging onto him. I was already moving. The knife went into its throat and stayed there until it stopped. I came up gasping and gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. He looked at me like I'd walked out of a storybook. He'd only jumped on a wild impulse, he admitted, and wouldn't dare it twice. But 4 wild dogs, taken barehanded. He wasn't going to forget it. Deal with the meat. We can't stay. I bled them and strung the offal up in the trees. Nobody eats it, nobody buys it, and it draws the next predator off your trail. Zhonglu wanted a pelt to wrap his grandmother's legs for her rheumatism in the cold. Good instinct, even if he didn't know it. Each dog ran 60-some caddies, better than 200 caddies of meat once dressed, plus 4 pelts. A long stretch of eating, and 200 yuan easy in hides. Half a year's income for an ordinary family. Wang Fugui was just back from the river when we came out of the trees, and his shout brought the whole bank running. Nobody guessed we'd hunted them. They assumed dumb luck, a find. We hunted them, Zhonglu crowed. Impressive or what? With no gun? Pull the other one. Probably someone else's kill you scavenged. Careful that doesn't come back on you. Talk like that, and underneath it, naked envy. Same village, same unspoken rule. You don't tell, I don't tell, who's to know? But there'd be no sharing of meat. Everyone knew I'd studied hunting under old Qi, the blood still fresh on me, and one by one they came around to believing it, and then to wanting in. Shall you? Next time you go up, can you take me? Fugui asked, almost before he'd thought it. Every eye on the bank lit at that. We'll see. We'll see. I waved it off and headed for the station. Su Chengshu nearly came out of his skin when Zhonglu dropped 2 wolf heads on his floor. For pelts this time, and he watched me skin them with frank astonishment, then turned warm fast, brought out 2 bowls of hot duck soup, the kind of welcome he'd never waste on anyone else. Good business sense. It's why his uncle handed him the station. You take wolf meat? I asked. He hesitated, gamey, hard to move. Then, looking at 4 wolves brought down without a gun, nodded. 7 manhwaedit, since it's fresh. Name's Su Chengshu. Bring me everything you take, and I'll cut you a 10th on top. Done. I'm Zhongyu. He weighed it out and laid 4 big notes on the counter. 2 pheasants, 10. 243 caddies of meat. For pelts at 55 each. For 100 even. For 100. 55 a pelt, 5 more than last time. 5 mao buys 25 caddies of rice. Keep 1 pelt for me. I started, thinking of the boy's grandmother. No way, brother, sell it all. Zhonglu cut in fast. He'd heard 55 and his arithmetic had taken over. Who in his right mind wraps a 55 yuan hide around an old woman's legs? All of it then, I laughed. The kid had a filial streak. Turned out it was the price that got to him. Out where nobody could see, I split the take by hunting custom. Everyone who's along gets a share, work or no work. First time up, 2/10 to Zhonglu. 80, rounded to 100 since I couldn't make change. Brother, I love you, he gasped, hands shaking on the note. Get off me, I don't like men. I shoved him away, already thinking what to bring the girls. 300 in my belt, they were getting something good. I doubled back to the station for 2 hair clips and a little candy and melon seed, under a yuan all told, and started home. There was a man at my gate, standing crooked on mismatched legs, pounding the door. Zhongyu, wings grown out now, is it? Your old man has to come fetch you. Warner had opened the door to a stranger by the time I rounded the corner. I knew the back of that toad-faced head, and my mood went black. Chigue. Here's the shape of it. This body's mother, Zhong Chunyin, had remarried. To this man, Chigue, good for nothing but drink and beating his wife. Back when the original was home, Chigue had lived soft off his hunting, fed and waited on hand and foot, and repaid it with his fists. Sometimes he beat Chunyin too. The original finally walked, came to live in the house the old man lent him, then died on a hunt, which is when I woke up in his place. You ungrateful wolf, Chigue spat, stuffing the last of my steamed buns into his mouth, foot up on a stool, playing the elder. The girls had given him 2 and he'd snatched the whole bowl, snapping at Warner for being stingy and at Xiaoqing when she tried to take it back. Get out, I said, holding the door. I've got nothing to say to you. I'll go when you pay up. He parked himself on the table. I'd had enough. You ate the buns. You'll buy everyone. He saw I wasn't bending and rolled straight onto the ground out in the yard, wailing for the neighbors. Come look. This heartless wolf, driving his own father out into the cold. In a village with nothing to do, a scene is the only entertainment. Doors opened all down the lane. The murmuring started. He'd worked this trick before. The original couldn't stand to be talked about, and it always paid. It didn't move me. I've got a face like a city wall. Done yelling? Not loud enough. Keep going. That threw him. He'd expected me to shove money at him to make it stop. How many buns did he eat? I asked over my shoulder. 2 for a piece in the market. I'd charge him exactly that. 11. Xiaoqing announced, glad to finally aim her temper somewhere. 11. 22 fun. Pay it, or I'll fix that bad leg for you. I picked a brick off the ground and weighed it in my hand. This one needed a lesson. Call it settling the original's account. You wouldn't. I'm your father. I snapped the brick in two. The crowd went quiet. He scrabbled in his pockets, came up with one fun, swore that was all of it, eyes on the dirt. Out. Come back, and I'll see to your other leg. I pocketed his single fun and walked him off with a boot to the backside. The neighbors gave me hard looks for it. Treating your own father that way, no filial feeling. Stepfather or not, they said, still a father. Warner wouldn't lift her head under the stairs. Xiaoqing planted her hands on her hips and yelled, "Seen enough? Want a closer look?" And they all shook their heads and drifted off. The girl took zero losses from anybody. Let them talk, I told Warner. Mouths are theirs to run. Shut the door and you can't hear a thing. What I didn't see was the other side of it. Chi Gui got home black-faced and put his fist into Chunyin the moment she came out of the back room. A single hard blow that knocked her down, a handprint rising on her cheek, blood at the corner of her mouth. He raged that the wolf had hit him, that she'd raised a thankless son, both of them ungrateful animals. From the inner room, his mother leaned out. Not a shred of concern for the weeping woman. Only take it outside. You'll wake my grandson. And Chi Gui dragged her to the woodshed by the hair and took a switch to her until his arm tired. Go get money off that wolf, he snarled, throwing the switch down. Don't come back without it. And she went, holding her broken-feeling body upright, stumbling toward the house where I lived. Inside, I was getting a shoulder rub from Xiaoqing and eating candy out of her hand and feeling pretty good about life. You went hunting, Warner said, touching her new hair clip. So where's the meat? 4 wolves. Guess what they sold for? 100. Xiaoqing's eyes went round. 100. The clips and candy she could buy. 4 wolves, you're not hurt. Warner was across the room checking me over before she thought about the money. Only when she'd seen I was whole did she relax. She cared about me over the cash, and there's no price on that. I dropped 3 big notes on the table. 300. Warner stared like she was dreaming. A year's income for an ordinary person, out of a single trip up the mountain. You hold the money from now on, I said. Buy what you need. Don't worry about waste. I knew they wouldn't waste a fun. People who've gone hungry know what money costs. Xiaoqing handed it all to her sister. I'd never resist it. Eyes darting, plainly hunting for some way to thank me. She landed on one, brows curving into crescents. I've decided. Tonight I'll give up my spot and sleep out here. Warner went scarlet at the speed of light. She shot her sister a glare, but said nothing against it, which left me sitting there with an odd feeling in my chest. 300 yuan, and that was the lever? Or was Warner making good on the wife she'd offered the first night, repaying a debt with herself? That evening the 3 of us sat down to eat. Warner barely got through a couple of mouthfuls before she was up and heading for the inner room, the flush she'd worn all afternoon still on her face. Sis, eat more, Xiaoqing said around a fat mouthful of meat. Eat more, you'll have more strength. Wane looked like she wanted to throttle her. Even with food in your mouth, you can't keep it shut. Don't worry, sis. I'll handle the hot water. Shut that door and you can't hear a thing. Then she turned to me, brows curving. Brother-in-law, you'd better eat plenty. My sister's still a little chubby. I sprayed rice across the table. What was the child saying? That Warner needed feeding up so she'd be strong enough to lift. Small body, old devil. Nothing too crude to say out loud, and not a shred of embarrassment. I'd been turning the night over in my head. I wanted to know what Warner actually wanted before anything happened, not stumble into it half blind. Even if there was going to be a wife in this, you build to it, step by step. Skipping straight to the last step wasn't a thing I was going to do. A knock at the door cut it off. It's me. Mother. She'd waited all afternoon before coming. The handprint on her face had nearly faded. She didn't want me to see it, knowing I'd go straight back and have it out with Chi Gui, and that she'd be the one to pay for it after. I opened the door. She was dressed too thin for a night like this. I pulled her in by the arm and saw her wince, and my jaw tightened. I knew Chi Gui's temper. He'd flown at her again after he got home. That much was plain. She stopped short at the sight of the 2 girls, pretty as she'd been at their age. Then at the table, meat, buns, white rice. A better life than she'd ever had under that roof. The uncle sent them. They had nowhere to go, so they stayed. I sat her down and fetched a bowl and chopsticks. She'd clearly not eaten. Her eyes hadn't left the food. I ate before I came, she said, licking her lips. Hungry, and lying about it, so her son wouldn't know how bad things were. I put a bun in her bowl and piled the meat over. My mother had drawn a hard lot. Her first husband died of lung disease, which she'd taken for tuberculosis and never dared admit to anyone. So the village decided she was a husband killer and whispered it behind her back for years. In the 80s, people muddled the two illnesses constantly. If my father had been treated sooner, he might have lived past 50. Auntie, eat your fill, there's more, Warner said warmly, no stiffness to her, picking out dishes for her. Xiaoqing poured water so she wouldn't choke. The kindness undid my mother completely. The tears just came, against everything in the Chi house. Tell me straight, I said. Did Chi Gui hit you again? Did he send you? No. I just missed you. Wanted to ask when you'd come home. She wouldn't say it. Whatever Chi Gui had ordered her to do, beg money off me. She couldn't get the words out. Her son had 2 girls to feed. How could she take from that? There's a handprint on your face. Don't lie to me. I'd seen the split lip, the 5-finger mark on her jaw. Walked into the door frame this morning. It's nothing. A thin smile, still denying it, crying and eating at the same time. The 3 of us went quiet. She didn't want to make trouble for her son. I let it go. When she couldn't bear it anymore, she'd come and say so. I wouldn't give cash. Chi Gui would only take it, so I had Warner pack meat, rice, and flour to send with her. The leftover wolf meat went in, half the rice and flour besides. Family doesn't count grains. Enough. That's enough. You all still have to eat. She tried to stop the bag from filling. I tied it off and put it in her hands. The truth is I wanted to bring her here for good. But she'd never leave her 3-year-old and a twice-married woman divorcing again in an 80s village. The things they'd call her, the place it might drive her. I couldn't risk it. I'll go now, you. Live well. Don't come back if you don't want to. She touched my face, reluctant to leave, and left. I watched the thin figure go and didn't say anything, then went to the woodshed to work on my hunting gear. The blowgun was broken and needed rebuilding. And a gun. I needed a gun. Bare hands were too dangerous, and they didn't bring down the valuable game. Behind me, faintly, I heard Xiaoqing ask whether they were still heating water, and Warner snapped that she'd heat her. And then, quieter, almost gentle, don't be upset, sis, there'll be another chance. We'll get brother-in-law into that bed yet. A week went by, and word of the 4 wolves had run through the whole village. No gun, barehanded. The half-starved place came apart at the seams over it. If Zhongyu could do it, why couldn't they? And the station was now paying 50 a pelt. Every man in the village caught the fever. A few of the bolder ones organized a party that very week, 7 of them, one with a rifle. Wang Fumin had it. A piece he'd been issued in the militia years back and never turned in. With a gun, surely a wild dog was nothing. Chi Gui muscled his way in. Wang Fugui couldn't stand him. Only let him come because he begged shamelessly. And Chi Gui showed up half-drunk, half a bottle of cheap liquor in his hand, traded from the very flour my mother had carried home. Hearing I'd taken 4 wolves had eaten at him. For wolves, kept all to himself. So when a gun-toting party formed up, he found his nerve. If the ungrateful wolf could do it barehanded, so could he. With a gun, what was there to fear? I had this second-hand after. Half an hour up, the column strung out single file through the silent woods, the cold cutting their faces. They came to a stand of rocks, and 7 or 8 wild dogs were already there, watching, led by one a full size larger than the rest. A pack leader. Wang Fumin had soldiered, even fought once, but he'd never hunted. He raised the rifle, sighted the leader, and the big dog read the threat in the muzzle and barked the pack apart before he could fire. They scattered into the brush, fast, half-glimpsed shapes. He couldn't hold a bead on. He didn't dare waste rounds. He hadn't brought many. That was when Chi Gui, sober now with fear, certain the dogs would take the weak one first, certain that was him, threw himself onto Wang Fumin's back and clung, grabbing at the rifle, knocking the aim wide. The shot went into a rock. Chi Gui kept clawing for the gun, the only thing that felt like safety, until Wang Fumin kicked him off and swung the muzzle at him. Get off, or I'll shoot you. And Wang Fugui dragged him back. By then the pack was inside 10 meters. The leader had crept in low through the grass and put its teeth into Wang Fumin's leg before he knew it was there. Then, oddly clever, let go and pulled back as he brought the gun around. He fired 3 more, all into trees, just trying to scare them off. Wounded, he couldn't steady his aim. They got him out, blood running down his trouser leg the whole way, and ran. I was at the station buying flour and chatting with Su Changshu when the running feet and Fugue's voice came up the lane. "Get the doctor." I pushed the door open and the look went out of my face. They were carrying Wang Fumin between them, white as paper, blood dripping steady from his leg. The story came out in pieces, ugly with rage at Gue, but for that dog of a man grabbing the rifle, Fumin wouldn't have been bitten. Gue asked about it to his face, jutted his chin. I had no weapon. What's wrong with grabbing a gun to save myself? Saw the looks turning murderous and bolted home. Where did the pack hit you? I asked. The wild dogs were ranging close lately. I'd run into them twice. I wanted to know which ground to avoid next time, gun or no gun. They pointed up the mountain, half an hour's walk, and shuffled off, empty-handed and a man the worse for it. The doctor cleaned and bound the wound, but told them to go to the county for a rabies shot. Wild animals carry it, and it kills. A shot cost tens of yuan, money they didn't have. Fugue was already talking about packing the wound with stove ash, the old way. I caught up to them as they left. The wound was wrapped, but still seeping. Left untreated, it could cost him the leg, or worse. When Fugue worked up the nerve to ask whether I might lend 5 yuan, I had to tell him the truth. I'd given all my cash to Warner, didn't have a foot on me. His face fell. He thought I was begging off. But I knew what the money was for. I stepped over to Su Changshu, said a few words, and came back with 30. Take it, uncle. There'll be more if it's not enough. Help the poor, not the panicked. But Fugue was decent and kin, and 30 wasn't a fortune to me. Fumin lifted his pale face and waved his brother to bring the rifle off his back. We've nothing worth anything at home. We can't pay this back. The gun's the most valuable thing we have. Take it. Keep it for now, Fugue said quickly. We'll scrape the rest together. All right. I'll hold it. When you've got the money, take it back. I didn't bother being polite. I needed a gun and had been meaning to find one. A Type 56 semi-automatic, aging, rust on the bolt and muzzle, plainly never maintained. Second-hand on the market, easily 100. Without this run of bad luck, they'd never have let it go. Su Qingshu's mind was already spinning. When do you go up? I can find you men. Of course I could shoot. A man who hunts barehanded obviously can. I told him I'd round up my own. I wasn't in a hurry, and I wasn't bringing in outsiders. First, I needed ammunition, at least 20 rounds on me to feel right, and the gun needed cleaning and the sights needed zeroing. The best shot in the world is useless behind a rifle that isn't true. He sold me 30 rounds on credit, 2 mao each. His uncle, the village secretary, had a store of old ammunition and a bottle of kerosene. Gun oil wasn't to be had. That went only to the county police, never to ordinary people. I'd make do. Next morning, I hung 3 glass bottles from a branch and stepped off 100 meters. 3 flat cracks and 3 bursts of glass in the air. The Type 56 holds a 1,000-meter range and shoots true to 400. Inside that, with my hands, nothing missed. Xiaoqing came running to clap and gawk. First real gun she'd seen, and reached to touch it. I put it away. Not something you play with, kid. It can go off. She pouted, stingy, eyes still on the rifle. Then Zhong Lu jogged up with a few men behind him, relatives, all of whom had been up the mountain before, and one with a scarred face carrying a double-barreled hunting gun, plainly the real article. He'd gone door to door at dawn. The 100 yuan from last time wasn't even spent, and here I was going again. This is my uncle Wang Taizhu, Zhong Lu said. Cracking hunter. He's got a deer's head on his wall. Wang Taizhu looked me over, cool. Heard you took 4 wild dogs without a gun. His tone said he didn't believe it, and didn't want a liability on the mountain. Same thing I'd have thought in his place. Luck, that's all. Hunting's not luck, it's skill. If you didn't have a gun, I wouldn't have come. Chin up, plenty of pride. He'd been a top hunter young, never came home empty. Age and a bad leg had stopped him. A poor harvest year had brought him back out. I let it ride. Hunters all carry that swagger. Whether the skill's real, the mountain tells you. No sense fighting about it on the ground. You can zero a rifle? He asked, surprised, when it came up. A man who can sight a gun can always shoot. Xiaoqing planted her hands on her hips before I could answer. Looking down on who? My brother-in-law just put 3 shots through 3 bottles. Taiju turned, saw the shattered glass 100 meters off, and the pride dimmed a notch. Maybe the barehanded story wasn't a story. I invited them all in to eat, partly to lay out the rules and the meat splitting before we left, so nothing soured later. They froze at the white buns on the table. He really did take wild dogs. White buns, just like that? I had Warner bring out the red braised pork and 2 bottles of liquor. Their eyes locked on the glistening meat, throats working. Whatever pride was left in Taiju drained off into plain hunger. He believed me now. You don't eat like this without bringing down game. Eat first, I said. Then I'll cover the rules and the shares. A neat trick, and Taiju read it. Gave me a look of grudging respect. Slippery one. Stopped their mouths with food, then set the terms. A full mouth doesn't argue. After the meal, I laid it out. The gun takes 1 share. Taiju and I both carry guns, 2 shares each. I started this, so I take 1 more. That's 3. The rest, 5 shares, split among the others and Zhonglu. Brothers settle accounts clearly. Nobody objected. Then Taiju spoke up. I've a dog I didn't bring. A hunting dog earns a share. That's the rule. I nodded. A tracker that finds the game does earn a 10th. Settled. 3 to me, 3 to Taiju, for split among the other 6. That evening Warner brought a bucket of hot foot water, worry on her face. She'd heard the neighbors talking about the man who'd been bitten, the wound like rotted meat. Xiaoqing, kneading my shoulders behind me, waved it off. Don't fret, sis. He took wolves without a gun. With one it's bang bang and done. I told them to think about what they wanted from the county. I'd take them when I got back. Xiaoqing's eyes lit at county. She'd been bored stiff cooped up at home, dreamed of the things they sold there. A bicycle, even, but a bicycle ran 200 yuan, and she didn't dare say it aloud with her sister in earshot. Then she shot her sister a loaded look. So, brother-in-law, tonight I'll sleep outside. What are you on about? Warner snapped, going scarlet. He's up the mountain tomorrow. He can't be worn out. Xiaoqing sighed, theatrically mournful on my behalf, and got hauled off by the scruff into the inner room. That girl, I thought, shaking my head, bent on handing her own sister over. I lay down on the board and shut my eyes. Rest up. No telling how many wild dogs tomorrow held. At dawn, the whole party was waiting at the village head, keen, afraid of being left. Wang Taiju had a length of rope in his hand, a black and white hound at the end of it, tongue out and panting. This is Heihu, he said, not without pride. A lead dog, finds the trail. A ground center, he added, not one of the rare high-nosed dogs that catch a thread of scent on the air. 5 years they'd had each other. The dog read him like a person. Good name. After this run I'll buy one myself, I said. With a gun and a dog a man might try the big game solo, though for that you want company. Hunt in a ring, never alone, the saying goes. Half an hour up, I crouched over the dark stain in the dirt where Wang Fumin had been bitten and found the bullet scars in a nearby trunk. Right place. Taiju loosed Heihu. Go. And the dog put its nose down and barked within a minute. As Taiju moved to follow, I stopped him. Call him back. Don't charge in and spook them. If the dogs catch our scent, we lose them. He whistled the hound in. Heihu came back wagging and stood rigid, pointed at one direction. The pack was there. I wet a finger and held it up, found the wind, and moved us to come at the den from downwind. A wolf's nose is keen. Taiju gave me a thumbs up, same as he'd have done. He led with the dog onto a reverse slope, and below us, at the mouth of a cliff cave, 2 wild dogs stood watch, and inside, more than a dozen. A dozen plus pelts. Several hundred yuan. Tieju's eyes shone. I set the field. Zhonglu and 1 man left, the others right. When the shooting started and the dogs ran, they'd throw firecrackers to herd them back into the open. The crackers panicked the pack and squeezed the killing ground. I didn't want a single one slipping away. What rounds are you running, uncle? Smoothbore guns reach about 50 meters, with a slug, 100. Steel. Good. There, under that tree, close enough to support them. I took a spot in the grass with a wide view over all 3 approaches, so wherever the dogs broke, they stayed inside one of our 2 fields of fire, and either of us could cover the other. Bring everyone up the mountain, bring everyone down, no one gets hurt. Old habit. I laid spare rounds on the dirt for fast reloading and worked the bolt. The leader first, Kill the head, and the pack runs like a chicken with none. The first shot broke the quiet and put birds up off the branches. The round took the largest dog clean between the eyes at the cave mouth. Good shooting. Taiju dropped his own target a beat later. 2 down, and the rest boiled out of the cave in a panic. And the crackers went up, sharp light and powder smell, driving them back. I worked the bolt 3 times, 3 more between the eyes. Speed fire was always where I'd placed first. Target transitions, shooting from behind cover, none of it hard. My best had been 5 targets, 10 rounds in 7 seconds, 2 hits each. Taiju was staring. Standing game, he could take one a shot, but a running dog in cluttered ground, he couldn't track for a second round. Then I called it. Uncle, 2 coming your way. He turned as 2 dogs with blood-red eyes, no retreat left in them, hurled themselves at him. He dropped one. As he reached to reload, the other reached him, jaws open for his throat. He got the barrel up crosswise into its mouth, and a shot cracked, and the dog's head snapped aside, blood across his face. I'd cleared the rest. 13 shots, 13 hits. He sat there glassy-eyed, not from the dog, but from the round I'd put past him at that range. Anyone else, he'd have been on his feet swearing. Who fires that close? You could have hit me. But every dog was down, and he'd taken 2. The rest were mine. He just shook his head. The man's aim was uncanny. He was never going to hit Taiju. He'd been saving his life. Brother, you're a terror, 1 shot, 1 kill. Zhonglu came running with the others, faces full of worship. A dozen plus wild dogs in under 5 minutes, not one away. Next time you go up, take me, Taiju said, wiping his face. With you it's safe. A hunter like that. Even a bear was just 1 bullet's work. 14 wild dogs, near 1,000 caddies of meat, and skin pelts at 50, each running 700. We bled and gutted them, strung the offal in the trees, threw Heihu a share. He'd earned it finding the den. Though you never feed a hunting dog full, it dulls the edge, and we were still in the mountains. 2 dogs slung on each man, and down we went. Su Chengshu was cracking melon seeds at his door, chatting, when the smell reached him. He looked up, counted, 14, and the seeds spilled out of his hand. Word ran ahead of us. By the time we got down, a crowd had formed outside the station, every face hoping for a cut of meat. A dozen pelts already coming off the carcasses, hundreds of caddies of meat on the ground. Taiju, that's a lot of meat. Share some out? Someone tried, shameless. Taiju didn't refuse outright. He glanced at me. The old Zhongyu would have given 100 caddies to the village without thinking. But only 2 of these were Tieju's kills. He couldn't be the one to offer. Zhonglu leaned to my ear, dead against it. Why should we? These people didn't lift a finger. But they were villagers, and half of them kin. I stood, took the 14 pelts inside. At 700, my 3/10 came to 210. Su Chengshu passed me 6 big notes and 10 tens. I won't take the meat this time. Too much to move. Last time he'd bought it as a favor. This much he'd only lose on. I hadn't meant to sell it anyway. As I turned to go, he caught my arm, glanced at the empty doorway, and slid 35 yuan into my pocket. Outsiders don't need to know. We understand each other. The extra 10th he'd promised. Wolf pelts at 55 for me. 50 on the sign for everyone else. I won't say a word, I told him. Outside, the crowd was already carving up in their heads which cuts to claim, when Chi Gui shoved through, walking like he owned the place. His eyes lit at the meat on the ground. Big skill on the wolf, and he can't carry it all himself. He'd play benefactor and earn a little name doing it. Move. This is my son's kill. What are you crowding for? He hauled a whole carcass up onto his shoulder, magnanimous. Everyone gets a share. I'm not stingy. Taiju came out to stop him and got told off. My son killed it. You've no right. Sharing's on. The crowd heard and surged. Zhonglu had a death grip on one carcass, the others vanishing. Brother, get out here. I fired 1 round into the air. Everyone froze. Put the meat down. Nobody touches it without my say. I took back a carcass and faced them cold. Sharing is a kindness, not an obligation. Grabbing without asking. What does that make you but bandits? You ungrateful wolf. Folks just want a little meat, and you fire a gun at them. The skies turned over. Chi Gui had his carcass on his back, certain I wouldn't dare refuse with this many watching. Refuse today, and by tomorrow my name in the village was mud. The moralizing rolled in. You eat white buns and red braised pork while the whole village starves. Selfish. Won't even share what you kill. I held you as a baby. I'd eaten well by skill. Anyone unhappy could go up the mountain. I felt the laugh on my own mouth. Couldn't get the meat, so out came the guilt. Taiju sidled over to mediate. Just give them a little, it'll sound bad otherwise. And the truth is I'd meant to. 1,000 caddies is too much for 3. The meat's poor and no prize. Spreading it would have bought goodwill all round. But this whole scene was Chi Gui's doing. That dog of a man, I said, picking a brick off the ground. I told you last time, show up making trouble again, and I'd see to that bad leg. Today you lead the mob. Fine. I'll give you something to remember. Zhonglu got in front of me. Don't, brother, everyone's watching, don't take the unfilial name. Taiju too. No love for Chi Gui himself, but hitting your own father in front of a crowd doesn't pay. I swallowed it for later. The meat's ours. Anyone who wants a share can have one. Times are hard. Then, to the crowd. But understand this. What you get today, I'm giving. Not Chi Gui. I split from him long ago. I'm not his son and never will be. The villagers startled. Over a little meat, and he's cutting ties? Several handed their cuts back fast, thinking I was only saying it in anger. You wolf, you'd disown me over scraps of meat? Go on then, do it. Chi Gui's face curdled. He was, after all, the head of a household, being disowned by his son in public. You think it's the meat? I said, I'm not afraid to air it. Chi Gui's good for nothing. Never fed the family, lived off what I hunted, and beat people when the mood took him. My mother's injuries took 3-5 days to heal, every time. If I weren't ashamed for her sake, I'd have named it long ago. It clicked for them then. The bruises they'd seen on Zhong Chunyin, the kind of man who won't feed his family and lays hands on a woman. Not stinginess from me. Just a man it was right to hate. I hadn't wanted them taking meat and owing Chi Gui the gratitude for it. Then Wang Fumin came forward on his stick, ready to thrash him. There's more. Yesterday he came up the mountain with us and grabbed at my rifle when the dogs came. That's how my leg got bitten. The crowd turned on Chi Gui, even pulling the meat back out of his hands to return to me. This one deserves a share. I'd sooner give it to a dog. Chi Gui took it all, filed it away, shot me a hard look, and left fast. Going home to take it out on Chunyin, I knew. I called to Taiju to share the meat and settle the pelt money after, and followed Chi Gui out. He flung the door open looking for her, raging that he'd been disowned, that he was certain she'd put me up to it. By the time I came through the door, he had her on the ground by the throat, beating her face. I caught the raised arm. He turned and found my eyes on him, and I felt the bone of his wrist go under my hand. A clean snap. The one thing I hate most in this world is a man who beats a woman. And this was my mother. He went down screaming, cradling the wrist, terror in his face. His mother came shrieking out to claw at me. Never a word of protection for Chunyin while she was being beaten, all of it the moment her son cried out. I swept Chi Gui into her, and they both went over. No pity in me. The two of them were cut from the same cloth. I lifted my mother up. Her face was nearly ruined, blood and tears running together, and it hurt to look at. Come stay with me, Ma. This is no place for a person. She could barely speak, and she shook her head, over and over. Not that she didn't want to go. She couldn't leave the 3-year-old. Chi Gui would never let her back through the door, would make sure she never saw the boy again. And the child carried Chi Gui's surname. She couldn't take him. I knew all of it, and I had no fix for it. I'm warning you, I said to Chi Gui. Raise a hand to my mother again, and you won't get out of bed. Understand. He cowered, yes, not daring to lift his head. He was afraid now. This wolf actually struck. I took my mother aside and pressed 35 into her hand. For medicine, she needed to bring the swelling down. She pushed it back, weeping, and in the end took it. There was no grain left in the house, and Chi Gui's wrist would cost money to set. Back at the village head, most of the meat was already gone. 3 whole carcasses left. Sold the pelts, I told the crowd, and split it as agreed. 210 to me, 210 to Taiju, the rest among the other 6. They were thrilled. When my brother goes up again, he'll take a bear, Zhong Lu crowed. They say a single gallbladder fetches 1,000. I left the wild dog meat for them. We had grain at home, and nobody at my table wanted the stringy stuff. While I was gone, the 2 girls had a plan of their own. Xiaoqing's idea, drag my sleeping board into the inner room, So all three of us slept in the same space from now on. Sis, I'm telling you, she said, hands on hips. A man this good, you have to move fast. 14 wild dogs today. The whole village came for meat. Move, or someone else snaps him up. Warner couldn't read me. She'd invited me in more than once, and I'd never come. Does he not want me? Xiaoqing fetched 2 bottles of liquor from under the bed. Tonight's the chance, sis. Get him drunk. That doesn't seem right, Warner said, uneasy. It was the move bandits used on decent women in the storybooks. I'm back. I called from the door, and Xiaoqing went stiff. Leave it to me. You just wait to sleep with brother-in-law. She came out with the bottles as I stepped in. The table was loaded, red braised pork, white buns, Christian soup. We heard you got more wild dogs, Xiaoqing said, popping a cap without hesitation. Let's celebrate. You're too young, you don't drink. I took the bottle and poured myself a cup. I can drink. You worked hard today. I should keep you company. She opened the other bottle. Sis, don't just stand there. Yes, you worked hard. He should have some. Warner managed, pouring herself a little. She'd never had liquor in her life. So I let them. A drink with company beats drinking alone. Xiaoqing took a mouthful expecting water and got fire. So spicy, coughing. Wana sipped and gagged. Slow down. It's not water. Eat something or you'll get drunk. Their faces went red as peonies, and pretty. The two of them raised their cups to thank me for taking them in. Every toast a small plan. We won't drink much, he'll drink a lot, and once he's out cold, the bed. I ate and drank and felt, for once, plain happy. 10 minutes on, Warner was face down on the table, gone. I carried her, dead to the world, into the inner room and laid her down, and before I'd got the blanket over her, something soft latched onto my back. Xiaoqing, drunk and somehow still upright, wound around me like an octopus. Don't grab at me, kid. I peeled her off. Her small hands kept wandering. If I weren't sure she was drunk, I'd have suspected an act. Brother-in-law, you're not getting away, she mumbled, the grip going slack. And then, from somewhere, she found the strength to push off the wall and topple me onto the bed before she went out completely. I cracked the back of my head on the frame. I untangled her arm and got up and found the board gone. Of course. So this was why the drinking started tonight. Get him drunk and have him. Xiaoqing's scheme. Plainly, Warner was too shy for it. Fine. I'd make do for one night. I pulled their shoes off, laid them out, covered them. The bed barely held 3. I lay down crammed against the edge, the smell of liquor and warmth right at my nose, and turned my face away from a girl I had no business looking at and tried to keep my breathing even. I'm a man, not a saint, and this was harder than any hell week the army ever ran. I held it, kept my back to them, and waited for it to pass. Then a soft weight settled flush against my back, and I told the ceiling I was in trouble, and that the girls' names mattered in this decade, and that I wasn't that kind of man, and held the line until dawn while Xiaoqing slept on with her arms around me. Morning. Xiaoqing woke with a pounding head and the dim memory that I'd shown no sign of getting drunk while her sister folded after 2 sips. She felt a coolness at her chest, looked down at a coat fallen open, and, did brother-in-law not sleep with my sister, but with me? Smiled to herself. Plan half one, she figured. Warner woke rubbing her head, saw the dopey grin, and went pale, flipped the blanket back, found herself fully dressed, and dug through the sheets for the thing she was sure ought to be there. Clean. Nothing. She knew that a woman's first time leaves a mark, and there was none. He doesn't like us, she said, gripping the blanket. He only promised the uncle he'd look after us. Then Xiaoqing brightened. No, think. We were both that drunk. He didn't think it was right. That kind of thing. You need 2 people awake for it. That sounds true, Warner said, then sharper. How do you know all this? Where'd you learn it? A book. She fished a picture book out from under the bed. One she'd dug out of a crack in the wall, all very explicit, drawings and captions and all. It's brother-in-law's. Warner flipped 2 pages and went red as a ripe apple. He reads this, so why won't he sleep with us? So we hurry, sis. A man who hunts like that. Half the village has ideas. They put their heads together and started scheming again. I'd gone early to Wang Fugui's to check on Fumin's leg and make up the gap on the rifle. A Type 56 was worth 100 outside, and I wasn't going to take that big a favor from Kin. They flat refused the extra 50 I tried to press on them. I'd lent the money for Fumin's treatment, and given them extra meat besides. Taking more would be too much. The gun was ours to give, Fumin said, smiling. We can't even repay the 30. Don't make up anything. He meant it. Lending a man money for medicine without asking whether he could pay it back. That's a real kindness, and it gets repaid. I let it go. I'd bring meat next time and call it even on the gun. Then Fuguei found his angle. You've no girl yet, have you? Let your uncle set you up. You're the most sought-after man in the village now. Everyone wants to hunt with you. A relative's daughter, 2 years younger, decent-looking. With hunting like mine, she'd never go hungry. Haven't thought about it. I had 2 village beauty-grade girls at home and had nearly ended up in bed with one the night before. Where was the appetite for more? Tom, you did. Settle down. Have a kid. Your mother can help raise it. He took my reluctance for shyness, young men, thin-skinned, and swore he'd bring a pretty one round to look at. On the way home, my head was splitting just thinking about it. Fuguei was so set on matchmaking I'd nearly blurted out that I had 2 girls already. But you can't say that lightly. They'd have to agree first. Xiaoqing met me in the yard. Brother-in-law, where'd you go so early? Then, testing. You didn't do anything to me last night, did you? No, absolutely not. I shook my head hard, protective of her name. She looked unconvinced, so I added, you took your own coat off. I didn't do a thing. Really, didn't even look? She tilted her head closer. Or is it that brother-in-law doesn't like what he saw? Eat first. I'm starving. I steered around it and went inside. The girl had changed, teasing me now, with no fear of what it might provoke. Behind me, she decided my silence was a yes. Inside, a soft voice. You're back. And I half thought I'd walked into the wrong house. Warner had changed into the coat I'd bought, the one she'd called too small, fitted close, a button at the chest looking ready to give. You said it was too small. You like it, don't you? She said, red-faced, bending to serve rice in a way that wasn't accidental. And Xiaoqing draped an arm over my chest and murmured at my ear, good, isn't it? Want a closer look? Goose flesh down my whole body. I peeled her arm off. Eat. I really am hungry. She gave that sly grin and went and fetched 2 bottles of liquor, popping the caps. Last night, she'd misjudged how much I could hold. Today, 1 bottle cut with water for herself, 1 neat for me, and surely that would do it. No drinking in broad daylight. Drink, brother-in-law. It's my sister's birthday. A lie without a blush. The bed was already made. She wasn't letting me out the door. A little, then. I poured a bowl, wished Warner a happy birthday, and put it back. A caddy to the bottle, proper grain liquor. In the army, I'd down it out of a helmet. This was nothing. Brother-in-law's amazing, another. She topped me up and cut her eyes at her sister. Watered liquor, and they can't outlast me? A quarter hour on, Xiaoqing's head was on the table. I'm done. Check if brother-in-law's drunk, drag him in. And Warner was already snoring. So they really were trying to put me to bed. I carried Warner in. A button popped loose and hit my cheek as I set her down. I pulled the blanket up fast. No looking, brought Xiaoqing in beside her, and went out to the yard for air while they slept it off. This couldn't go on. Something was going to give. Fuguei was bringing people round tomorrow, and I didn't want to be there for that either. Better to clear out. I'd go up the mountain. I headed for the uncle's to fetch Zhong Lu. The uncle, Zhong Chuanxi, eldest of his line, a bachelor since his wife died of illness years back. Not for want of wanting, for want of money. With Zhong Lu bringing home hunting money lately, the notion of a wife had come back to him. When I knocked, I caught, faint through the door, a woman's voice, and a man scrambling, and the door locked from the inside. He called out that nobody was home. Then Zhong Lu turned up from down the lane with a bottle of soy sauce. Baffled, the door wouldn't open with his father inside. I put it together quickly enough. Out here there's little to do but watch a fuss or warm a bed. The uncle had been alone a long while, and clearly had a companion he didn't want known. He's probably stepped out, I said, drawing Zhong Lu off. It's you I came for. If the man wanted privacy, I'd cover for him. You want to go up again? Zhong Lu lit up. A matchmaker had come by for him just the day before. With the household doing better, it was time he found a wife, which costs money. A bicycle at least, a room of his own, bride price, a feast. Winter's coming. The house needs patching or it'll leak wind. A lie. I was running from the girls, but a man's got his pride. Get the gun. Meet me at the village head. Better to be gone before the 2 of them woke and cooked up the next scheme. Halfway up the mountain, two men I didn't know were working the slope with double-barreled guns and carrying baskets. Fur traders from the county, drawn by word of all the wild dogs, hoping to source stock. 2 hours of circling had turned up nothing, not a hair. The older one, Hu Hongjun, sat cursing on a rock. The younger, Li San, kept insisting the pelts Su Chengshu had been moving came off this very mountain. He'd seen Su carry a dozen to the co-op in a week and clear 100 reselling, and it had eaten at him enough to drag his boss out here. They were giving up when the brush rustled and both guns swung toward it, and Zhong Lu stepped out, frowning at the ground. "Brother, these tracks, I think they're human." "They are." I came out behind him and waved the two off. Running into other hunters is ordinary enough. But these weren't the real thing. Even their grip on the guns was wrong. Hu Hongjun lowered his and came to look me over, eyeing the Type 56, the proper hunting piece, better than anything in his hands. Li San tilted his chin up at us. "See anything coming up?" Not bothering to take us seriously, two kids playing hunter. "No." I turned to move on. Whoever asks another hunter where the game is has something wrong with his head. "Hey, we got here first. Go look elsewhere," Hu said, sharp enough to notice the way I read the ground. It meant their line might be right, just unlucky so far. "Push on, and they might walk right into the pack," says Hu. "Your name's not on it." Zhong Lu shot back, then lit up at a pile of droppings ahead, and a gun barrel came up in front of his face. "This is ours. We found it." "Boss, it's not dry," Li San called from the droppings. Zhong Lu's face darkened. I stepped in front of him before he could answer and pressed the barrel down with a smile. "Careful it doesn't go off. We'll go around." I'd already taken a good look. The droppings held bits of fur, a meat-eater near, and they were large, not a wild dog's. Coming up, I'd seen claw marks on a tree trunk, the kind a bear leaves climbing. They were bluffing about who got there first. I let them have the ground and walked. Why give it to them? Zhong Lu kept glancing back. Sure, there was game close, maybe even a boar. Give it up? I've no intention. There may be a bear here. 100 meters on, I pulled him into the grass. The bear has territory. You don't usually meet more than one. But I had one gun and his safety to think of, so I'd let the two traders walk point. "A bear? Really?" He nearly shouted, clapped a hand over his mouth, excited and scared. A bear standing 2 meters, hundreds of caddies, every part of it worth money. That was real wealth. Let them scout. We go careful. A bear's no easy thing. The traders followed the droppings to the claw marks and got the same picture, faces brightening. Some luck, no wild dogs, but a bear. Who gripped his gun? Then Li San spotted movement, and his pupils shrank. A near 3-meter bear standing at a trunk, watching them, a black bulk like a giant. The pressure of it ran cold down both their backs. "Shoot." Who threw the gun up and fired. White smoke, a steel slug into the trunk in front of the bear, splinters flying. The bear bolted to another tree. "Too far, can't reach it," Li San said. And then, jaw set, ran toward it anyway, Who's steeling himself to follow. Chasing a bear is dangerous, but this was the chance, and they wouldn't pass it up. 100 meters back, Zhong Lu had seen the whole thing. "Brother, they're going after it." "No hurry. Those guns reach 50 meters. The ground's broken. The bear can vanish behind a trunk." I wasn't worried. The first shot had told me they were green. A bear runs 50 kilometers an hour, faster in a short charge. Careless with it, and someone dies. 2 more cracks. My brows drew down, and then a furious roar, and seconds later a voice carried down the slope, ragged with panic. "Boss, help me. The bear's not dead." From the grass, I watched the whole thing fall apart for the traders. Li San came scrambling back on hands and knees, not daring a glance behind him, his gun lost somewhere in the brush. He'd seen the bear go down stiff and dead, and when he ran up to it, jubilant, the thing rose and swung a paw that nearly took the top of his skull off. For a heartbeat, I think he saw his dead great-grandmother. Hu Hongjuan's nerve went too. He fired and hit a tree, hauled Li San up by the arm while the bear shied from the noise, then threw the empty gun at it and ran, Li San on his back, neither of them looking back. The wounded bear didn't chase. It crushed the dropped gun underfoot and turned away. "Brother, why isn't it dead?" Zhong Lu whispered. "Bears are clever. It played dead. They were green, and it got them. I had the Type 56 out, but didn't fire. No sense letting the runners spot us, and start a fight over the meat later. We gave it half a minute, then followed the blood trail. We found it under a tree 5 men couldn't have ringed with their arms, holed up and refusing to come out. It's winter den, I guessed. To take it I needed it in the open, and that meant somebody at the mouth of the den to draw it. I gave Zhonglu a look. He paled. You're not asking me to lure it out? But the thought of all that money got the better of him. I'll go. It's just bait. Stay calm. With me here it can't touch you. I chambered around and sighted the den. He crept to 15 meters, swallowed, and lobbed a palm-sized stone into the dark. A roar, and the bear came boiling out, a black slab of muscle accelerating straight at him. He screamed. One paw, and he was finished. The shot went off deafening, the round taking the bear in the head on a hard angle, and it slammed down so heavy the ground shook. He threw another stone to be sure, then breathed. The valuable part of a bear is the gallbladder. Wild ones are prized medicine, graded gold, iron, or rape flour, a whole gold one fetching 10,000 at least. I cut it free, black-brown and blood-slick, hard to the squeeze and bitter to the nose. An iron gall. A few thousand yuan, easy. It cost me half an hour and most of my arm strength to dress out half the meat. Nobody works bear meat with a single knife unless they've got the build and the technique for it. I lashed a drag sledge from vines, and we hauled it down together. 500 caddies. Zhonglu groaned, sweating the whole way. At the bottom, the two traders sat licking their wounds. Nothing taken, both their guns lost, more than 100 yuan gone. Then Hu looked up and his eyes went round at the bear on our sledge. You took it. No, you did. Zhonglu shot back, chin up. Li San came over peering at the bear's chest, looking for something. The wound. I'd cut the original injury away while dressing it, pulled the slug too. Exactly, so they couldn't claim it. Where'd you take it? Hu pressed, suspicious. They'd been chased off this same bear not an hour before. You were the ones who told us to go elsewhere. I said, easy. Then we ran into a wounded bear. Oh, you thanks, really. Salt in the wound, and true enough. If they hadn't put 2 slugs in it, I'd never have had it so cheap. A windfall, plain. Who stared at the gall, fit to grab it. But I had a rifle on my back, so he kept his hands to himself and switched to scheming. These kids look like dumb luck. Maybe they don't even know what it's worth. Tell you what, I'll take that gall. 1,000. 1,000. Zhonglu lit up. Brother, do we sell? I ignored him. 1,000 for an iron gall. He had me down for a fool. I hear bear gall's medicine, a tonic. Maybe we'll just take it home and eat it ourselves. That spooked him. He waved Li San in, who made a show of examining it and generously bid it up. 1,500. Then Hu reluctantly 13. Zhonglu nearly stopped breathing at the speed of it. Li San reached for the gall and found a bare paw in his hand instead. 1,300's fine, I said. But not for the gall. For the paw. If they weren't bidding in good faith, I'd take it to Su Qingshu. Just then Su himself stepped out of the station, having heard the commotion. His jaw dropped at the bear, then dropped further at the gall in my hand. Sell it to me, 2,000. Su Qingshu, you're poaching my deal. Who erupted? What followed was the two of them bidding each other up while I stood and watched. 1,800, 2,000, 3,000, 4, 5. Zhonglu near a heart attack at every jump. Li San, panicking the price would crack 10,000, whispered his boss to close it. The co-op had taken an iron gall last month at 5,500, and this one was finer. Who put up 6,000 as his final word, eyeing my face. Going higher? I asked Su, mouth twitching. Forget it. 6 is about right. You win, boss Hu. Su sighed. Well pleased, I could tell. He'd read my eyes the moment he came out. I didn't know the price and wanted him to set the floor. 6,000 for an iron gall wasn't a loss. In the county, it might even slide lower over time. Who counted out 6,000 fast, terrified I'd back out, and I tossed him the gall and turned to Su. Thanks. A businessman reads a glance. He played the rival to push the number up for me, and I let Zhonglu work it out. He gave us both a thumbs up, ready to laugh himself awake that night over 6,000 yuan. Su paid a fair 1,000 for the bear pelt. I kept the meat, wanting to try it, and promised him the next bear hole. He fetched 2 bottles of Maotai, 8 yuan retail, and not a thing ordinary people could buy. The perk of being the secretary's nephew. We hauled the meat to Zhonglu's place, the whole village's eyes following us with envy. Zhong Chuanxi gaped at a bear's head bigger than a wash basin. First he'd ever seen up close. When the neighbors crowded in begging a taste, he sent them off. Want some? Go up the mountain yourselves. Not stinginess. He knew if he gave to one, the whole village came, and there'd be nothing left. And besides, it wasn't his kill to give away. We rendered the bear fat, 30-some caddies, milk white going amber in the pot, sweeter smelling than lard by a mile. And I had Zhong Lu set an iron rack over the fire basin for charcoal grilled bear, sliced thin, the fat hissing into flame. Sue cracked the moutai, poured 4 bowls, and the 4 of us ate and drank like landlords. The money, I remembered, 3 cups in. 7,000 on me, 3 short of a 10,000 household, a thing only the rich got called in the 80s. Zhong Chuanxi waved it off hard. Meat's enough, keep the money, and you'll take none of it, Zhong Lu. Then he caught sight of the thick stack I laid out and shot to his feet. Heavens, did you two go robbing? I split it even, 2 stacks. Zhong Lu had earned it luring the bear out, not the same as a soy sauce run. 7,000, I said. Not much. Zhong Chuanxi's voice climbed until he clapped a hand over his own mouth, ran to the window to check no one was listening, and bolted the door. Where else in an 80s village would a household have that kind of money but the secretaries? He tried to take only 2. I pressed the full share on him. Family doesn't count grains. Then it struck me, I was still living in the uncle's house. I should buy it outright, make it truly mine, fix it up before the new year, and find a moment to bring my mother and little brother over. But when I offered to pay for it, Chuanxi's face fell, offended. You give me money, you give me meat, and now you want to pay for the house. I gave you that house. There's no money in it. Zhong Lu poured me a forfeit cup for even saying it. I laughed, drank it down, and let the house go. Then I asked Sue if he knew anyone who did construction. I wanted to build new. Leave it to me, don't even think about the money, he said, slapping his chest. He'd watched me the whole evening and decided a man this straight and open was a brother worth having. And, knowing my luck, a road to wealth. Meanwhile, in the Chi house, things were the same as ever. My mother was up at first light cooking, hands red and chilblained in the cold. The money I'd given for her medicine she'd handed to Chi Gui, hoping he'd find steady work in the county, and instead he'd taken up gambling, and lost nearly all of it inside a week. He came home arm in a sling, sour, snarling at her for breakfast, and when his mother piped up about wanting bear meat from me, he flew at the name. That ungrateful wolf. Lucky again, rich again. My mother dropped a bowl, startled. His mother's longevity bowl. And the old woman kicked her down for it. And Chi Gui beat her again, then sent her off to fetch meat and money both. The grandmother adding that if she came back empty-handed, she could stay out in the cold. Their house needs fixing too. And he and his mother put their heads together over how to make sure neither I nor my mother had any peace. In my yard, a man in an army coat directed the building crew. Old Lu, brought in from the county by Su Chengshu, the same hand who'd built the secretary's new place. I set out a table with water, melon seeds, peanuts, and a plate of sliced bear meat. Old Lu's eyes went wide at the first bite. What is this? It's nothing like pork. And the crew picked the plate clean, so I brought out another. Good materials, all of it. Round timber, fired brick at 5 fen each, none of the cheap stuff. We'll keep men here overnight, Old Lu said. Don't cook for them, they bring their own. Country rule, building a house, somebody stands watch. Afraid someone steals the bricks. Not afraid of less, he said, low, hand over his mouth. Afraid of more. He told me of a job in the next village where they'd found fresh blood in the dirt one morning and dug up a dead chicken buried in the foundation. Bad luck, a curse, an offense to the earth god, the kind of thing that turns the whole village out to stop you building. It's a new house. Be careful. Some things you have to believe in. I told him we'd do it his way. As he spoke, a figure came up the road, and my mother's arm was wrapped. Stepped wrong this morning. It's nothing, she said. I knew exactly what it was. Chi Gui, unrepentant after everything. I brought her in to taste the bear and told Warner to pack meat for her to take, and rice and flour besides. She sat a long while before she spoke. Do you have any money? She'd come not meaning to ask, but the new clothes on the girls had made her think of her son in the cold without a single new thing in years. Take all the meat you want, Ma. But money, I don't have any. I hated saying it, and I decided to stop. I had to get her out of that pit, or it would break her. She forced a smile, then crumpled, weeping. I want to leave too, but your brother, I can't. The girls went still at the work. Warner moved to comfort her, and Xiaoqing held her sister back. Brother-in-law's handling it, she murmured. She'd read it right. The only lever I had was to withhold the money, because every fin I gave went straight to Chi Gui's gambling. I'd hunt the mountain, and that dog would live soft on it? Never. That evening the crew settled into a lean-to in the yard, and I lay awake thinking about what to buy for the new house, and that I wanted a hunting dog of my own. Xiaoqing, meanwhile, was sighing over the fact that I'd grown wary, flinch at the mention of liquor and walk off, and quietly tucking away a paper twist of something she'd bought in secret in the county. A man only has to eat this, the seller had told her, and he turns fierce as an ox. She meant to slip it into my bowl next time the liquor came out. This time, she promised herself it would work. I'll get to what was in that twist. That same night my mother carried 20 caddies of bear meat home, and Chi Gui snatched it, weighed it, and complained it was too little. His mother, for once, said 20 was plenty, then asked what money she'd brought. None, my mother stammered, and the old woman went cold and stalked off, and Chi Gui dragged her by the hair, kicked her, and sent her to sleep in the woodshed, hungry. Lying there in the cold, she thought, for the first time, truly, of leaving. Then she thought of the 3-year-old, and stayed. And in the inner room, Chi Gui and his mother decided, if we can't be well, neither will they. He went next door, stole a half-grown hen from the neighbor's coop, took up a knife, and came creeping toward my place. You like your new house? Let's see you live in it. Late, the 2 watchmen dozed in the lean-to, too worn from the day's work to keep proper watch. A figure crept into the yard with a dead hen and a knife. I was still awake, and I heard it, footsteps, and rolled up, cracked the door, and saw a back bent low, peering side to side, something in his hand. I'd thought it a thief, but no thief steals into a yard and then plants something. Then I remembered what old Lou had said. The watch isn't for things going missing, it's for things being added. Someone meant to ruin my build before it stood. A dead chicken buried in a new foundation is the worst kind of omen out here. A curse, an offense to the earth god. Let it be found in the morning and half the village would come to stop me, and I'd never lay another brick on that ground. I took the blowgun. The first dart hummed past Chi Gui's ear and he spun, found nothing, clapped a hand over his mouth, checked the sleeping watchman, and relaxed. The second grazed his scalp and his legs went out from under him. Ghosts. The earth god angry? He didn't believe it, looked wildly around. Nothing. Then 3 darts in a row, and the sand over his buried hen slid open to bare a chicken's foot, and the fright nearly made him wet himself. He crawled to it babbling. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Dug the hen out, clutched it, kowtowed to the empty air, certain the earth god itself was shielding the wolf, and fled. In his panic he missed the slope in front of him, put a foot wrong, and went rolling down it. A crack of bone, a scream. I stood in the doorway with the blowgun, the moonlight just catching his face on the way down, and reflected that the tumble had likely cured the limp he came in with. Half a month on, the new house stood, glass windows, cement walls, blue tile, a wide yard with 2 jujube trees Sue had hauled from the county that would flower come spring. The village craned over the wall in envy. Only the secretary's place had cement walls, and now there were 2. Wang Fugui pushed through the crowd with a girl in tow. Xiaoyu, brought you a match. He gestured at his niece, all smiles, certain a man of my means would be lucky to get her. This is Wang Shufang. Well, she suit you. I looked her over without answering. Decent enough, but a long way short of the 2 at home. The figure thin, the skin sallow, and she didn't look 16 yet. To other men in the village, she'd be a catch. I'd seen too many beauties to be moved. I invited them in out of the cold, mostly to use the girls to settle it. Right on cue, Xiaoqing came out hauling a head-down Warner by the hand, hostility in her eyes. Who's this? Can't even compare to me. I'm brother-in-law's sister-in-law, she announced, chest out at Wang Shufang. And she's brother-in-law's wife. Plain as that. Wrong house. He's spoken for. Off you go. Fugui's face fell, not at me for not telling him, but at himself for not coming sooner. The duck flew off the plate. I gave him my apologies and pressed 20 caddies of bear meat into his hands, the gift I'd meant all along to make up the gap on the rifle. He took it, sighed at his luck, and left with his niece. I shut the door and turned to find Xiaoqing arms crossed, lip out far enough to set chopsticks on. Brother-in-law, why are you still thinking about other people? You've got me and my sister. She was sourer still because Warner had stood silent through all of it. My rice is burning. I lied and fled to the kitchen. Some questions you don't answer. Answering means you're on the hook. Behind the bedroom door, Xiaoqing scolded her sister for staying quiet, and Warner, eyes on the floor, said the thing she'd worked out. Can't you see what this means? The uncle asked him to look after us, that's all. He doesn't want us, or he'd have slept with us long ago. Any other man would have thrown the wedding feast by now. Xiaoqing disagreed. He just hasn't gone the last step. And tonight, she decided, would be the night. In the kitchen, with the room clear, she tipped the paper twist into the egg drop soup, stirred it, and carried it out grinning. Brother-in-law, you don't get away this time. At the table I watched Warner, off all afternoon, no smile. I figured she resented being used as a shield. 80s girls held their names dear, and I'd overlooked it. Xiaoqing set a bowl of egg soup in front of me, eager. I slid it across to her sister instead. Give it to your sister. She made this whole spread. She's the tired one. A small test of Warner's mood. If she was angry, I'd apologize tonight. I cared for the two of them the way you care for younger sisters. Marriage hadn't been my plan, and I assumed they felt the same. That being taken in shouldn't mean a girl owed herself in return. No, that's for brother-in-law. Xiaoqing snatched it back fast, then covered. I mean, you built the new house. You should have the first bowl. Warner, smiling at last and finally settled in her own mind, ladled herself a bowl from the pot to toast me with instead of liquor, and I watched Xiaoqing's face go through every shade of alarm. A special forces gut doesn't need to guess. Something's in that soup. Poison? No, never. Then it came to me, and my eyes went wide at her. A knockout drug. The girl had dosed the soup to get me into bed. Where had she even learned the idea? Sister, what is it? Why not? Warner, thinking the soup undersalted, raised her own bowl and drank. Sis, you actually drank it. Xiaoqing froze, scanning her sister's face. It came on fast. Warner's chopsticks shook, a flush ran up her like a sunset. Her breath went short, and a small involuntary sound slipped out that startled even her. She pressed a hand to her mouth, gone soft and dizzy and unable to lift a finger, not understanding what was happening to her. I knew what was happening, and it scared me. 80s street drugs were crude, cut with God knew what, and at worst could leave a person harmed for life, even barren. I got her to the floor and told Xiaoqing to fetch warm water. The girl was still gawking. Move. What are you standing there for? When I came back to her, Warner had gone wrong. White foam at her lips, the flush draining, her fingers twitching. I held her down and put a finger to the back of her throat, an army first aid trick, cleaner than anything an 80s village doctor could manage. She heaved, brought it up, and the worst of it passed. I gave her warm water in slow sips to dilute what was left, then carried her to bed. Xiaoqing was in tears by then, terrified. If something had happened to my sister. I didn't have it in me to lecture the small face. In the kitchen, she handed me the rest of the twist, shamefaced. I dumped the powder into water and poured it out, then rubbed her head. You're young. You don't understand what real feeling is. Sleeping in the same bed isn't liking someone, and it isn't the only way. I only know my sister, and I both like you, and want to marry you, she said, eyes brimming and clear. I let it go. I'm a slow burn man. Feeling is built, not poured out of a bottle in one night. Their faces, their figures, star quality, 40 years on. But love isn't a thing you catch off a glance, and it isn't a thing 2 drunk nights can force. Next morning, Warner was up cooking, none the worse, and oddly happy about it, not angry at her sister. She'd worked out where she stood with me. If he didn't care, why the rush last night? That same morning, Su Changshu turned up at first light, pleased with the new house. Cost me a few tens of yuan. That's loyalty for you. And stopped short at the sight of the girls. You've got 2 beauties at home and never told me. Prettier than any woman in the county dance halls. I corrected him. The uncle asked me to look after them. Then to business, because he'd come in person, which meant a deal. You know the county meatpacking plant. State-run, the only one, a job they're fought over and impossible without connections. The deputy director was kin to his uncle the secretary. For the new year, the plant meant to give every worker 20 caddies of pork as a benefit. But with 600 workers, that came to 12,000 caddies. And at a yuan a caddy market price near the holiday, they couldn't fund it. So he'd come to me. Mountain boar runs 5 mao a caddy against pork's 1 yuan, half the price. He'd buy all the wild boar I could take and resell it to the plant to cover the benefit, clearing 1,000 plus. Just say it. How do we split? Price I settled with the plant is 5 mao 5 a caddy. It was 5. The extra 5 fun is your pure profit. And on the resale, I take 2/10. 12,000 caddies was 6,000 at 5 mao. His patter alone earning him 1,200. When I didn't answer, he winced and softened. If it's too much, we can talk. I nodded it through. 12,000 caddies. Get this right, and I'd cross into 10,000 household money. And then a color TV, a bicycle, a radio. He pulled 2 bottles of Mao Tai out only after I agreed. So I don't agree. The liquor doesn't come out? He laughed it off. The man was a merchant to the bone. At the dog market, which barely existed yet in the early 80s, these wouldn't really take hold till the decade's end. Wang Taiju walked me down a street loud with barking. One dog wasn't enough, and his Heihu was only a ground center, not a lifted-nosed dog that catches scent off the air. Half the dealers slipped poor stock in among the good. He took me to a courtyard run by a black-skinned man in an army coat they called Old Hei, where Heihu had come from. Old Hei ribbed Taiju, then looked past him at me, picked up an apprentice, and quoted his 3 best. A lead dog, a head pack, lifted nose certain enough that if it doesn't find game in 5 minutes, it's free, 700. A heavy pack the size of a small boar, 200. A fast second pack, he'd turned down 300 for. They were the real article. The lead dog sharp-eyed as a person, the other dogs dropping their heads when it lifted its neck. King of the pack. All 3. What's the price? Any discount? I meant to take the lot. Lead in front, second to ring them, heavy to strike. Old Hay smirked, not bothering with the kid. Can't afford a pup off me, 3 dogs. Taiju cut in. Don't misjudge him. He took wild dogs barehanded, brought a bear down last time, sold it for thousands. Old Hay waved it off as tall talk, until I pulled a stack of notes from my bag. The sneer fell off his face into a fawning grin. Money I've got, I said, pocketing it again. Whether these dogs are what you say is another matter. No returns on a dog, and the sum wasn't small. Boss, if they're not as I said, bring men and tear my house down. Take the dogs for meat. 3 dogs, 1,200. First time discount, 11.89. The 11 yuan he knocked off made my mouth twitch, though 11 was half a villager's monthly wage at that. Taiju had already tested the lead dog against fur and grass. It stood the moment it caught the scent, eyes like night pearls. The real thing. I paid. Old Hay counted the money, grinning ear to ear, and led them out. Lead dogs Dalong, second pack's Thailang, and the heavy one. Best name of all, Fuhu. Don't feed them full before a hunt, or the 3 of them go sluggish. Dalong took to me like family, shoving its head at me, tongue lolling, friendly as anything. Meanwhile, at the plant, Su was settling terms with Deputy Director He Shengli, bespectacled, smooth, the kind of man who answers in layers. There were 3 deputies and no director. The chair was empty, and the 3 were knifing each other quietly for it. And this worker benefit was really a play to buy loyalty. He needled Su on price, 7 mao. The truck doesn't run for free. This isn't my plant. 2 others are watching. Meaning Su was here only on the secretary's connection and shouldn't expect the moon, and any mishap was Su's to eat. Su, reading the man, flattered him. Do this right, and when you make director, don't forget me. He delivered to me at 5 mao 5. He landed 7 mao 5 from he, clearing 600 more on his own patter. And the moment Su's footsteps faded, he picked up the phone. Old Jiang, how's the pork buying coming along in the villages? Get this right, and the production manager's seat. He'd hedged his own bet with a second supplier. That's the part one only learned the shape of later. What I knew at the time was that someone else was racing us for the same plan order. Halfway up the mountain, Dalong proved himself inside minutes. Barking, neck stiff toward a stand of brush where a dozen-odd boar showed half their bodies. The lifted nose was no exaggeration. The money was well spent. Don't shoot, I told an itching Zhonglu. Mark the spot. I sketched the boars' locations onto a sheet of paper as we went. 5 sites in half an hour, 3 of them far enough apart that firing at one wouldn't spook the others. Then we pulled back. 20 minutes later, another party of men reached the very first boar site I'd found. A man with a scoped Mosin leading a drooling hound, telling his crew to bring the truck up, eyeing tracks in the dirt. 2 men and a dog came through. No matter, a hunter's no claim on ground just for getting there first. I'd reached the village just as Sue got back, and we'd just agreed to go up at dawn when a horn sounded down the road and a Liberation brand green truck rolled in. Your truck? Not mine, Sue said, the bad feeling rising. His plant driver wasn't due till morning. Then a shot cracked from the mountain, and I placed it from the direction, one of my marked bore sights. Sue's face went the same gray as mine. Someone else took the order. Get Taiju, get the men. Into the mountain, now, I told Zhonglu. Zhonglu had the crew at the village mouth inside half an hour. Gasping, Taiju turned up sore at having his afternoon with his wife shouted apart. I'd watched 10 boar come down off the mountain already. Whoever it was, they were good and fast. I spread the map. The shot said 2 of my marked sites were already found. They had a dog. We go to the site farthest from them first, I said, and pray the gunfire hasn't moved the boar nearby. We had to beat them to it, and if it came to it, I'd just take Dalong and find more. Their leader, I'd later learn, was Lin Yong, a crack shot from the next village whose brother-in-law was a deputy director, here for the same 12,000 caddy order at 6 Mao, a clean 7,200 for himself. When his lookout reported armed men with a dog moving fast on another line, he waved it off. Stray hunters, the plant order can't be poached, but set a watch at the foot of the hill, just in case. In under 30 minutes my crew had 13 boar dressed and on the sledges. Worth every fun of that lifted nose, Taiju marveled. I had men hauling carcasses down 2 at a time, awful strung in the trees. Dalong rewarded with a scrap, but never fed full. The work was clean, Dalong finding, the men ringing, not a piglet spared. Then Dalong's bark turned hard, neck low, teeth bared at a stand of grass, and a voice came out of it. A kid with the fuzz not off his face yet. Lin Yong, hound on a leash, contempt all over him at the sight of me. This child dares hunt up here? Tired of living? You took the plant order too? I'd come up fast with only Dalong. The other 2 dogs were home. But Dalong was already lunging, 4 legs off the ground, throwing the pressure of a pack king, and Lin Yong's own dog crumpled flat to the dirt, whining, refusing to lift its head. Get up. I'm not cowed. What are you afraid of? He snarled, hauling the leash. The dog only shook. Your dog's gone to ground. It'll be no use to you. Go on down. Don't waste your time. I tried easy. It wasn't that I feared the contest. With my methods and Dalong, no boar group would get past me, and a man who'd come up unplanned would only manage a few before the gunfire scattered the rest. What I feared was what 12,000 caddies of meat, a fortune in a decade where people couldn't fill their stomachs, might make a man do. Don't sweet-talk me. One good dog, and you think you've grown wings? Ask my gun if it agrees. He threw the leash down, swung the scoped rifle up, right eye to the glass, and put a thin, cold smile on it. One pull of this trigger, and your little life stays right here. What's it like to have a man sight a rifle on your forehead in the wild? I don't know what others feel. I was calm. I watched the black boar, and my mind ran fast, not on whether it was a bluff. The rule was simpler than that. Anyone who's ever pointed a gun at me, none of them walked away. Mosin. I read the type at a glance, and my earlier worry was right. Money makes men mad anywhere. It runs 7.62, manual bolt, 5 in the magazine, 1 more if chambered. Slow to cycle against my Type 56. 100-odd meters between us. By Special Forces reflex, the instant flame showed at his muzzle. I'd have a second to move. Boy, wet yourself yet? Then get gone, he said, taking my stillness for fright. 12,000 caddies, 7,000 plus yuan, 5 in his pocket. Kill a man for that much? Who'd ever know? Out here. Toss the body, and not even bones are left. And, sickeningly, a flicker of excitement in him. His first time hunting a person. You're not the first to point a gun at me, I said, knees soft, set. Think it through. He sneered, finger already on the trigger. He'd meant to spare me if I begged. A life's a heavy thing to carry, but he'd changed his mind. Treat the boy as game. He fired. Deafening. He watched the big talking kid drop hard to the side and not get up. Acting like an idiot, go act down below. His eyes went wide and his hand jumped for the bolt, too slow. I'd thrown myself sideways the instant the muzzle flashed, rolled, and put a round between his eyes on the turn. He stiffened and toppled. He was, somehow, still alive a moment, eyes bulging at a stranger's face, unable to believe a man could dodge after the shot. If he'd had it to do again, I don't think he'd have pulled the trigger or even spoken the threat. His hound lay shaking, whining like a plea. I put it down too. It had seen too much, and loose ends invite trouble. Then I rolled the bodies down a ravine and wiped the ground. Out here you don't bother burying. The smell brings the beasts, and by morning there's nothing but bone. The rifle I buried separately. I wasn't fool enough to carry it back. Make no mistake, a man had tried to kill me. Before I ever crossed over, I'd carried more lives than I could count. There was no mercy owed. 10 minutes later, Lin Yang's men came looking. Where's Yongji? We heard the shot. No tracks, no one. Then Taiju came up with our crew and recognized them. Pockmark, who from the next village, the poachers, whose group had no guns. Taiju eased a little. Was that shot yours? Who asked? Testing. What shot? I just got here, Taiju said, then went tight himself, scanning for me. Did Zhongyu run into a bear? When I appeared from a different direction downslope, I'd circled deliberately, so no one placed me up top. 80's policing was weak, but you take care, he sagged with relief. Lin Yong led them. A crack shot from the next village. Found the boar yet? A crack shot? Then we'd better hurry, I said, putting alarm on my face, and started up with Dalong. But I knew, no one would poach this order now. The 12,000 caddies were nailed down. By the roadside an hour on, who leaned against the green truck, glowering, his crew unable to find Lin Yong anywhere on a mountain that size with no dog to track. They watched Taiju drag a third sledge of 10-odd boar down the slope and could only seethe. No gun to follow us up, and their leader vanished. By the talk that spread after, everyone settled on the obvious. Lin Yong had run into a bear and met a bad end. In this trade, hunter and hunted trade places without warning, no one thought it strange. Bad luck, they said. 3 days, and it was done. 12,000 caddies of boar, only over, never short, boar bigger than 500 caddies apiece, and I'd taken more than 10 of those. I kept the piglets back to try myself. Boar's tougher than home pork, but a young one's good for twice cooked or smoked into bacon. Sue handed me a canteen down from the cab, mount eye inside, where the others couldn't see. The man had vision and a generous streak under the merchant's hide. Without his foresight, the order never lands. He'd watched me run a boar hunt once and said it himself. I marshaled it like a man who'd been to war. Every shot a kill. Then he laid out the plan. I'd ride with him to the plant to deliver and settle, the rest waiting in the village. Only I knew the per caddy price. Nobody else did. I had him bring Zhonglu along to unload. A chance for the boy to see the world. Almost no one in the village had ever been to the county. Zhonglu nearly jumped out of his skin with joy. Tieju's face fell. Everyone wants to see the world, but he didn't push it, and the others swallowed their hope into regret. At the plant, in He Shungli's office, leather sofas, tile floor, a luxury then, tile alone costing a third of a worker's wage per square meter. When I'm rich, I'll do my own floor in this. He was busy with a pretty woman on his knee, irritated at the knock until he heard the news, sent her out the side door, and let us in. He frowned. 3 days gone, and Sue hadn't finished, and had time to bring strangers around? I'm here to settle, Sue said, reading the displeasure and steering past it. This is Zhongyu, best hunter you'll ever meet. The boar's all his. He barely glanced. Sue's here on connections and still doesn't know his place, dragging people in. And then it landed. The boar's all his? 12,000 caddies done? In 3 days? His own man hadn't gathered 100 caddies of pork in the villages. You're not joking, he said, and rose, walking us out to the yard with an unconsciously lighter step. State outfits all this high and mighty? I murmured. Wait, Sue whispered back, he'll change. The tailgate dropped on a wall of dressed boar piled to the roof of the truck cab. He sucked in a breath, eyes wide. 12,000 caddies in 3 days. Did they bring a machine gun? He straightened his jacket, turned, and put out his hand. Hello, I'm He Shingli, director of the meatpacking plant. The plant's monthly quota was 12 tons, split among the 3 deputies. With the chair empty, whoever exceeded quota took it. And He Shungli, parachuted in with no allies and squeezed by the other 2, knew this was his lever. The warm welcome was all calculation, Young men with drive. I want this one mine. I returned the handshake, thrown by the speed of the reversal. He had the boar rushed into cold storage and us back to the office, pouring tea himself, a thing only these two young men in the whole plant rated. He wrote the invoice, stamped it, and held it out to me. Shall you, may I call you that? And Sue snatched it before I could touch it. Let me check the figures. His palms were sweating. He'd quoted me 5 and the invoice would give him away. He shouldn't clocked the little trick and let it pass. You're a countryman. Ever think of coming to the county? I could use an assistant. I declined. Being some plant's draft animal wasn't worth half what the mountain paid. He didn't mind. The offer was rapport, not real. A man who hunts like that doesn't stoop to a packing plant. Then he made the Real ask. Take some of the plant's orders off my hands. 50,000 caddies a month, and I'll make sure the price suits you. Do it, and we both win. 50,000 caddies. At 5, 27,500 a month. I didn't leap at it. No sense looking hungry. An unmet need is leverage on price. The plant's pork supply was tight, home pigs scarce, the villages dry. Swap and boar, and he solved his cost and his quota at once. And the boar tearing up the county's crops besides. 1 stone, 2 birds, and the director's chair his. 50,000's a lot. I'm not sure I can carry it, I said. He pressed a name card with his home phone into my hand. Don't rush. Think it over, call me anytime. Sue, terrified he'd slip and name the real price, tucked the invoice away, figures check out, and got us moving. A man who puts money first loses things along the way. Kinship, love, or a brother's faith. In the accounting hallway, I waited while Sue drew the cash, turning the offer over. He came out with a fat envelope, grinning ear to ear. 12,000 caddies at 7 was 9,000, minus my 5 profit, 85.50, of which he'd keep 3,006, near half. When he had passed me the invoice, I'd glimpsed 3 zeros, more than 5 could ever make. Greed's no crime. It comes down to whether a man knows his place. In the cab, with Zhonglu marveling at the cement county buildings. One day you won't just look, you'll live like this. I tipped my head at Sue, half a smile. One chance. Waste it, and there'd be no next deal. He read the wrongness in my tone, weighed whether to come clean, and, knowing he had marked me as the plant's favorite, knowing what the friendship was worth, opened the envelope. Brother, it's 9,000. I shorted you before. I'm sorry. I took it and counted 1,800 back into his hand. You're 2/10, as agreed. That doesn't change. More than the money, I valued a man's character, and Sue's read well. The cheap house build, the kickbacks, all of it weighed on the side of worth. He'd been greedy and gotten caught. He could see past it now. I'll take just 1/10, he started, thinking it a test. You don't want the later orders? I tossed the money back. If I took the 50,000 caddy deal, his uncle's truck and his uncle's ear made him indispensable. Better that than buying a Liberation truck outright at tens of thousands no ordinary man could even get. He laughed, relieved. I knew you weren't a small man. Come on, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the county. The Samping was the county's finest. Cadres, merchants, the moneyed, ordinary folk didn't dare the door. Zhonglu jumped down starstruck, having been driven a loop through town first, a cash register that chimed, a talking glass box with real people moving in it. Tile floors, 8 immortals tables, 2 tables already seated. Men in leather jackets and jeans, sunglasses indoors, document cases under their arms. The 80s uniform of money, lifted straight off the Shanghai Bund films. Sue took a corner table and bellowed for a menu, ignoring the dirty looks, and reeled off the heavy dishes. Mao Shui Wong, spicy chicken, red braised pork. The other tables eyed us. A meal like that ran a dozen+ yuan. Could those 3 even pay? Careful, boss, a sunglasses man at the door table called, mocking. Plenty of young punks dine and dash lately. Sue ignored him and laid a big note on the table. Just bring it, the money's good. But the boss, sizing up 3 young men, one in patched clothes, hesitated. What if they're here to skip the bill? The sunglasses man rose, took the note off our table. Is it stolen or counterfeit? Walked it to the door, held it to the light, and announced, it's fake. His friend bawled toward the kitchen for the boss. The other table set down their bowls to watch the show. They knew the sunglasses man. Years back, a county crew had run counterfeit notes until the printing got them caught, and they switched trades. The boss came out, held the note to the light himself, went dark in the face, and rounded on us. Fake money. In a place like this? Mine's real. So want to take it back. Stand still. Come closer, and I call the police. The boss put out a warning hand, not about to let it go. His was the best restaurant in the county, and somebody fuzz-faced had come to cheat him. What did I say? The sunglasses man crowed, waving his friend to block the door. People like them, eating at the samping. Off to the station with you. Su Qingshu was beside himself, jabbing a finger at the sunglasses man. Did you switch the money on purpose? I could see exactly what had happened. The note had been palmed and swapped. The note we'd come with wasn't fake, no question. You can eat what you like, you can't say what you like, the sunglasses man drawled, loving every second. Prove it was me. Come sit down. We'll wait for the police, I said, and called Su back. He dropped into his chair, sore. The man's hand was fast, a practiced thief. Worried now? I asked it mildly. Weren't you the one calling for the police? That set him off. He stepped in and grabbed for my collar, and I had two of his fingers bent back toward his own wrist before he finished the motion, the joint giving with a small crack. He gaped at me, the speed of it passed anything he'd tracked. His friend rushed in, another swinging a wooden stool at my head. I turned and kicked stool and man both out the door, then walked the first one out by his fingers and put a foot on the second's face. Clean your mouth. If your mother didn't teach you, I will. Brother's got hands, Su said, stunned. He'd meant to help and the whole thing was over before he moved. You haven't seen him really go, Zhonglu smirked. He takes wild dogs barehanded. Two uniformed police came running. Su lit up. Wu Lei, a friend of his from the station. Wu Lei heard the story, looked at the sunglasses man on the ground, and sighed. Zhang Jun, if you wanted to sell, you could have just come to me. I searched the man before they cuffed him, pulled a stack of counterfeit from his shirt, and found Su's real 100 tucked inside his trouser lining. Take him in, Wu Lei said. Then he put out a hand to shake mine, and squeezed, testing. I squeezed back until his mouth twitched, and he pulled the hand away with an awkward grin. Got some strength, he allowed. The restaurant boss, meanwhile, was hitting himself. Wu Lei's father ran the county station, and of all people to cross. He comped the whole meal as an apology, hoping we'd let it lie. Back in Qinshan, Wang Taizhu had waited at the village mouth the whole time, the crew beside him chattering about whether they'd clear 30 yuan this trip. 50, 100. Whatever Xiao Yu gives, you take it, Taizhu cut in. Without him, you'd still be eating chaff at home. Then the horn sounded, and he was on his feet first. At the station, a crowd hung over the counter, eyes near falling out at money they'd never see in a lifetime. I counted it onto the table. 9,000. Su's 2/10 leaves 7,200. Take out my 5 fin profit, 450, and we've got 6,750. Same rules as always. 1 share to the gun, 1 to the dog. I started this and took 2, so 4/10 to me. Taizhu brought no dog this time. Leaned on my Dalong, so 2/10 to him. The rest split among the others. It's too much. The boar were basically all yours, Taizhu said, not daring to touch the 1,350. He had the sense to know it. He'd expected 100 at most. The others held off too, smiling, knowing without me they'd never glimpse the small change of it. Rules are rules. What's agreed doesn't change. I kept my 2,700 and pushed the rest to Taizhu to divide. Near 7,000 on me now, a step from 10,000 household money. A month ago, I'd barely been eating. Funny what 2 girls in the house will do for a man's drive. When the others had gone, Su lingered, eyes flicking to me. The plant order still unspoken, wanting in, unsure how to ask. The truck's your uncle's? I'd stayed to talk it through. On the road back, I decided, take the order. Free money is free money. And he surely had promised to slot someone into the plant if I had anyone. My mother earned nothing in the village and got beaten for the privilege. I meant to get her a job there and out of that house. Yeah, it goes back today, they need it. He'd borrowed it from his uncle when Lin Yang's ambush left no time to fetch the plant truck. If you want it, you go ask my uncle. That part's out of my hands. I've got an idea, Su said, and laid it out. We'd recruit hunters from the next villages, build a crew, and I'd run it from above, set the targets and directions while they did the climbing. I was thinking the same, I said. But there's a problem. The split, We said together and laughed, because that was always the knot. Same village men who'd hunted with me were no trouble. Outside men would brawl over a single fun. Leave the people to me, he said, slapping his chest. I'll go see the secretary about the truck and call you back. It was settled. The whole village had one landline at the secretary's, and at a few yuan a minute, I was likely its first user. At home, the girls had been counting the days. Xiaoqing was sulking at the table. I miss him. Already turning over another scheme. When I came in, she flew at me. Brother-in-law, I missed you. I pulled her wandering hand out of my coat. Just 3 days, and you're clinging. She'd grown up a little. She'd also grown bolder. I'd brought gifts. From a paper box, I lifted 2 rose-red scarves, fine wool, 100 yuan for the pair. Zhong Lu had teased me for spending it. Xiaoqing turned hers over at a label she couldn't read. Ordos, I told her. A brand. I taught Warner how to tie hers. 2 wraps, and it bloomed like a rose at her collar. And her pale face went pink along with it, because tying it I'd brushed her by accident. This must have been dear, she said, worried at the cost, so I didn't name it. They wouldn't take a scarf off all evening. That night, Xiaoqing pressed her plan on her sister. If he won't come to us, we go to him. And what she proposed turned Warner scarlet. To slip into my bed with nothing on. I can't do that, Warner said, shaking her head. A kiss was already her limit. Then I'll go? Don't you dare be jealous. Warner, silent a moment, said she wouldn't, and turned her face to the wall. Late, in the dead quiet, I heard a table scrape in the front room. I took it for one of them up for water and thought nothing of it, until my door eased open and a figure crept in, wrapped head to foot in a quilt, limping from a bark against the table on the way. By the height and the scent, I knew her before she reached the bed. Xiaoqing. She slid in beside me and held on. And the only mercy was that winter meant I slept in padded clothes. Brother-in-law, are you awake? She whispered, soft as a spell. I didn't move, didn't answer. A man can't stir at a moment like that. Once you move, you know what it means, and no one resists a girl who's come to your bed of her own will. But I'm not a man who loses his head over a pretty face. Feeling has to ripen before you pick it. Hold, hold. The reason and the wanting hauled at each other, and I lay rigid and lost no ground until her breathing went slow and even and she slept. Then I let out the breath I'd been holding and didn't dare turn over the rest of the night. Easier not to wake her and find out what came next. Dawn. A whole night of holding the line. The kind of torture they put in the old story lists. I eased her arm off my neck, tucked the quilt over her sleeping face, and went out, and sucked in a breath at the front room, where Warner lay slumped over the table under a thin coat. She'd listened at the wall all night. When she stirred and saw me, she shot up, flustered, swearing she hadn't listened, hadn't known her sister had come to my room. I pointed outside, morning exercise, and got an arm around my waist and a heart pounding against my back for my trouble. Again, this doesn't end. I turned, hands on her shoulders, shaking with a night's worth of held back everything. And she rose on her toes and kissed me. Her first, given to the one she'd chosen, eyes shut and waiting. It snapped the last of my restraint. I held her and kissed her back, and when we broke apart, we'd crossed a line, and the feeling between us had moved a step on. I'll go cook, she said, scarlet, and fled to the kitchen in a clatter of pots. Brother-in-law. Xiaoqing's head poked out of the bedroom, having watched the whole thing, a sly grin on her. Is sister's mouth sweet? Want to try mine? I rubbed my nose and fled to the yard. For the record, Warner's mouth was sweet, like a ripe cherry melting on the tongue. 3 days running, Sue went door to door in the nearby villages, chasing the manpower. 50,000 caddies was no small thing, and landing it meant he could quit the fur trade and just be my driver, county and village, money rolling in. The holdout was Lin Chunghua of Linjia village, the local hunting ace, 2 guns on his wall, his younger brother Lin Qingbing nearly as good. They didn't believe 500 a month and would barely let Sue in the door until the name Zhongyu came up. The kid who'd taken a bear and wild dogs with a Type 56 never came down empty. Lin Qinghua's face changed. He'd heard the talk Taiju had been spreading on Sue's behalf, precisely to seed this recruiting. If he's short of men, maybe worth a look, he allowed, and sent his brother along. So Lin Qingbing came to my yard and froze at the cement walls, the glass windows, the courtyard bigger than his whole house, the 2 jujube trees at the gate. grander than the secretary's place. Then Warner came out to say I'd gone to Zhonglu's, and Lin Qingbing's eyes went wide at the sight of her. You, what are you doing here? Forget the introduction, Sue, Lin Qingbing said, pleased with himself. I'll talk to Zhongyu myself. He hadn't expected to find his own niece here. You know each other? Sue asked, baffled, their faces red like enemies, not family. He's my uncle, Warner said, anger under the reluctance. When she and her sister had nowhere to go, his was the first door they'd tried, and he'd swept them straight back out. Only because their dying father had left them one more name, the old uncle, had they not starved. Lin Qingbing strolled in like he owned the place, gaping at the sacks of flour, the stacked rice, the smoked meat hanging fragrant from the rafters, and helped himself to a bun off the table. Xiaoqing came out, recognized him, and went from puzzled to furious in a breath. What are you doing here? Put that down. I'm your uncle. What's wrong with eating a bun, you ill-mannered? Uncle, my foot. You threw me and my sister out, and now you've got the face to follow us here? You don't deserve to be my uncle. Get out. This is my home. You've no right inside. Warner got between them, afraid he'd lash out, but no warmer. If you came for Zhongyu, wait outside. If you came for us, you're not welcome. He smirked, dropped the half-eaten bun, and played his card. Then I'll go. And when I run into Zhongyu, I'll tell him exactly why your father ended up here. Warner's face went iron. He can't tell. He mustn't. And her stopping him was all the leverage he needed. He sauntered into the kitchen and ate his fill, 2 ribs in his hands. Yo, shined and grinning, certain that being their uncle gave him a claim on whatever I wanted to do for them. Sue offered to fetch me. Warner refused, working out how she'd explain. It seemed Lin Qingbing didn't know they lived here. Sue had just brought him by chance. Sue left word that the crew was assembled and to find him at the station before the hunt. An hour on, I came home with a fish basket Taiju had given me, crucian and crab to change up the menu, since we'd all tired of buns and meat. And there was a greasy-faced stranger at my table. I called toward the bedroom. Girls? Xiaoqing burst out, tears at her lashes, and threw herself into me sobbing. What's this? Who is he? He's a bastard, she said from behind me. Warner came out wearing a forced smile, shooting the man a pleading look. Your uncle? I didn't believe it. A month ago, these two had nowhere to go. A real uncle who could afford to feed them wouldn't have let it come to that. The calluses on his hands were gun-worn. Feeding kin off a hunt isn't hard. Zhongyu, I'm Lin Qingbing. You've done well by them. As their uncle, I'll commend you. Foot up on a stool like the village layabout, already deciding this was his home now, planning to fetch his brother by nightfall. The good life ahead. Go back inside. I told the girls, the picture clear enough. 2 penniless girls turned away by kin, now magically claimed by an uncle the moment they were thriving. Classic freeloader. You two settle whatever this is. I've got 2 questions, I said, planting myself in front of their door in case he bolted in. 1. You're their uncle, but a month ago they had nothing to eat. 2. They told me they had no relatives, so where'd you come from? His face soured. He stood and started cursing. Who are you to question me? Am I some convict? Guilty conscience, I said. You don't have to answer. It was plain now. He hadn't wanted them. Plenty of starving households in this decade, but he had blood ties and a hunter's calluses, the means to feed his own. You little punk, putting on airs because you got lucky with a few wild dogs. He rolled his sleeve and came at me. I didn't hold back. A straight kick to the gut, 7/10 of my strength. 5 of it for the girls, 2 for what Xiaoqing had said before she went inside. He went up off the ground, slid, and came down on his knees, then heaved up everything he'd just eaten. I'd forgotten, should have taken it outside. I pinned his neck to the floor till the mess was wiped, then threw the 100-some catty man onto the cement of the yard. Remember this. From now on, this courtyard is off limits to you. I shut the door, deciding it was time the 3 dogs lived in the yard rather than the woodshed. That was how a stranger had gotten into the house at all. He picked himself up, shaking, hate in his eyes, swearing I'd pay. At dinner I ate and watched the girls, waiting for them to tell me. Xiaoqing set down her chopsticks and Warner caught her wrist. Is the food good? Warner asked, grasping for anything. The family thing can't come up. It's good, I said, and let it lie. Everyone has secrets. I had mine. If you won't say it, I will, Xiaoqing burst out. Xiaoqing, Warner snapped, not afraid to say it. afraid of what it might do to me. That word had sent their father down to the countryside, into a depression that ended him. Their mother left after. Our family is old rightist. Xiaoqing. Too late. Warner stared at me, braced for the storm, because old rightist was a word that turned faces in this era, a thing nobody wanted to be seen beside. Both their other uncles had refused them over it. Their father had been labeled and sent down. You won't throw us out, will you? Xiaoqing whispered, frightened and hoping at once. That's it, I said. To them it was a thing to fear. Plenty had been jailed wrongly over it. But I knew the history. The labels would be reversed in time, and even if they weren't, it changed nothing about how I dote on these two. That's all I had to say, Xiaoqing said, wiping her eyes, peeking up with a flicker of glee. He really is the best man there is. You're not angry? Warner ventured, sure this was the calm before the storm. I understand now, I said. That's why Lin Qingbing wouldn't take you in. And I wondered whether the old uncle had known. And if he had, my respect for him went up. Xiaoqing threw herself at me and kissed me square on the mouth, several times, bold as anything. I'm coming tonight. Don't you dare play asleep, he. Lin Qingbing went home black-faced, showing his brother the bruise on his belly, raging. Enough, Lin Qinghua cut him off. Yes, someone hitting Qin demanded an answer, but the whole thing was their own fault from the start. He'd never been firm about turning the girls away, and it sat on him. How are they doing? Doing great. We'd starve before they would. Lin Qinghua warned him to let it go. Lin Qingbing said yes, and went out the door already plotting. Next morning at the village mouth, Lin Qingbing came with a rake and a dozen men to settle with me, and Su stood alone in their path. Bring a mob into our village, and you know what comes of it. Su didn't budge. He'd sent for help. I'm doing the secretary's work, Lin Qingbing sneered, having rehearsed his cover. He'd use the girl's family secret as the pretext and beat me under it. Who'd dare stop a man who'd just said old rightist? Then Wang Taizhu came pouring down the slope with a crowd, every man carrying something, a few with kitchen cleavers. Who dares lay a hand here? Bullying clear into our village. Taizhu had been Lin Xiaoborn before he married in. He knew Lin Qingbing. Settle it with words, he tried. Call Zhongyu out and ask him yourself. Lin Qingbing snapped, and his men started spinning it. Zhongyu kicked our brother for no reason, just for a couple of words spoken like an elder. The Qianshan men's tempers flared the other way. Touch Zhongyu, and we'll have it you. The village's money tree, no questions asked. So Lin Qingbing played his trump. Fine, I'll say it plain. Zhongyu's living with old rightists. Going to shield rightists, are you? And every face but Su's changed at the word. Su raised a hammer and said the first man to step forward would get it. He didn't care what the truth was or what old rightist meant. He only knew I was his brother. Word had already reached me. I said nothing and ran for the secretary's house. A two-village quarrel tangled up with that word needed the old secretary himself. At the mouth the standoff held. Lin Qingbing astonished the word hadn't scared Su off. Anyone takes a step, I'll put this hammer through his skull, Su said. Then a voice came from down the road. Taizhu turned. Me. And behind me an old man on a cane. The old secretary. Every weapon in the lane dropped on instinct. The crowd parted for him without being asked. Everyone knew the old secretary's word held not just here, but in every village around. Because he'd fought a war, crossed the snow mountains on the long march, a red soldier to the bone. Nobody dared not respect that. Lin boy, who do you think you're frightening with that thing? He walked into the men. Your brother, and you did what you did before. I won't bring it up. Zhong here takes your nieces in. And instead of thanks you bring a mob? That's got no leg to stand on. Set it anywhere you like. Understand. His clouded eyes carried a calm that made the whole business look like fleas to him. An old rightist he didn't weigh at all. Lin Qingbing dropped the rake fast, all his swagger gone, and forced a smile. You and your brother. Apologize to the boy and it's done. The secretary said, waving me over. I trotted up and stood looking up at Lin Qingbing. 80s village men aren't soft, and he had pride. Only because old rightist was in it had I gone for the secretary instead of my fists. Sorry, he ground out, grudging. Not sincere. Still got anger in you? Think I'm taking sides? The secretary said cold, catching the fury in his eyes. No, I really was wrong. Lin Qingbing said fast, head shaking, unable to meet that gaze. A gaze, you knew. forged climbing out of more piles of dead men than you'd want to count. Then be quick, my back hurts. Lin Chungbing slapped his own face twice, swallowed his fear, and bowed to me, sincere this time. Zhongyu, I was in the wrong. I swear I'll never make trouble again. The business with the girls is my shame. I'm sorry. The secretary sent Lin Qingbing's men off. You saw nothing, heard nothing today, and the Qinshan men too. Zhong boy, Shu boy, come with me. He'd hardly settled at home before he set it out, slow, packing his pipe. I heard about the meat plant from Shu here. Good that you'll take it on. I approve. Take the truck, no charge. He lit up and his whole face eased. Old secretary, let me pay something for the truck or I won't be easy using it. He'd agreed before I'd asked, and I'll admit I felt like a green recruit in front of him, like standing for a commander's inspection in my army days. Won't force you. He sighed, self-reproach on his face. Times are bad. The village can't fill its stomachs, and a secretary with no answer for it has no face. The harvests had failed years running, and the production quotas still came down from above. It's fine. No need to force me. I'll do it gladly, I said, my mouth twitching, because I knew exactly what was happening now. That tone, those words. It was my old special unit captain to the letter, who'd kept me 3 more years not by ordering me to stay, but by playing every emotional card he had. Zhongyu, I always saw you as a son, and now you're leaving. It doesn't sit right, and I'd re-upped. 3 years later, same speech, same result nearly. Old ginger is spicier. The older the ginger, the hotter. He'd been waiting in that chair for me all along, one loop hooked into the next. That's good. I'm old. I want to help and can't. Takes a young man's drive, he said, that flicker in the clouded eyes drifting my way. I held out a few seconds and folded. I take soft handling, not hard. Just say it. What do you need me to do? And he'd hooked it. I'd planned to recruit aces and run a tight, easy crew. He wanted me to lift the whole village out of poverty. A day earlier I'd have refused. But with his help first and the free truck second, the debt was on me. He added, fair. I won't force it. Chi Gui's no good. I hate men who beat women too. But this time, best to use the village's own people. All right, we'll do it your way. Then I tried to claw a little back. He was a soldier. He'd have guns. I've only got 1 rifle. Taking village men up the mountain with 1 gun is dangerous. He smirked, the boys haggling with me, and gave in, since it was for the village anyway. Come look. He rose on his cane, went inside, and unlocked a steel door, and my eyes went wide. 7 Type 50 SXS on the wall, 6 Mosinagants on a rack, hunting guns shoved in a corner, and a wooden crate beside them I didn't need to be told the meaning of. Only a man like him could be sitting on an armory like this. Peacetime now, cleaning them passes the time. Old comrades, all of them. He took a Type 56, his eyes going sharp, and chambered around in 2 clean motions. Bone deep, the kind of thing the years don't take, because it was learned in blood. You take 5 guns, maximum, back here every night. None of them sleeps outside, he said, putting it away. Good enough. I'd train the village starting tomorrow and save myself the legwork. Zhonglu first, naturally. He handed me the key, having already taken my measure. No one lies under these eyes. Outside, I glanced back at the closed door and said flatly, you set this up. No question Sue had a hand in it. How else would the secretary know about the plant or push the village angle? Huh, nothing gets past you, Sue admitted, scratching his head. He'd wanted to learn the trade off me so he could run his own crew one day. Bear, sick a deer, real money, pure profit if he could take it himself. And when his uncle refused him a gun, he'd push me forward to get one. Fine, learn if you want, I said, seeing the whole little calculation. Teach Zhonglu and Sue and I could be a hands-off boss. Maybe never climb the mountain at all. Send the 2 of them up with Dalong. Brother. Thanks, he said, meaning it. Teach the apprentice, starve the master. And in hunting, every able man is 1 less share. He laid out his split on the way home. Next day, a dozen-odd villagers stood in a parched field. Taiju, Zhonglu, Sue, a few new faces around 30. I stood in front like a drill instructor at a training ground I'd picked. Open, flat, good enough. I hadn't done this in years. Back in the unit, breaking in recruits was the worst of it. Just as I started on the Type 50 SIXS fundamentals, a shout, Lin Chengbing and Lin Chenghua. with a few men. Su was up first, scowling. Don't mistake us, Lin Chunghwa said, all apology, kicking his brother. He's brain damaged. I'm here to make it right. Zhongyu. Sorry. Lin Chungbing bent 90 degrees, loud and clear. Apology number 2. He'd been beaten at home and still wore the marks. It's done. If there's nothing else, go, I said, turning back to work. 2 grovels running was enough for me. An 80s man doing that takes some swallowing. Lin Chunghwa kicked his brother again and ground out his real errand. Could I join too? Su fired back without thinking. You're skilled, and you're not even our village. But we are the girls' uncles. And yes, before, we did wrong by them, Lin Chunghwa said, ashamed, betting on the blood tie. I let him in after a moment. Not pity, not kindness. Su had told me the brothers were first-rate hunters and ex-militia, and I was going to run a 3x3 squad system. Training 2 more total greenhorns would have cost me brain cells I couldn't spare. An hour later, my lips were dry and my chest heaving. I'd underrated how hard breaking in newcomers is. Except Su and Zhong Lu, none of my own villagers caught a word of it. Lynching was men, though, were quick, a rifle in hand, and they had it. He put a round through a bottle 200 meters out, chin up at the applause. This thing's 100 times the firewood stick at home, he grinned. Zhongyu, show us yours. Want a wager? He added, eyes going serious. Hunter to hunter, man to man. If you win, I'll go east when you say east, never west. And never mind that I'm older, you're this. Thumb up. Done. Man's joy is a simple thing. Sometimes all it takes is a single you're the better man. Put the bottles at 500 meters. Whoever hits first in the shortest time wins. He had 2 set out, raised, and sighted 30 seconds before firing. A clean hit at 500. The crowd was rocked. Even Su had to give it to him inwardly. Your turn. I took the rifle and turned my back. I'd already read the humidity and the wind. If we were competing, I'd go all out. A lion uses its full strength on a hare. The crowd muttered, he's not actually going to shoot blind. And Lin Chunghwa half hoped, half dismissed it. 500 meters, you can't even see the bottle. I drew a breath and held it, spun, and the field seemed to stretch long and the bottle came right to my eye, the way it used to on the range. First shot. The bottle flew up unbroken, hurled into the air. He missed. They breathed. Second shot. The round took it again on its spinning fall. Up it went a second time. Lynching was grin dying as he realized I wasn't missing, I was showing off. Third shot. And it burst and rained down like scattered flowers. In the unit, hitting a target at 500 barely registered as skill. But guided impact shooting plus breath-hold marksmanship was enough to keep these men up at night. 3 shots in 3 seconds. Breath hold has a catch. Keep it under 5 to 8 seconds, or the oxygen debt wrecks your aim. The field went dead silent. Lin Chunghwa unkinked his neck, stunned, and put up a thumb. Hell of a thing. 30 years back, this would have been another Zhang Taofeng. I ran the fundamentals again on the back of it. 3-point line, the type 56 effective to 400, past which you reckon wind and humidity, and drilled them till dusk. Then I cleaned the rifles back into the secretary's armory and called He Xingli. 10 minutes of back and forth, and we had the price. Old fox. He held the line hard. No give. He wouldn't gamble on me hitting 50,000, 20,000 caddies at 6 mao, 35,000 at 7. Only the full 50,000 at 7.5, plus a separate 5,000 yuan to me as a kickback. The old secretary, dozing on his chair with his pipe, had been ready to lean on the call if it went south. He and he were close, but listening. He decided I had the head for it. Squared away, he asked. Yeah, I'll train them a few more days, then go up. I set the call money on the stool, then turned. Old secretary, can a man fence off ground on the mountain? He smiled, knowing where I was headed. 50,000 caddies a month would need it. But too many villages bordered that range to make it stick. Go ahead. I'll pay a relative a visit tomorrow. Good chance to see the old brothers. With his word behind it, no one would dare object. His standing settled that. Next day, halfway up the slope with Dalong leading and a sheet of paper for the map, I scouted. The Kangmang Range holds dozens of villages. The mountain I climbed bordered 3. Flat ground and thick brush make ideal boar country, but the bogs hide in it too. And on the way up, I read the terrain and Dalongs lead to skirt several, marking each. Dalong barked, game ahead. I got downwind and saw three 500 catty boar feeding, the great testicles swinging that earned the animal its crude village name. I marked the spot. By mid-morning, Dalong had found me a dozen odd boar sights. The lifted nose was worth every fun. Then a long, low cry drifted from far off, and the boar bolted from it. Not a wild dog. Closer to a deer's call, though I couldn't be sure. If it's a deer, it could be a sika, a first-class protected animal. Though in the early 80s the rules weren't tight, the ban on killing sika wouldn't be spelled out till the decade's end. And even if not sika, any deer was rare and valuable. Antler velvet, sinew, the whole animal medicinal, the blood prized, royal tonic in the Qing. I took Dalong toward the sound. In the brush a dark shape came and went, and on a slope nearby a figure lay watching. A reddish-brown stag stepped out, two great antlers on its head, eyes clear and guileless. A lone red deer. The watcher stood, a girl of about 18, fair, oval-faced. Wu Xiaomei, come up to find deer and stray dropped antlers. Raw antler, not as precious as velvet, still fetched 30 yuan a set, some medicinal use. The stag caught a sound and turned. Then Dalong shot from the brush and snapped at its throat. The stag reared, spun to flee, and I had the muzzle up, tracking it, drawing a breath, on the verge of the trigger, when a black shape came at me from the right. I turned, snatched it from the air, an army satchel, and there was the girl, glaring. "What are you doing?" I scowled, throwing the satchel down. The interference had let the stag run, a clean chance gone. "You tell me what you're doing," she shot back, snatching the satchel up. She only gathered fallen antlers, she said, and here was this shameless man hunting with a gun. "Sick," I said flatly. I'd tracked that stag half an hour hoping for a herd. No use arguing. I whistled and Dalong came. The stag wouldn't be far. "Where are you going?" "Not past me." She threw her arms wide across my path. "As a doctor," she said, "she wouldn't allow it. And deer were so gentle. What kind of heart kills one?" Clearly I was no good. "Move." Where had this woman come from? Alone in the mountains, unarmed, making trouble with a strange man. "I won't, unless you give me the gun." I stepped to go around. She blocked me again. Annoyed, I raised the rifle but toward her head. She screamed and dropped, covering up, then froze it in the air. "That's a warning. There won't be a second." I took Dalong and ran after the stag. I don't hit women, but a self-righteous saint is another matter. She bit her lip, stamped, and decided to follow. 15 minutes on, Dalong put me on the stag again. I raised the rifle, and a whine came from under me. Dalong flat to the ground, trembling. Something's wrong. A tracking dog this good, frightened, a bear? I dropped behind a tree, scanning the cluttered ground. The stag fed on, unaware. Then a yellow shape dropped from a tree like a loosed arrow and took it by the throat in one bite. A tiger, a wild ridge tiger. First I'd seen up close, and the reason Dalong shook. The cat had been crouched in the branches the whole time. Walk under it unaware, and you're finished. It lifted its blood-masked face, eyes like night pearls, and sensed both the kill it had and the threat closing in. A tiger's hide was worth thousands, the bones for medicinal wine, and the stag besides. A windfall scout. I eased the bolt and sighted its brow. The shot went into the sky. Because the instant I fired, she threw herself at me again. "Are you insane?" I shoved the madwoman off and came up scanning. The tiger spooked off at the shot, the stag gone with it. I let out the breath. That close, if it had charged. "You're the insane one. What gives you the right to kill deer?" She picked herself up to keep at me. And a rifle, but came around. I knocked her flat, sick of it. Once I'd let pass. Twice was twice. The saint act earns a blow. I left her on the ground and took Dalong down the mountain. She'd stopped 2 hunts and nearly gotten me killed. Not killing her was generosity. Whether she'd come to harm up there alone, not my concern. She lay where she'd fallen, watched my back blur, and passed out within seconds. By evening I came down the slope. A full day, dozens of boar sites mapped. A few more days of drilling them in, and we could hunt in earnest. The fencing would wait for numbers. Brother. Zhong Lu, looking around for someone. His matchmaking prospect had gone up the mountain gathering herbs, and he didn't know when she'd come down. Return the gun? He had Lin Chunghua cover the marksmanship while I scouted. Help saves the legs. Returned it. Did well today, think I've got the knack. Then he explained, "My dad set me up with a girl. a sent-down youth from the village clinic. Oh, what's her name? We'll go look her up. Zhong Lu was 18, flush from the hunts. Time he had a wife. Wu Xiaomei. The clinic says she's up gathering herbs right now. He liked her, sent down, a city girl. He'd marry a city woman and one day move the whole family to town. Sure, that's... I started, then went stiff. Wu Xiaomei? Up gathering herbs? The world couldn't be that cruel. Is she oval-faced and seems a little sick in the head? I tried. Can't tell she's sick, Zhong Lu said, baffled. But she's pretty, real fair skin. My stomach dropped. The description fit. I'd knocked his bride-to-be out cold on the mountain. I grabbed Dalong, grabbed Zhong Lu, and started back up, praying the madwoman had luck on her side, or my cousin was out a wife. I'll tell you how the clinic scene played out, since I had it from Zhong Lu after. He carried the unconscious Wu Xiaomei in and laid her on a cot, relieved. At least she's all right, or my bride would have been beast food. He'd heard the whole story by then and didn't blame me. Whose fault was it that the girl had the nerve to grab a gun out of a tiger's reach? No wonder my cousin said she's sick in the head. You watch her, I said from the doorway, hands in my pockets. A chance to get acquainted. Hero saves the maiden, near enough. Wu Xiaomei woke holding her head, and the first thing she saw was Zhong Lu's broad face. The matchmaking prospect Annie Wong had set her up with. A SOSO first impression, not her type, though she hadn't found a polite way to say so. You fainted up the mountain. I saw you and carried you down, he said, eyeing the welt on her forehead and wincing. Brother's got a heavy hand, hitting a face that pretty. She sat up, saw me in the doorway, and went straight to fury. It's you? He's the one who hit me. Zhong Lu squirmed. By rights he should have taken her side, but the thing wasn't my fault. Zhong Lu, he knocked me out on the mountain and you just stood there? Her opinion of him hit the floor. Call that a man. His own match girl gets hit, and he won't lift a hand. If you won't beat him, at least curse him into apologizing. I watched the pleading look come my way and let it go cold instead. A woman this unreasonable would only be a disaster in Zhong Lu's house. Better to break it off now. Apologize? Ask my cousin if he agrees. If he wants to curse me, I'll take it. He'd have done it already if he had it in him. Zhong Lu stood silent half a minute, then mustered. Xiaomei, I'll square it with Annie Wong. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. She gaped, couldn't believe her ears. Not even asked to throw a punch, just 2 angry words to vent her, and he wouldn't. He's no man at all. Fine, the 2 of you gang up on me. You'll see. She shoved past me out the door in tears. What was that? Zhong Lu said to her back, then forced a grin at me. Brother, you owe me a wife. Done. I'll find you one. I put an arm around his shoulder. His eye was true. He'd read her temper, and a woman like that brought home only makes the house a mess. 3 days on, the gunfire still cracked over the field, and I shook my head at the trainees. A week in, the poor shot stayed poor, no progress. It was Lin Chingwa's handful who kept getting sharper, near fed into crack shots by the ammunition. Forget the rifles today. Come learn how to hunt up the mountain. A sixth of the time I'd promised he Shengli was already gone. I drew arrows in the dirt. 3 by 3. Someone read, baffled, knew the words, not a thing else. Lin Chengwa half knew it from his militia days, a fighting method, supposed to let the weak beat the strong, the way the country had once won outnumbered. I laid out a modified version with yesterday's map terrain folded in. Half an hour later, Lin Chengwa was still scratching his head, too much fuss for hunting. But Sue, who'd listened close, summed it clean. Don't bunch up, divide the work, adapt as you go. Lin Chengwa snorted and the others laughed, but I clapped Sue on the shoulder. Sharp. Good head on you. Half a month went by, under my coaching Lin Chengwa, and Sue had the 3 by 3 down cold. Today we test it. Lin takes a squad, Sue takes a squad, the rest with me. First time up with all 3 dogs. Halfway up, Dalong worked the ground, Lin Chengwa and Sue 30 meters off either side, with Type 50 SXS, spacing that lets you warn early and cover from different angles. Dalong barked first, and then a howl, and dozens of dark shapes broke from the brush behind an 80 caddy leader. Doles. Lin Chengwa's face went white, 30-odd of them. Wild dogs, the tactician's beast, small, quick, savagely adaptable, famous for luring hunting dogs into traps before swarming a kill. Don't panic. Do it the way Zhong Yu taught. Sue steadied and sighted. With guns, What was there to fear? The leader howled and sent a dozen sweeping wide to flank. Clever, harder than I'd given them credit for. Lin Chunghwa dropped a charger first shot. Su needed 3 on his to put 1 down at close range, his aim still rough. I put 3 between 3 pairs of eyes beside the leader. And then it called, and the whole pack melted into the grass. Every man firing blind at the rustling. That's the trick I beat. The whole point of 3x3 on open ground is the field of view. No cover here, so the man on one flank sees clean across to the other. No blind spots. When a rush came at Su from behind, and 2 more from the side and his face went to panic, Lin Chunghwa and I fired together. First time we'd worked in tandem, and it was seamless. The 4 doles on him were still in the air when we dropped them all. Then the leader broke from the grass straight at me, sized me as the worst threat. 50 kilometers an hour, faster in a charge. Moving target work was always mine. Inside 200 meters I can lock and fire on something doing 80 in 3 seconds. Breath held. First second on its head, second on the lead, third second the trigger. The round took it mid-stride, and it flipped a full 180 and slid dead across the dirt. With the leader gone, the rest scattered like headless flies in seconds. Hell of a method, brother. Hell of a method, Lin Chunghwa said, all his respect in a raised thumb. 30-odd doles turned back without a man hurt. Su came up shouldering his gun, badly suspecting I'd soldiered, though my age said otherwise. Quit gabbing, gut them. We're here for boar. 17 doles, 9 boar, near 3,000 caddies, and I'd held it back at that rather than risk the haul on the way down. The 3 dogs got their feed, Fuhu most of all. I'd watched him take down several doles. Down at the village mouth, Wu Xiaomei had found a backer. Uncle Pang, you have to help me. That man's no man at all. Look what he did to me. The man beside her, village head Pang Jinyun, a friend's daughter sent down for 3 months grassroots seasoning before she went back into the county apparatus, smiled and nodded along. When he's back, I'll teach him a lesson for you. He'd been in the county lately and knew none of the recent business. By the time a passerby greeted him as village head and he heard her account, that I'd struck her for no reason and dumped her on the mountain, plus the talk that I beat my own father and publicly cut ties, heartless, his brow had furrowed. Then I'll square it for you when he comes down. At my house, meanwhile, the women cooked. Xiaoqing had pitched her sister on dressing up while I was out. They'd grown closer lately. She'd even caught us kissing where no one could see. The plan: bring out their father's heirloom on Warner's birthday tonight. The one thing he'd left for the man Warner loved most. Warner liked it. Maybe tonight it really works. Then we make extra food, she said, blushing. Right. Who knows how impressive brother-in-law'll be? You'll need building up. Down the mountain, Lin Chunghwa came hauling a sledge and singing a hunting song. 17 doles, 9 boar, near 3,000 caddies, and that with me holding it back. Su asked what to do with the doles. The county bought rough hides for caps and rugs, so he'd sell them on his run and pocket a little. Then Wu Xiaomei's voice came shrill across the field. Uncle Pang. That's him. Her again. I dropped a dole off my shoulder. Su hailed the man beside her. Pang Jinyun, the village head, a master at growing things, a sent-down educated youth from the 70s who'd led the village's farming for years, brilliant with crops, called out to other villages by the county. He looked me over, a decent first impression, frame sturdy, eyes like a battlefield comrade of his, not the look of a man who'd bully a girl. Xiao Su, since when do you hunt? Good haul. Uncle Pang, it's him. He hit me. Teach him a lesson. Wu Xiaomei said, swagger up now she had a backer. I said nothing, looked past her to Pang. I disciplined her, and she fetches the village head? Zhong Lu stepped up to reason with her and got cut off. What's mine? What's yours? He hit me. That's wrong. Don't think carrying me down off the mountain counts as a rescue. Zhong Yu, Pang said, frowning, setting the hitting aside. I hear you're lawless in the village, that you beat your own father and forced a break with him. Is that true? As village head, he had to mind anything that fouled the village's name. You're the head. Can't you look into a thing before you come at a man? I gave him no warmth. If he'd investigated Wu Xiaomei's story, he'd know Qi Gui's too. Nobody said a word while I hunted to feed that man. I cut ties, and they want to lecture me. He took the point inwardly. He'd only just got back and knew none of it. So Zhong Lu laid it out. Qi Gui's beatings of my mother, the whole shape of it. And Pang's face changed. ashamed at his own lapse. To me, the man been hunting to feed his family and getting beaten besides. Cutting ties was only right. And Wu Xiaomei, she'd told him I struck her unprovoked and abandoned her when she'd obstructed a hunt and nearly gotten me killed. Uncle, they're lying. He wanted to kill a deer. I said one thing, and he hit me. Pang's measuring look landed on her, and he knew which way it ran. Zhongyu, my oversight. I wronged you just now, he said, an honest official, and wouldn't bend it to spare his friend's daughter. It's nothing. No hard feelings. A good official, that one. Uncle, you're just letting it go? She pressed, unwilling. Enough. It's over. Hunting's hard work, Pang said, and turned me an apologetic smile. She hadn't reckoned that fetching a man to crush me would slap her own face. By her look, she'd not sleep tonight. Back home, Xiaoqing waved frantically from the window and dropped into her chair as I came up the walk. Warner hurried out, a little powder on her cheeks, lips faintly red, ponytail pinned to her right shoulder, nervous and hopeful at once. I caught the change at the door. Powder at home? Looks well, actually. Come sit, sister cooked all your favorites, Xiaoqing said, cutting eyes at her sister. The middle dish was water-boiled pork, nothing better in winter, peppercorn and chili driving the chill and the damp out. I'm at home all day. If you like it, I'll learn it, Warner said, ducking her head shy. It's sister's birthday today, Xiaoqing announced, and she's got something good for you. Why didn't you say? I've no gift, I said, half rising, but Warner pressed a box into my hands. She opened it slow. This is the most precious thing my father left. Today's my birthday. I'm giving it to you. A silver lock, her father's one keepsake. He'd said it should one day go to the one she loved most, and that was me. I understood then, with the powder and the day, what she was telling me. Since the first kiss, we'd been climbing toward this. Through dinner, my bowl never emptied. Every dish a tonic, the meaning plain. Eat, then bathe. I've already washed, Warner said, scarlet, and slipped off to her room. I'm full, Xiaoqing grinned. And tonight, I won't hear a thing, and went and locked my own room from inside. What passed between Warner and me that night, I'll keep to the fate of a closed door. She'd told me first, in her own words, that she understood now, that loving someone isn't the same as sleeping with them, and gave herself to me on the day that mattered to her, and I met her, and it was the natural end of a feeling built slow. Outside, Xiaoqing pressed an ear to the wall, baffled that her sister didn't sound the way the storybook said a first time should, then stamped off to bed, dying to know. Next morning, she cornered her sister in the kitchen with questions no one but Xiaoqing would dare ask, and Warner, gentle as he was, she said, scarlet to the ears, he had me go once first so it wouldn't hurt, shoved her out before she could finish. Warner had, in fact, already quietly cut a token of the night and tucked it into the box with the silver lock. His woman at last, wonder if my little sister's jealous. And Xiaoqing, turning the kitchen over in her head, decided her turn was next. Not sure I can take it. Which, like the rest of it, I'm leaving where it lies. Both of them well into the household by now, and none of it for the page. The days ran on, half the month left. The boar order moved fast, 20,000 caddies already in. With the crew up and running, I stopped climbing myself. Just scouted boar sites with Dalong every few days while Su, Lin Chunghua, and Zhong Lu ran the squads. At the station, I laid out the arrangement and the pay. 500 a month flat per man. Whatever the haul, same as agreed. But each squad had a floor of 10,000 caddies a month. Under it, I'd dock pay. Over it, I'd add a mao per extra caddy. 500 was no small wage, and I'd taken nothing for the training, the guns, the ammunition, or the truck. All free, all of it carrying them along to money. An extra mao a caddy, so 10,000 over the floor is 1,000 more per squad. Lin Chunghua lit up. With the right sights and the best guns and the new method, he could take bears, never mind boar. More work, more pay, I said. Wang Taizhu ran the numbers and agreed flat. He'd been riding my coattails for scraps, and here was honest work with more in it than any county job. So we call you boss now, brother? Zhong Lu teased. Boss Zhong it is. They laughed and took the deal. 14 men, counting my village and Lin's. I was a boss now, sure enough. When they'd gone, Su and I split it. Free truck from the secretary, just fuel, free ammunition from Su, and a free driver besides, at least 4/10 to him. 3. I'm not greedy, he said, still mindful of last time. I gave him 4. Your recruiting fee. We're brothers, so don't argue. And if it's too much, do more work. 3 squads would clear 30,000 caddies at minimum, maybe 40, at 7 mao, 28,000 a month in, 18,000 clear after wages. A fortune every month. Sue, who'd have no time for the station now, suggested I take it over, and I had Chunyin in mind to run it, not the girls. Then I went to fetch my mother. I heard Chi Gui's cursing before I reached the door. Feeding you this slop every day, you're worse off than a dog. Go get grain or what, and the rest. He hadn't changed and never would. Inside, my mother came out tear-streaked with a bowl of thin gruel. She startled at the sight of me and wiped her eyes fast, not wanting her son to see. I came to talk, Ma. I caught a shadow at the window. Chi Gui listening, afraid I'd come in swinging, and drew her aside where he couldn't hear. Since the night he'd come home re-injured, his temper had gotten worse. Now a hand off the smallest thing set him hitting. I've got a connection. There's work at the county meat plant. If you want it, you can go. She stared. My son, that kind of reach? Then, I wanna. But who looks after your brother? You know Chi Gui, good for nothing but eating. If I go, your little brother takes all the misery. Same reason as ever. You know the station at the village head? I'm buying it. Another shock. Barely 2 months gone and her son had a line into the plant and could buy a place the secretary's own kin had run. I want you to mind it. Move in, bring your brother. Keep certain people from any opening. Her nose stung. She touched my face, looked round at the years of it, and hardened. All right, I'll come with you. But first the boy, to cut her worry clean. That meant Chi Gui and trouble. I told her to wait and walked over. The house I knew. 2 rooms, the outer bed a meter of board you slept curled on. Chi Gui sat there, alarmed. I didn't hit her. She fell on her own. Volunteering it before I asked. I skittering, not daring to meet mine. I looked at his leg. The night of the dead chicken he'd broken the other one on the slope, still splinted, and never dared tell a soul, not even his mother. The earth god was shielding that house, he believed. He'd kept it secret. I'm here to deal, I said, laying a big note down. 100 a month. I'm taking my mother and brother. No, that's my son. His face went up, then folded under my eyes. He couldn't fight me, lame as he was. I laid a second note. 200. 200's not enough, his mother said, coming out greedy-eyed. 500, not a fun less. That's my grandson. I laughed. Grandson, with him laid out for sale on the table. Chi Gui wanted 1,000. The bear sold for thousands. What's 1,000? Fine, 500. I dropped 3 more notes. I had the money. Once I had my mother and the boy out, whether the rest ever came was up to me. And if he tried to take the boy back, my dogs would have an opinion. I lifted my still sleeping brother out one-armed and left, and behind me Chi Gui was already counting, his mother already scheming. He took the boy, you can't take him back? When he comes again, another 500. Hand over our own grandson for good? Not a chance. My mother carried the sleeping boy out, amazed it had been so easy. Go to my place first, I said. Once the station's ready, mind it by day, leave the boy at home, and give certain people no opening. Knowing Chi Gui, once the 500 ran out, he'd make trouble. Come to my house, and the dogs would settle it. The squads ran clean. Lynching was 3x3 plus a 10-meter net was dropping whole boar groups in seconds. Piglets spared and netted to release. Slow and steady I'd said, don't wipe a line out. Let the young grow back into next season's game. 2,500 caddies in 3 days off-marked sites alone. Then Lin Xingbing, looking at a red dot on the map, my mark for a bear sighting, pitched the idea of bringing a gift to the station's opening. I checked the almanac. Today's good for hunting. Lin Chunghua glanced at the sky, figured there was time, and let his brother go try the luck. 20 minutes turned up no bear sign, and dusk closing, and then fog rolled in where there'd been none, and the 2 of them found themselves circling back to the same rock twice. Ghost Wall. Lost in deep mountain at nightfall, in 2 shirts apiece, the cold biting, no way out. They holed up under a pair of leaning stones. An hour gone and no exit found. At my house, Xiaoqing fretted that I'd been out hours in the cold. My mother had moved in good spirits, folding dumplings and asking the girls straight how things stood with me. She'd happily have both as daughters-in-law. Pretty and sensible, More grandchildren that way. Auntie, my sister's already slept with brother-in-law. Me? I'm still looking for my chance, Xiaoqing said, bold, and Warner jumped, mortified. How can you say that in front of Auntie? My mother only beamed. Grandchildren soon, by the look of it. I was out front playing with my brother and a bird when Sue knocked, his face not right. The Lin brothers aren't back? They should have been hours ago. They never missed the time. Bad feeling. I had 3 dogs loose and the gun on me and went up the mountain without a word. Halfway up, the fog thick, I found the Lin squad mate had told me the brothers meant to come down but changed their minds and went to the red dot site I'd flagged for bear sign. I sent the others back down and took only Sue, handing him Thailand in case we split up. The Lins, meanwhile, were freezing in their stone shelter an hour and more without an exit. Cold enough that Lin Chengbing finally lit a match for a small fire despite the danger. Light in deep woods draws beasts, just to keep from dying of it. And 100 meters off a dark shape with cold vertical eyes drifted toward the red glow. Sue and I came back to a tree he'd marked 20 minutes earlier, circled clean around. Ghost wall. Even Dalong cast about. His nose useless here. The place was wrong. Sue, rattled, half mentioned the old saw about sacrificing game to a wronged mountain spirit, eyeing the dog in his hand. A dog you can buy again. What are you on about? I said. I'd hit this before, on a contract deep in the Amazon. A whole team turned around. GPS dead, sat phone dead, the natural magnetic field scrambling everything, and a local taught us a way out. A shot cracked from somewhere. Lynching was, and a shot in that situation means trouble. I pulled the spare shirt I'd grabbed from the Lin's house from my pack. Dalong took the scent and barked a heading, and we ran on his nose. 500 meters off, the brothers were in it. A dark shape had ambushed them out of the fog. Lin Qingbing's leg slashed. Lin Chenghua emptying rounds into the murk and screaming for it to show itself. Then a roar, a tiger's roar. And we're going to die here. It's my fault. Lin Chenghua found 1 round left in the gun and waited for the cat to show, 2 lantern-sized eyes drifting in. Through the fog, I heard Lin Chenghua's cry and a trigger scrape, and Sue, spotting them, got tackled by me an instant before a round went past his cheek and laid a line of blood across it. Lin Chenghua had fired at our shapes. It's us, I shouted, pinning Sue's head down, then up with the gun, the whole atmosphere strung tight. They'd taken us for the mountain spirit. Dalong's hackles stood. A tiger's roar set all 3 dogs growling. Hurt bad? Sue asked, seeing Lin Qingbing's blood-soaked trouser leg. I can walk. 30 meters of visibility. Perfect hunting ground for a tiger, and no telling where it waited. I couldn't pick it out by eye. The only red I had was the dog's noses. Dalong dropped low and pointed, the king dog menace coming off him, the other 2 falling in on one patch of fog. There. I fired without hesitation, 2 rounds 5 centimeters apart where the dogs looked, then 2 more, 1 high, 1 low, a 4-shot box around where the cat should be, by its size. Not needing to hit all, 1 would do. A low roar, the tiger struck and pulling away into the fog. I held the gun up, not daring to confirm in that murk, a wounded tiger you don't walk up on. Then Dalong came wagging to my leg, hackles soft, and I let the breath out. Gone. Out of here, I said, dead tiger or not. The cold and fog were closing, and getting lost was its own death. How? We've gone in circles half the night, Lin Chenghua said, his brother on his back, the gun handed to Sue. Sue, scared, brought up the sacrifice business again. Don't, I said. I trust science over superstition. It was the 3 dogs that saved us, not the spirits. But the dogs couldn't lead us home. No scent trail back, and the canopy hid the stars. No sun, no shadow to read. Then Sue's flashlight began to flicker, near dead, and I had it. I drew the knife and dug. Not far down, winter hadn't long set in. Find something sharp and dig with me. Besides sun and shadow, there's water. In nature it runs downhill, so find the flow and you know your bearings. An old way of finding water, the higher the mountain, the higher the water. I cleared 30 centimeters, took up a handful of earth, felt the damp, then a handful from a hole I'd dug another way. The difference was plain. The wetter ground lay toward the water, the low ground, and that direction was north, the village. At home the 3 of them, Xiaoqing, Warner, my mother, startled up at the footsteps in the yard and ran out. I tied the dogs off, soaked head to foot, and patted their heads. I owed them the night. Xiaoqing reached me first, fretting over the tiredness on my face. I'm back, aren't I? Dangerous, that night, but my wilderness skills maxed out and the water reading found the way. Otherwise, someone burns incense for me next year. Today, but for Zhongyu, Lin Cheng was said, his brother on his back, full of awe. 7, 8 years a hunter, and on shooting, on experience, on reaction to danger, he was outclassed. Xiaoqing's eye fell on the men she despised. Are you sick? When something goes wrong, why is it always brother-in-law who has to come? Then it's Sue. And you? What if something happened to him? What right did you have to drag him away? Sorry, Lin Cheng was said, ashamed, bowing to me, ready to leave. He knew the girl's anger ran too deep to forgive fast. Then Warner came out, cold-faced, and saw the blood still dripping from Lin Qingbing's leg. Her eyes moved. Have him patched up first, she said low. I called Sue in with me. In half a month of working alongside them, Lin Qing's character wasn't bad, and Lin Qingbing, selfish as he was, wasn't beyond the pale. But the quarrel between them and the girls I'd leave to them to settle. Inside, my mother brought 2 bottles of liquor. You says this disinfects, and Lin Chengwa cleaned and bound the leg. I carried out a basin of steaming dumplings and waved Sue to the table, ate without much to say. The Lins held their chopsticks and didn't lift them, both looking at the closed bedroom door. Lin Qingbing rose at last and went to it. Girl, what we did before wasn't human. Your uncle doesn't ask forgiveness. Only that, for the sake of the third brother, you not keep it in your hearts. Too much hate isn't good for the body. Inside, Warner didn't answer. She sat looking at a photograph, 3 men laughing, 2 one-year-olds in their arms. Don't pity them, sis. They deserve it. It's their comeuppance. Xiaoqing said, loud on purpose. Warner nodded, put the photo away, her eyes going from doubt to resolve. Her sister was right. Lin Qingbing heard the words and turned to me with a smile. You saved my life tonight. Whatever else, from here on, you say the word, and even if it's to die, I'll do it. He left without touching the dumplings. We'll go. We've no face to eat. Lin Cheng was said, and rose too. What's that about? My mother asked, coming out to find 2 missing. Nothing. I waved it off. The brothers' business was theirs. Sue, still grim, handed my mother a slip of paper. Auntie, the supply address. When the station opens, get your stock here. If you're worried about being cheated, write me a list when you sell out, and I'll fetch it. He owed me his life tonight. This was nothing. She gave him a bowl of dumplings for it. Next day the station opened. 20 strings of firecrackers crossed on the ground. The village agog. Only New Year merited firecrackers. Who'd waste them so? The well wishes rolled in, and my mother beamed. Looked on with envy for the first time in her life. A little glow of vanity on her face. And off in a corner 1 man didn't come over. Chi-Gui, eyes low. No wonder he took them all. He bought the station. Struck rich and kicks me out. Not a chance. A few days on, the village women clustered round my mother's stove at the station, knitting, fishing for cheap goods and credit once they'd flattered her enough. Lower the prices. Can't you write it on a tab? Zhongyu's swollen up now. We're still poor. Her smile died. Showing your real face. I just mined it for my son. It's not mine, she declined, soft, not blunt. Same village, faces met daily. They started carrying goods to the counter as if they'd take them without paying, and she let them pick, then named the prices flat. Soy 3 mao, flour 2 a caddy. Careful with that sesame oil, 3 yuan if you're buying. Their faces fell. The days of chatting had bought them nothing. They put it back, sour, can't afford to stay here, and the door opened on falling snow. Chi-Gui came in, thick padded cap, a new army coat, big leather shoes he stooped to dust off, smug. Got rich, Chi-Gui? New clothes, new shoes, the leaving women said, envious. 2 sacks of flour, a carton of peony, 2 bottles of liquor, he told my mother, eyeing the women. He'd had no one to warm his bed since she left. Money first, she said, knowing him. A carton was 10, the liquor 3, 2 sacks of flour, 38 in all. I'm your man. Pay for goods. You want a slap. And he swung, and she screamed and threw up an arm and gave in, frightened. And the women watched it like theater and didn't lift a finger. Hard-mouthed a moment ago, wouldn't write a tab. Serves her right. From now on I take what I want. And 1 more word out of you gets a backhand, he said, shouldered the flour, kicked the door, and left. She wept over the counter. Off from that house, and still beaten. That same day at Wang Fugui's, a coop full of feathers. Half his new hens dead in a night. The rest only saved because he'd heard the noise and run out. He'd call me to look. I measured the prints and went grave. A tiger, no mistaking it. But I said nothing, not wanting the whole village in a panic that might spook the cat. Hibernation thinned the mountain's food. The beasts that didn't sleep came down, and with snow falling now, they'd keep coming. I'll lend you a dog, I told him, Fuhu, so he'd at least hear it in the night. Hunting the cat down was unlikely, better to wait it out. Few households kept many hens. Fugui's was the draw, and if the tiger lingered near the village it might come back. Then, one shot. He pressed 2 eggs on me for the loan. On the way home, Chi Gui passed me with his 2 stolen sacks of flour, and I stopped, thought, and turned toward the station. My mother was crying over the counter, beaten, the money never paid. That dog, truly asking to die? I'll think of something, I said, patting her back, and a thought rose and settled in me, and a flash of killing intent went through and was gone. If Chi Gui would never change, then he needn't. Let him go below and repent. Night. I lay in the straw stacked 20 meters off Fugui's, Fuhu tied in the coop with a spiked collar against the cat's throat bite. An hour of cold and dried meat and Fuhu's head came up, watching far off. Here, a patterned paw, then a vast wong, marked head, eyes without feeling fixed on the coop, bigger than the one before, a thing I'd not have met in 100 mountain trips, and this was my third. Fuhu barked, the light came on. Fugui ran out with a rake and saw nothing, the cat already gone. Don't bark, you scared me half to death. And on a path nearby, Chi Gui came weaving home drunk from the next village, smug, muttering threats at the wolf. The tiger that left Fugui's was on him, closing. 30 meters back, behind a tree, I waited with the rifle. I'd meant to take the cat, and then go find Chi Gui and stage a death. And here he came of his own accord, drunk in the dark, a gift. I was ready to fire the moment the cat had him. He felt the cold at his back, turned, saw nothing, wiped his eyes. Who's there? Get out. Only wind. Took it for the drink, took another pull, turned to go home, and the grass moved, and a basin-sized head came clear in the moonlight, fangs cold and bright, white breath steaming. His legs went, and he went down, the bottle shattering. A tiger, in the village. How? Nobody warned us. I'm finished. It came step by step, never seeing the gun on it. He couldn't rise, only shouted at the dark houses. Help! Help! But it was the dead of the early morning, and the wind swallowed it. No one came. The cat charged and left the ground, a small mountain falling on its prey. Help! The last of it, the stink of the thing in his face. I heard it clear. A shot now would save him. I didn't and wouldn't. A snap from his neck, his body twitching in the dirt, blood at his mouth. Only terror and despair left in his eyes. And in that instant a shot, mine, the round taking the tiger through the skull, and it came down dead across him, another bone breaking under the weight. I walked over. Lights were coming on all down the lane. The whole village had heard the shot, and people came running. Chi Gui turned his head at the footsteps, still hoping for a rescuer, and saw me, with the gun, and his eyes blew wide, and more blood came. And as the light failed in them, he understood. A tiger, no warning, and Zhongyu here with a gun, firing only after I was bitten. He understood it all. What happened? Who fired? The villagers came in their clothes, flashlights swinging, and found me with the gun, a dead tiger on the ground, and dead Chi Gui beside it. Neck crushed, eyes not closed, a sight to give a man nightmares. Take the children home, don't look. I kicked the carcass and explained. Fugui's hens were being killed by something. I came to look, and it was this. A tiger come down off the mountain, and lucky I'd dealt with it, or who knew the danger. Poor Chi Gui, they said, what bad luck. I had men help drag him clear, sent someone to bring word to his mother, loaded the tiger onto a barrow, and took it home, and more than one villager looked on Chi Gui's body with pity. Dead, and not even a kinsman to claim him. His own doing, breaking ties, and who knew if he regretted it now. At the Chi house, the news stopped the old woman's heart. She went white, clutched her chest, fell back on the bed twitching, and within seconds lay staring and still. By next day, the whole village knew both. Chi Gui taken by the tiger, his mother dead behind him. What an unlucky family, they said, and how lucky for Zhong Chunyin, no more being bullied. In the yard I worked the skin tiger hide, as Su brought word. His mother too? Heard Chi Gui's death finished her. No pity in either of us. He'd come to ask whether I needed help with the funeral. Double happiness, I said, slapping my thigh in front of him, not bothering to hide it. Chunyin free now, the whole house of them gone, worth celebrating. You'll hold a funeral? His mouth twitched. Only I'd say it so plainly. Of course I will. I cared nothing for the name of it. But Chunyin did, and she'd never divorced him. Skip it, and the village would talk behind her. Besides, a funeral takes in money. Chi Gui had done one fine thing in dying. Su was quick about it. Tell me when you hold it, and don't be shy about needing a hand. Then he crouched to stroke the tiger hide, envious. You're the first in the village to take a mountain spirit. Selling the skin, or keeping it? I can find you a buyer. Keeping it. They say sleeping on one's good for the kidneys. I handed him a string of ribs I'd trimmed off. Take the meat, try it, and bring some to the old secretary. He weighed the slab, 30 caddies at least, and grinned. He'd never had tiger. Then Pang Jinyun came through the gate. Village head, what wine blows you here? He gave the polite smile. He'd come to feel out last night's death, a man dead, and only I a witness. His eyes caught on the tiger head, and he had to admit it. A mountain spirit, dropped with one shot. Best aim in the whole village, Su put in, thumb up. Pang sat himself down on a stool. I asked Wang Fugui. He says you spotted the tiger in daylight, so why not warn the village? That's dangerous. Su's brow furrowed beside me. Is he saying Zhong you deliberately kept quiet and let Chi Gui die? Is this an investigation? My face didn't move. I never said that. I only said something might come down off the mountain. I didn't believe Fugui had said it that way. This was Pang fishing, a thing I know cold from the army. Maybe I misheard, he said easily, eyes measuring me. The truth was Chi Gui's death was nothing to him. The man had given the village nothing but a monthly draw on the relief grain. But he knew of the feud, and last night was, frankly, convenient. Anyone who sees a beast come down warns the village first. Reading my face and my answer, though, he found nothing off. An accident, nothing more. What would I be thinking? I've a funeral to put on. Right? I said he had no need to. Su jumped in, near painting me a model of filial grief. No blood between them. But he's too sentimental, insisted on it. Pang nodded, relieved, and pulled out 10 yuan. Not much, a village head's bit of heart. I took it without a blink. He'd been doing the job conscientiously, even paid to help. Did he not know I'd struck it rich hunting? His mouth twitched as he let go of the note. He'd only been making a gesture, never expecting me to take it. 10 yuan was a quarter of his monthly wage. I'll head back, he said, reluctant. Looked like it pained him to part with that. Su muttered to his back. Look at you, money in hand and forgetting thrift? A mosquito's small, but it's still meat. I called the kid out and handed Xiaoqing the 10 for snacks, collected a kiss for it, and grinned at Su. See? Make use of everything. Pa, Su said, speechless, borrowing the village head's flour to offer the Buddha and calling it thrift. Only I'd pull that. 3 days on, at the Chi house, Su sat at a table looking sick, certain the village would gossip about him forever for helping with this. The funeral was bare past belief. A strip of white cloth at the door and 10 borrowed tables loaded with dumplings, buns, sliced pork, red braised pork. By that spread you'd think it a birthday banquet. I stood at the door bellowing welcomes with not a trace of grief, having Su note down every gift money envelope so I'd know what to repay later. The villagers' mouths twitched. This looks like a wedding. No mourners, no swana. The casket the only sign anything had died. They ate and chattered, treating it as theater, not a wake, and called it lucky there was tiger meat, last night's kill. Pang turned up, having decided overnight that I was decent, and now deciding he'd been blind. The boy was holding a grudge. But hearing the old secretary was inside, he startled, and found the secretary at a table, eating heartily, not the least bothered whether it was a funeral. Xiao Pang, get over here, you'll miss the meat. Zhong boy, the tiger's gone, bring another plate. A stranger came to the village mouth, army coat, an ear-flap cap, half a cigarette in his teeth, hands in his pockets, walking in like a street tough. Someone recognized him and went pale. The Qi line had two sons, Qi Gui, the layabout, and Qi Fei, a notorious tough across 10 villages, running with the single men of other villages, lifting copper and scrap to sell, a hand no villager could beat in a fight, learned in some martial art. The old secretary had once driven him out. Now he was back. I'd just walked the old secretary home when the funeral broke up, Pang trailing off. He'd only come to eat. With everyone gone, Warner gathered the borrowed dishes, my mother counting the gift money over and over, satisfied. The secretary's share was the largest, the rest mere Mao and Yuan. But in times like these, who could ask more? Then a man came to the door, and my mother looked up thinking it was me, and went white. Qi Fei, why have you? My brother's dead, my mother's dead. Can't I come back? He glanced at the casket without caring, and went straight for the money in her hand. Give it. She pocketed it, refusing. It's the villagers, it has to be repaid. He pulled a small knife and laid it at her throat. My brother was killed by you lot, and you want money? I'm being generous, not making you join him. She gave it up, shaking. She knew what he was, thievery, robbery, and word said he'd killed a man outside the village. Then his eyes fell on the sisters and lit. Since when does this poor village have two girls like that? What are you called? Come with me. I'll feed you well, he said, raking them over. My mother shoved Xiaoqing behind her and waved Warner back, terrified. Those are my son's brides. Xiaoqing snatched up an iron rake and stood in front, frightened but not letting this filth touch her sister. Spicy little one, I like that too. He reached for the rake. She shut her eyes and thrust it at him, not caring if it killed him. He caught it easily and yanked her into him. Let go of me. She twisted, his hand a vice on her wrist. Warner moved to help and my mother held her back, cowering. Qi Fei had nearly forced her to bed when she first married in, a man even worse than his brother. When my brother-in-law's back, you're dead. Xiaoqing spat, kicking up at him, and he caught the ankle and slapped her, a red handprint blooming on her face. She'd never been struck before. She clawed at him, weeping, and he slapped her again, then spat. I hate women who don't know their place. I'd just seen the old secretary home when a villager came running. Zhongyu, get back. Qi Fei's at your mother's, beating the two girls. Qi Fei? Never heard of him. I didn't stop to wonder and ran. 5 minutes. I came through the door on a man in an army coat with his hands on a sobbing, red-welted Xiaoqing, my mother shielding Warner in the corner, not daring a step. The rage came up in me like magma. Touch my family, and the king of heaven couldn't save you. You really do smell nice, he was saying, and felt the cold at his neck too late. The arm-thick club I swung snapped clean in the air before it landed, too much force. He turned. Brother-in-law, Xiaoqing twisted free, bit his hand, and ran to my side. Kill him. Kill him. Don't worry. Whichever hand he hit you with, that hand's finished. Qi Fei? Same surname as Qi Gui? Good. The casket inside had a tenant now. Cripple me? When I was in this village, no man dared say that to me. His knife spun in his fingers. His gut told him I'd trained. An arm-thick club doesn't snap mid-air on nothing. I dropped into a stance. In the unit I'd been first at hand-to-hand. He cursed and charged. I slipped the knife, clubbed his wrist, and the blade dropped. A step in, his arm under mine, and a hard wrench the wrong way. A crack, and he went white, sweating. Why aren't you yelling now? All mouth. This one, good only for hitting women. A kick to the armpit, and the whole upper arm went too. That hand was done for life. He lay shaking, breath steaming in the winter cold, terror in him. When did this village have a man like this? The three of them watched, shaken. First time they'd seen me fight, and the cold finality of it frightened them. Though some part of them felt the day's fear vent out with it. Which hand did he hit you with? I asked, foot on his face, picking up the knife. The casket was still empty, and waste is shameful. That one. Xiaoqing pointed, the rage not gone, her face still stinging. Don't, Qi Fei begged. The left already wrecked. If the right went too, his life was over. Don't worry, you won't die quickly, I said, and felt the old excitement rise. The adrenaline surge a man gets killing, a thing I'd not felt since the contractor years. All of you, turn around, don't look. They turned, and I worked the knife. I'll leave the doing of it off screen. The blade went in and the hand came apart, and the pain took him before he could scream. I had a hand over his mouth, and he convulsed, rolled his eyes white. and passed out. The killing intent was up in me, familiar and missed. Then men came pouring into the yard, Sue shouting, "Brother, don't, don't do it," grabbing my arm, terrified I'd kill him. I turned and let the breath out, the red going out of my eyes. No killing him now, too many had seen. But I put my heel hard on his elbow, so both hands were finished. Sue said nothing, shaken by the cold of it. The others looked at me with fear. His hands are done for. Terrifying. Terrifying? I don't think so, I said, easy, as if it hadn't been me at all. In the contractor years, prying intel out of a target, my teammates' methods had been 100 times worse than this. This was nothing. Sue checked the breath at Chi Fei's nose, found him only fainted, and had men carry him toward the clinic. And when the torn hand pulled open again, bone showing, they nearly retched. "Hurry, or he really will die," I said, cold, calm now, but the intent still in me. Lucky for him, it was the village. Out in the wild, no one could have stopped me. I took Xiaoqing's wrist gently, the bruising on it wrenching at me, the welts on her face stirring the killing intent again. Too easy on the dog. Not killing him is mercy. Hurt anywhere else. "Brother-in-law, will he die?" she asked, frightened now, worried I'd taken a life and would be hauled off. "It's fine. Don't worry." I cleaned the blood from the yard and went to see the old secretary. I didn't know this Chi Fei or why he'd turned up. "Not dead? Then never mind," the secretary said, unbothered. As long as no life was lost, crippled was crippled. The man was no good and had plagued the village before. He'd driven Chi Fei out himself. "Chi Gui's brother?" I asked, surprised at his ease. "Two brothers." Xiao Pang notified him. "Natural enough. Chi Fei's all that's left of that house." He told me not to blame Pang. A village head has to notify kin. Then, Chi Fei runs with a crew in the county. Watch yourself the next while. "I'll stay in the village," I said, not letting on how little it worried me. "A county crew? Fine. Come at me, and I'll deal with them. Find a quiet place and clear some refuse out of society." At the clinic, Wu Xiaomei stared at the laid-open flesh, her scalpel hand trembling. A wound from the back of the hand 30 centimeters up the forearm, bone showing. "Zhongyu did this? He'll live?" Sue asked, only wanting Chi Fei not to die, so I'd not carry a death. "I can save him," she said, frowning. The wound ghastly but not large, blood loss survivable if she stitched and got him to the county for transfusion. But those hands were finished. An hour later, she let the patient be carried off, then took an envelope from a drawer, meant to be mailed home to her brother, to have someone deal with me after the deer business. And after today, frightened by how I'd cut a man, tore it up and dropped it in the bin. "I'll listen to Uncle Pang. Don't provoke him." Then Zhong Lu went chasing Wu Xiaomei again. She turned him away cold, sick of him, but he wouldn't quit. He still wanted a city wife and figured he'd make up for the past with gifts. "I know you're testing me," he said, undeterred, and she, fed up, hit on a way to be rid of him. "Fine. I'm going to Snake Mountain to gather herbs. Come, and if you're any help, you get your chance." A taunt. Snake Mountain was 2 days walk-round trip, thick with snakes even in winter, dozens of venomous kinds. He paled. He'd heard of it. A master snake catcher had gone up years back and never come down, and his own hunting was half-baked. "Coward," she said, moving to shut the door. "Wait," he steeled himself. "If I go with you, we're a couple?" "Yes." He drew a breath and nodded hard. For a wife, he'd risk it. I came up as they were sealing the bargain, surprised. Hadn't they broken it off? And I'd come to get face-swelling medicine for Xiaoqing, the bruise pitiful enough that she'd not leave the house a week otherwise. Wu Xiaomei refused me flat at first, then remembered the bone-deep wound I'd put in a man and softened, asking what I wanted. When I made to walk past her into the clinic, she shut the door and stood with her back to it, breathing hard, sure I'd lash out any second. Then Zhong Lu dragged me aside and begged. "Brother, I promised Xiaomei I'd go to Snake Mountain, but I'm scared of the things. Help me out." "You're sick too?" Promising blind, with no skill, to a place even I have to tread carefully. But he pressed it. "Xiaomei said if I go, we're together. You said you'd find me a wife. You don't want me a bachelor." And I'd given my word. Just this once. Wu Xiaomei, seeing him come back grinning, knew the thing was on. She was frightened of Snake Mountain herself, but the herbs were only there, and however much she hated me, My skill was an extra layer of safety. 3 days, she said, and shut the door. She needed to prep snake repellent powder. Night, our room. Xiaoqing pouted at her tomato-painted face, near tears at how ugly it looked. It'll fade in a couple days, be good, I said, and gave her 10 yuan. She lit up, kissed me, and left. She slept in her own room now, and every night heard her sister through the wall. You spoil her, Warner said, soft then. How's that man? He'll live, lucky for him. I told her about Snake Mountain. No dogs on this one. Venomous snakes find game and get bitten. Snake Mountain. It's dangerous, don't go, she said, head against my chest. The place left her hollow whenever I was away, her eyelid twitching. You know what I can do. What passed between us I'll keep to the fade of a closed door. She'd grown easy in it, and Xiaoqing, as ever, pressed to the wall outside with a book in her hand, flipping pages to match what she heard. So that's the trick. 3 days on, at the village mouth, Zhonglu waited early, excited. Wu Xiaomei had dressed up, a ponytail at the back, an army satchel across her shoulder. No dogs? She asked me, surprised. I yawned, ignoring her. 3 days had worn me out. Warner's appetite kept climbing, 3 a night to 5, and only my constitution carried it. Should find time to hunt a deer, I said to myself, deer blood being a fine tonic to keep at home. It set her teeth on edge. The deer business was why I'd struck her the first time, and here I was raising it. She quickened her step. No gun either? I asked Zhonglu, empty-handed. Lin and Sue need the guns for the hunt. Figured I'd skip it. My aim's nothing anyway. You've learned nothing, I sighed and walked on. A day later, an ox cart dropped us at Snake Mountain's foot. I paid the driver 5 mao. He warned us, dangerous. A lot of people went up lately and didn't come back, taking us for clueless city folk. It's fine, I said, looking up at the black peaks. I could feel a deep, pressing air off the summit, almost hear the flick of tongues. Snake Mountain had its tricks. It cowed the ordinary easily enough. 20 minutes up a narrow path, a damp, rank, moldering smell. Snakes love cool dark. Brush, leaf rot, rock crevices. Snake skin. Wu Xiaomei ran to a meter of shed skin on the ground, also medicinal. Mind yourself. Where there's shed skin there may be a snake, and if you get bitten don't come crying, I warned. 2 grown men. Less used than 1 woman, she scoffed, having seeded the path with her own repellent powder before we started, which was why she walked point. I decided to teach the brainless woman a lesson. A snake. I pointed ahead. Both of them shrieked. Wu Xiaomei bolted back. Zhonglu charged up, and the two clutched each other in terror. Look at you. I grinned, walking on. You went too far. She raged, only then noticing whose hand she gripped. Zhonglu, red-faced, ox-eyed. A loud slap. Pervert, she snapped and stalked off. Worth it, Zhonglu murmured, heart pounding. And when the 3 of them had gone, a 3-meter snake, back a yellow-brown, slid out of the grass where they'd been, vertical eyes following them off. In a snake pit halfway up, a man named Zheng Laopi worked his crew, a county snake dealer who ran a snake soup restaurant, after the small snakes for the pot and the skins, gallbladders, and shed skins for the apothecary. His man found a 2-palm-wide drag mark under the leaf rot, big stock. A snake that size meant skin for luxury bags and shoes. He remembered a 5-meter python skin that had sold for near 600, priced by the meter. He drew a pistol, chambered it, and tracked the mark down. Meanwhile, in another direction, a snake fell from a tree on us, near scaring the 2 behind me senseless. I cut it in 2, and Wu Xiaomei, to my surprise, smashed its head with a rock, frightened her powder hadn't worked. You weren't this fierce last time, I mocked. Can you compare? The thing's disgusting, she said, and sprinkled more useless self-made powder on herself. No good. You didn't even mix in sulfur, I said. I'd thought to bring sulfur powder for chemical repellent, but it's a consumable and, with my experience, unnecessary, so I'd skipped it. Hers was homemade, faintly irritant, no effect on snakes, and might even aim one at her by smell. What do you know? Am I the doctor, or are you? Don't think hunting makes you an expert. Keep it humble around me, she snapped. Suit yourself. 100 warnings aren't worth 1 bite of experience. Then a wrist-thick snake put its head out of the grass, tongue flicking, the 3 of us in its diamond eyes, and one of us reeking of the thing it hated. It struck, a contraction and a lunge at the one it despised. I heard it without turning and kicked Wuxiumei off her feet. Move! And it coiled where she'd stood and struck again at the same target. Too fast for me to reach. Then a figure threw itself in front of her. Arg! Zhonglu, a snake fastened to his inner thigh, tail already wrapping his calf. A flash of the knife. Head off, kicked away. I let out a breath. A king rat snake, the bane of venomous snakes, which eats them, so its presence likely meant no venomous snakes for hundreds of meters around. Not that the two of them knew that yet. You all right? Wu Xiaomei stared. Shaken Zhonglu had stepped in for her. My head's spinning, he said, white-faced, panicking. Pure instinct. That, and now regret. No wife. Never even held her hand. Going to die here. You're the doctor. Help him. I'd seen his color. This was a stress reaction. It'd pass. But I decided to play wingman and close the distance between the two of them. I cut his trouser leg open to 2 bleeding puncture marks. Brother, am I going to make it? Will my dad marry Widow Wang if I die? He babbled, panting. Wu Xiaomei ran over, frightened. She'd never treated a snake bite. She can save you, I said gravely, and to her, suck it. Suck. 2 startled looks, one shy, one, from Zhonglu, embarrassingly hopeful. With what? She went red, backing off. What else but your mouth? You're a doctor. You let a man die. It's a venomous snake, and he took it for you. She wavered. True. A man this afraid of snakes had stepped in front of her and bent down. Zhonglu, frankly, made it harder on himself with how plainly he was enjoying the prospect. I coughed cover for him. Side effect of the venom. Hurry, or there's no time. And waited it out while she sucked and spat. Face burning. 2 minutes. Then turned and retched. Mash some up and pack it, I said, tossing her a few stalks of grass. A show's got to be played through, and the boy couldn't even hold steady 2 minutes. I'm fine now, Zhonglu said, sitting up, color back, the fog in his head gone. Bury this in your gut, she warned, ears still red. Understood, understood. Then a scream came down off the summit. Birds bursting from the trees, panic rolling down. More people up here. My face went grave. I had the gun in hand. Snakes on Snake Mountain were ordinary, but so were other beasts, and that scream might be one. In a tree 5 men couldn't ring. A patterned python thick as a water ladle had a man wrapped and swinging, bone cracking with each squeeze. Below, Zheng Laopi watched, thrilled. 15-some meters, 20 years old at least, and when his man moved to chamber his gun and shoot, Zheng snatched it. Do you know what this snake's worth? But he'll die. He's dead anyway. He let the python swallow his man whole, knowing it would go to digest after and slow, the better to take it. Nothing maddens a man like money, not even a life. When the gorged snake came down off the tree, a man's face pressed faintly through the skin of its belly. Zheng cracked a second man across the skull with the gun butt and fed him to it too. Eat, and you're mine. Closing in as the sated snake slowed. Then footsteps in the brush. He spun, face darkening at 3 young people, one with a gun, taken for rivals poaching his stock. Wu Xiaomei screamed at the python. Zhong Lu's legs went weak at the 2 faces in its belly. Where are you boys from? Zheng put the muzzle to the snake's head and fired, the python's tail thrashing still. Usually you take a snake at the heart, 7 inches down, but on a thing this long the heart's hard to place, and a bad shot drops the skin's price. We took a wrong path, I said, finger going to my trigger. One glance at the belly, and I had the shape of it. The man was lethal, killing the python in front of us to threaten, and the bag at his waist still squirmed. From here you reach the bottom. Go on. It's dangerous, he said, smiling cold, having decided we couldn't be left to report him. We'll go, I said, polite, lulling him. I could feel the killing intent and knew what came next. That's heavy lily. Wu Xiaomei spotted the herb she'd come for and ran for it despite everything. The woman's brain is broken, the killing intent near painted on the man's face. Don't. We'll look elsewhere, I said, grabbing for her. She shook me off and ran. Zheng watched the gun, ready. As she returned, her body crossing my line of sight, he raised the pistol the instant she blocked his view and fired, a wisp of smoke. Xiaomei, Zhong Lu screamed. She stood frozen, a sting at her neck where the round had passed. Then Zheng jolted, disbelieving. around between his own brows, blood spreading, and he fell dead. I'd read the trick the moment she crossed his view. My reactions aren't ordinary. He wanted to kill me, she said, legs shaking. He took us for poachers. I eyed the python. 15 meters of skin worth thousands, but the two faces in its belly gave me pause. To skin it, the bodies would spill out. Nothing to me, but a lifetime's nightmare for those two. Go down first. I'll handle it, I said, unwilling to lose the skin. Her view of me had shifted. I'd killed to save her, forced to it. Guard the secret. When they'd gone, I tapped the python's head with the butt, made sure it was dead, took the head off and skinned it. Technical work, but I'm practiced. The two sticky bodies rolled out, and I kicked them aside. Took the gall too, rare in a python, worth 10s fresh, 100 dried, and lifted a fake 54 pistol off the ground, 500 on the black market, easy. A windfall. At the village mouth, Sue was haggling in the truck cab. Since the Dole pelts sold, word had gotten round the county's fur trade that he could supply, and not in small lots. The green truck ran to the meat plant every few days, game by the carcass, the trade green with envy. Hu Hongjun was rubbing his hands, lighting Sue's cigarette himself, fawning like a younger brother, the same man who used to curse Sue's family over his price cutting. Introduce me to that brother of yours, Hu said, slipping him an envelope. Too little, Sue sneered. Hu apologized, slapping his own face. Miserable but cornered. That brother's the plant's favorite now. The whole trade knows it. Get 3,000 ready. I'll bring you to meet him. No promises. Then an ox bellowed behind the truck, and I climbed down, dragging a snake's skin that swept the ground. The village gathered, gaping. Where'd Zhongyu get that? How many years did it live? Sue ran over, stroking it, unable to keep his hands off. Fresh, 100 a meter in the county, 2,000 at least. Didn't go up today? Rest day. We're near done anyway. Month's end, and the 50,000 caddies are in the bag. Then he caught sight of Hu. Boss Hu, you remember me? Hu bowed, all smiles, calling a man not yet 20 brother. Buying again. This you take it? Yes. Yes. Hu lit up, scenting a way to reach me without paying Sue his 3,000. 120 a meter, top price. I swear I won't cheat you. The crowd gasped. I looked to Sue. Trust ran to him, not this man. 120's low. He's cheating you, Sue said, contemptuous. Hu paled, hauled Sue aside, and pressed another envelope on him, near weeping. Fine, but the price goes up, you understand. Hu turned back fast. Brother, 125 a meter. Another gasp. Close enough, Sue said. The skin measured 19.7 meters, 2,462.5, and the gall went for 100, 2,562 in all. Hu handed over the stack, glancing round before he dared add. Anything else? Fine, brother Sue. I'll come at once. Always top price. I'll have him contact you. Counting it up, I had 10,000 on me now. A 10,000 household, the first in the village. Time the house changed too. Tile, a leather sofa. Nothing suits like gilding your own face. Off to one side, Sue drew me aside and, without fuss, produced Hu's envelope, 3,200. Half each, no argument, and took his and handed me mine. Stand up of you, I said, pocketing it. Only a fool leaves money on the table. The man was straight enough to split it down the middle. At a county furniture plant, the sales chief Chiu Fei, a fat man behind on his monthly quota, had just been chewing out his salesman when Sue walked me in. The salesman greeted Sue warmer than they would a director. He steered them to the plant whenever a friend needed furniture. Whoever it is, Chiu snapped, then saw Sue and beamed. Brother, seeing you is like seeing my parents. Chiu the fatso, that mouth never changes. Lose some weight, my hands are all grease. They embraced. Then Chiu's eyes slid to me, doubtful. By my clothes I didn't look like money. You joking? Don't look down on people. Miss this and don't blame me, Sue said, sprawling on the sofa. I'll take him elsewhere. And here I was saying he wanted the three-piece set. Three-piece hit Chiu like a cattle prod. Bicycle, sewing machine, black and white TV. One sale, and his quota was met. He came round fast, tea and all. I needled him on the cheap jasmine tea. I'd seen Long Jing in his drawer, until he grudgingly brewed the good leaf at 300 a half kilo, the stuff he saved for county leaders, and Sue hid a grin. Now, the three-piece set, Chio said, hurting already over 2 cups of tea. I want to furnish the place. What VE you got, and the prices? Phoenix bike, butterfly sewing machine, peony TV, around 1,000 for all three, and since Sue sent you, 10% off, 900. Too dear. 700 for the three. We haggled to a wall at his 850. Then I mentioned a leather sofa, and leather sofa hit him like a ghost. Cheapest ran 2,000, good ones 3. See my sincerity, I said, and tossed a thick envelope on the desk. Chio snatched it, sniffed it, the smell of money, thousands, and folded entirely. Brother, 600 for the set, and if you take the leather sofa, I'll throw in a crate of eggs. The sofa, 3,000, settled at 28. Then I asked who had good tile in the county. Shunli's office floor had decided me long ago, and Chio swore he'd pick it himself, under a yuan apiece, the lot to be delivered in 2 days. He bent and scraped me out the door like a junior. The plant workers stunned the place's haughtiest chief would treat a young stranger so, a treatment the director himself never got. 3 days later, Old Lou's crew laid clean white tile through the whole house, a yuan apiece, hauled from the county, barely a month after building it. A 5-square pond in the yard, fine timber even for the dog's kennels. My mother fussed over the deliveries like a housekeeper, terrified the workers would skimp. Then the furniture plant truck rolled in, Chio at the front. I'd sent the 2 girls off on purpose, to surprise them. Where do you want it? Chio grinned. The rest in the yard, sofa inside first. The crew gaped. A leather sofa? A 3-piece set? As the bike came down with the red flower still on its handlebars, the TV, the sewing machine with its golden butterfly. Old Lou nearly kicked his daydreaming men awake. Don't dirty boss Zhong's TV. The village crowded the wall, marveling at the rooftop antenna. None had seen one. I kept the lunch crowd on. Buns and red braised pork the mere bottom of the bowl, the smoked tiger meat the prize, and Chio stood and toasted me with Mao Dai, swearing to drop anything I ever needed. Money makes the devil push the millstone. A leather sofa and a set, and the man near called me father. What'll the 2 girls do when they see it? Climb all over me. On the road home, Sue drove one-handed, cigarette in his teeth, glancing at the cab beside him. What good did Zhongyu do in a past life to land 2 girls like these? Xiaoqing, between the seats, fussed with a 12 yuan padded coat, 60-some yuan of clothes from the trip, and a couple hundred all told with the powder and creams Sue had recommended. Warner redid her sister's makeup, the first women in the village to own cosmetics, all thanks to the man who loved them most. Think brother-in-law's planning something, sending us to shop? Xiaoqing wondered. Sue, who knew exactly, played dumb. Aren't you 2 his little darlings? And Warner flushed scarlet, scolding her sister's loose mouth, Sue laughing. I'd just finished. The whole yard a little estate now. A 5-cubic viewing pond. White tile gleaming, 3 little kennels by the gate, jujube, and a new peach and cherry tree for summer fruit. The girls came up the path, guessing snacks or shoes, and stopped dead at the gate. They checked the house number twice, then ran in. The slick tile, the bicycle with its red flower, the brown leather sofa where the flower used to sit, a 12-inch TV with 2 antennae like Beatles feelers, the sewing machine, and its golden butterfly. Warner's box of clothes hit the floor. How much did this cost? Xiaoqing breathed. I'd hidden inside, listening to them bicker. Xiaoqing claiming tonight was her turn, that she'd never tap out like her sister, that she'd not wear me out the way Warner did. Warner gone scarlet. How do you even know that? Were you listening at the wall? I rubbed my nose, ambushed by my own surprise. When they tumbled in pinching each other and found me, they froze. Brother-in-law. You. Then both flew at me, 1 to each arm. I'd known a man's fantasy of 2. Both their feelings I could read clearly and equal. I'll leave the rest where it belongs, behind a closed door. Warner, easy with it now. Telling her sister tonight was hers and locking the door on us herself. Xiaoqing, who'd found her trick in a book and held her own till morning while her sister, red-faced, listened from the wall all night and learned it. Both of them well into the household now, and none of it for the page. Off at an abandoned coal works, Chi Fei walked in bandaged like a mummy, both hands wrecked, nothing in his eyes but hate. He kicked the door open on a dozen men at cards. Use a hand to push a door? They snarled, then saw it was him, and the lone bald man stood. Who did this? Chi Fei seethed. Their crew, the Little Knife Gang, didn't take this. And his elder, Chang Kuei, the Little Knife Butcher, carried a name on the roads. Sit talk. Chi Fei told it, glaring at his ruined hands, hungry to see the boy dead. Qianshan Village, Chang Kuei mused, drawing a small knife to play with. He knew of the formidable old secretary there, a Long March Red soldier, his name a thunderclap even among the gangs. No one dared touch him. I know what worries you. We won't do it in the village, Chi Fei said. Chang Kuei nodded, flicked the knife into the air, and slapped it without looking. It buried itself in the wall like a loosed arrow. Iron Sand Palm. Lure the man out, away from the village. That dog's trained too. Bring the brothers and finish him together. One dog needs the brothers? Chang Kuei scoffed. He had men aplenty who'd trained, any one of them enough. Don't worry. You'll have your revenge, and I'll do those 2 girls in front of him. Chi Fei laughed. A note up top, since it was in the raw. The author apologized that the prior chapter had been trimmed for rule violations and said later chapters would be revised. I've handled the content per the usual rules regardless. Month's end. Sue totted up the boar in the cab, 217 head, 52,080 caddies, at 7.5 mao, 39,060 yuan. Boss Zhong's color's been bad lately. Lin Chengwo worried by a tree. Saw him shaking on his legs yesterday. Heard up the mountain. Maybe, and won't say, so we don't worry. When I came up, Sue called out, eyeing my walk, really hurt. Crick in my neck last night, I said, easing into the cab. Xiaoqing had near drained me dry. The long night 9 times. They say women are tigers at 30, but she was 16 and already this. A crick's the neck. How'd it get your back? Lin Chengwo muttered, resolving to soak some safflower wine. I'd bring Lin Chengwo on this delivery, not Zhong Lu, who had no time these days. At the clinic, I knew, things had warmed up with Wu Xiaomei. 2 hours on at the plant, he Shengli waited at the door, beaming, a worker opening the cab for me. Brother you, the plant's favorite now. He had me to his office, director's office now. Thanks to me topping the plant's output and pushing him past the other 2 deputies into the chair. 2 men watched from a second-floor window. That's Zhongyu? So young? No wonder he's so warm. Pull him over. Run something past Director Du, already scheming to poach me. He poured tea himself, a secretary brewing it. Sue eyed her. Easy. Half a month ago, I staked a pledge with the higher-ups to double output by year's end. Thanks to you too. Win-win. Sue pitched a night out. He jumped on it. To bind a man you share more than a price. Share a night, and your rope on the same line. Loosen up a bit. I agreed, glad of a night's rest. No grain to deliver at home, at least. He cut a chit and sent Sue and Lin Chengwei up for the cash, then flicked his eyes at the secretary and left. Your back's sore. I'll get the money, Sue said, reading it, and steered Lin Chengwei out. Lin glanced back at the office as a dressed-up woman shut the door. He's busy, Sue grinned. Sore back? Let me help with that, the secretary said, sliding her zipper. Eyes on me. She'd sooner work a handsome man than he. Don't paw at me, I said, the perfume in my nose. So this was the arrangement Sue meant. She tipped me back and found herself lifted off her feet, set down by the waist. I've no use for a woman who'll take anyone, a courtesan in a skirt. Her face fell. You don't want me. If I don't help, he'll fire me. Please, know how to give a massage? Do my back then. She did. Out of a massage parlor, it turned out, real hands, and I drifted off remembering a girl from the contractor years. An hour later he marveled at the long-drawn office curtains, young men, all that fire, never guessing I'd only slept. Down already? Dozed off, sorry, I said sheepish. I get it. You're a tiger. No appetite tonight. I'll find you 2 more. He laughed and waved up a Shanghai SH-760, a cadre's car, allotted by the state, tens of thousands to buy. How does he rate that? Who's behind him? Like it. I'll give it to you when I'm tired of it, he said, and I took him at his word. Don't refuse a gift, his face twitching at having only meant it as a courtesy. He sent Lin Chengwo off with 200 to amuse himself. This is a private circle, the unrelated don't rate it. And Lin took it, eyeing the car, envious, resolving to keep close to Boss Zhong and rise. Red neon flicked on and off above the sign. He Shengli waved the driver to wait and led me to the door. The bouncer bowed. He was a regular here, friendly with the owner. Red Rose. In the 80s, a dance hall was where the toughs and the businessmen gathered. A cover charge for first-timers, waved with a regular to walk you in. Inside, Teresa tongue over the speakers, couples pressed together in the floor, bell-bottoms and afros and sequins and heels. Something in it felt familiar. He shungly caught my faraway look and smiled, waved a suited manager over, and booked a private room. The memory faded, and I followed. Off by the floor, two figures traded a glance, conferred low, and sent one of them toward our room. Inside, he sprawled with a girl on his arm, flushed and easy. Eat, drink, do what you like, it's all on me. Sue ordered two girls off the manager. If we're playing, play happy. And you, handsome? The manager asked me, reading a first-timer, but minding his guest carefully. He handed me a menu, photographs of women and next to nothing. I shook my head. No interest. He caught it. I hear you've got a new one, Weiwei. Bring her. The manager's face changed. Luo Weiwei. In only a couple of weeks, and somehow no boss had managed her yet, though she'd doubled the hall's take. Boss he, about Luo Weiwei, and a wad of cash hit him in the face. Enough. The manager bowed and went. She was in another room just then, the other boss not one to cross either. Call me uncle, like Sue does, if you don't mind, he said, his hand wandering into the girl beside him until she slumped against him. I'll spare the rest. Uncle he. I said, not from any wish to be close, but the plant's prices climbed with the closeness. Good. For that, whatever you take a month, I'll figure it at 8 funacati. He laughed, and read me right. Not a green country boy. Then he took his girl off to the rooms upstairs. 8 fun. Sue marveled. That's over 10,000 a month. He totted up the boar. 217 head, 52,080 caddies. Minus the crew's wages, my cut over 20,000. Plus he's promised 5. Near 2 of my months against a whole village's year. Hunting makes money fast. A knock. Sue opened it on a stranger who shoved past him. I'm looking for Zhongyu. My boss wants to see you. Come. I eyed him and feigned sleep, feet up. Nobody who fetches a man with that tone and that face gets answered. Sue went to haul him out, and his hand barely touched the man's shoulder before he was on his knees, the tiger's mouth grip wrenching at him. Watch your mouth, the man said. Xiao Wu. Boss Ming invites you. A trained hand, single grip on the web of the thumb is more than most can take. And if I don't go? I rose calm. Then there's nothing for it, he said, stepping back to act, and the door opened on he, back from upstairs, who went wary at the sight of him. Xiao Wu was a bodyguard, and a dangerous one. His presence meant the other 2 deputy directors were here too. Director Ming wants a word with Zhongyu. You won't mind. He shoved his girl off, eyes going dark, poaching my man in front of me, but didn't dare touch Xiao Wu, who turned and made way. Walk. Don't go. I'll fetch people, he said, and hurried out. Stay put. Brother you. I'll see what he can do, Sue said, getting up sore, and started threatening, and Xiao Wu kicked him in the gut. Still yelling? I don't like asking 3 times. Walk. I rose, helped Sue onto the sofa, and looked at the man flat. If you're someone else's dog, act like one, tail down, and you still try to bite. His fist came like a hammer. Shingy, snapping off the bow, pulled to 3/10 because he still meant to deliver me whole. In another room, Chi Feng grew impatient. A state plant deputy kept waiting, and Ming Gu waved it off. A green country boy needs frightening first, needs to know who I am. He'd told Xiao Wu to give me a taste. Chi Feng frowned. You'll spook him off. This is poaching. You give a man face. Meng sneered. Just a country hunter. What's to respect? Can't have him, ruin him. No one takes my director's chair. Then their door flew off its hinge, and a body skidded across the glass table, shattering it into Xiao Wu's face, a scream tearing out of him. Xiao Wu. Meng looked up to see me walk in unmarked and shut the door behind me. Impossible, Xiao Wu, that a dozen men can't lay a hand on. I'm here. Say it. What do you want? I hooked a stool onto the sofa and sat, eyeing them cold. Chi Feng swallowed, glancing at the curled-up Xiao Wu. Zhongyu, you dare hit my man? Know who I am. Meng stood, face stinging. Don't think a little skill makes you untouchable. He Xingli's only here temporarily. He goes, you're nothing, and I'll see you don't earn a fun. I raised a brow. You're the plant's deputy directors? You don't want me helping he. Highest bidder takes me, I thought. And this tone wants me to fold? Donkey kicked, same as his dog. For Mao a caddy, top price, 50,000 a month's 20,000. Ming offered, contempt in it. A country boy's never seen money. A village mutt belching. Too much filth, picking fights. I said, done wasting breath. 6 Mao. Chi phone cut in fast, hoping to poach not feud. The same price he'd given a relative whose body, lost on a hunt, was never found. 6. He's a country boy, you flatter him. Ming spat. 4. Or you'll regret it. I'll make you regret it. Chi phone paled. Can't he see the man's beneath the offer? And regret? Is Xia Wu on the floor a prop? How do you mean to make me regret it? I stepped to Meng, caught his throat one-handed, hoisted him over my head, and threw him into the wall. A dull thud, him thrashing like a loach on the floor. Say it, I said, heel on his hand, and broke his wrist. Let go. Terror in him now. A slap. Deaf? Couldn't hear me. No, I'll regret it, he folded fast. Remember, quit the country boy. Without us you couldn't fill your stomach. Then I took Xia Wu by the hair. You too. A dog learns to behave. Don't bite everyone you see. Understand. Blood at his mouth, he nodded. He came charging back with men and found only Sue on the sofa. Me gone. Zhong Yu's been taken. The orders are finished. He smashed a glass, raging, until I pushed in past his people, smiling. You're not hurt? He marveled. He knew Xia Wu's hands. You saw? I shrugged, nodding at the broken glass. Have it cleaned. Don't ruin the mood. Sue told it all, worshipful, strung Xia Wu up and beat him. In the village he crippled Chi Fei, and Xia Wu's no Chi Fei. He read the moment and fished. Meng called you over. To take you, drop me. I know. Of course I refused. You're my uncle. He slapped his thigh. For that, the price goes to a yuan a caddy. Don't worry how I handle my end. Bring me meat every month and you'll never be short of fun. The man wasn't stupid. To keep his seat, he'd treat me like a king. A knock. The manager, with a fresh girl on his arm. He eyed her, jolted, just 18, surely untouched, and asked if I was satisfied. I looked at her. A girl like that, in a dance hall. White dress, demure, arms crossed shy at her chest. But there was something unbroken and sly in her eyes. Luo Weiwei. Hello, bosses, she said, gaze settling on the youngest face. He read me wanting her and slipped out. Sue, who thought her prettier even than the two at home and would never poach a brother's, took his girls and went. The door clicked. Luo Weiwei came and sat beside me. How do we play boss, drinking games? How old are you? A girl like this, out there she'd have suitors. Why a dance hall? And untouched, by the look of it. Not simple. Just 18, she smiled, cracking a beer on the table. Drink first. Her one real skill was holding liquor. Get a man drunk and there's no next step, and she stays safe. That's how she'd lasted half a month. Drinking's no fun, I said, and pulled her over. I wanted to see what trick kept her clean in here. She shrieked, frightened. He looks harmless, hungrier than the bosses. I made a show of it, nose at her neck, not as formidable as the act. There's a method she's hiding. Acting innocent with me? I slapped the beer aside and tipped her chin, reading the cunning in those dark eyes. My gut said the softness was all show. Boss, I only pour drinks. Panic now. Then her arm came up hard and shoved me clean off. A trained shove. She's not what she plays. You're stronger than some men. I like strong, I said, surprised. Sorry, I wasn't ready, she said, turning fast, and with my view blocked, slipped a pill into her mouth, downed a beer, and came smiling to feed it to me mouth to mouth. I felt the tongue, swallowed, and smiled at her flush. Practiced. You've done this plenty. No. First time, she demurred, relieved I'd drunk. 5 minutes and the drug works. Then upstairs. I drank on, letting it pass. A tongue that skilled, calling it her first? Hardly. Eyeing her, wondering what came next. Then the door slammed open. A thin, sharp-eyed crew-cut man walked in, saw Luo Weiwei against me, and twisted his brow into knots. Luo Weiwei. Who said you could work here? Brother, why are you here? She said, thrown. Luo Chung, back on leave, finding out what his family had come to. Not come. Look how you'd end up. He shut the door, contempt on his face, chest and legs bared. No place for an 18-year-old. Brother, Get out. I'll be fired, she hissed, the drug near taking effect. She needed him gone and me upstairs, clothes off, money taken, her mother's treatment paid, the work over. Don't stop me. I'll teach this filth a lesson, he snarled at me. Touch my sister, and you're tired of living. I had it now, first time in a dance hall, and I'd walked into this. I spat the half-dissolved pill out and looked at her. A badger game? Her pupils shrank. Not swallowed, seen through. Boss, I was wrong. Don't tell the manager. I'll pay you. Frantic. If the hall learned she drugged a guest, it'd ruin them. So that was her trick. Knock the man out, strip him, fake a night, and let him pay like a fool thinking he'd had a virgin. Low stuff. Stand there. Luo Chung shoved past his sister and came with a hip-twisted straight punch. I caught it on my palm, the force surprising, and I knew the form bone deep. Army combat hand-to-hand. You soldiered. None of your business. He came in a rain of it, every move the army set, and I read each one and turned them at the elbow. Army combatives are spare, one strike, built out of kill moves. A kick at the belly I pre-read and clipped his shin out from under him. He stared, staggering. You break everything I throw? You just haven't trained enough. In the unit, no one beat me at it. Using these forms on me was a swordsman showing off before Guan Yu. Brother, stop. The manager will come, Luo Weiwei pleaded, dragging him up, then turned pitiful. Boss, please. I only wanted to earn money. Then earn it honestly. This is malicious fraud. I'd had enough. My head was swimming. Time to go. Then the manager came in with a fruit plate, saw me swaying, and rushed to steady me. Luo Weiwei went white, begging me with her eyes not to tell. I grabbed the water off the plate, drank it down, fingered the back of my throat, brought it up, and felt the dizziness clear. No pity for her. You knew about the drug? I asked the manager, and his blank face turned to understanding at her panic. No wonder. A dozen bosses these 2 weeks, not one got anywhere. He swung the tray at her, playing me, ruining my haul, and she dodged, hauled her brother up, and ran, filing the manager away as an enemy. Don't chase. Get me more water, I told him, head still spinning. Whatever she'd given me had real strength. Next day, on the road home, I rubbed my head, still off. Sue handed me a shoebox. Uncle, he sent this. Overdid it last night. It's nothing, I said, not telling. Embarrassing, nearly done in by a hostess. The box held he's promised 5,000 kickback. Don't worry, I won't tell the 2 at home, Sue said, then cracked up. Lin Chen will laugh too. I'll make you some tonic wine, Boss Zhong. You're young, you'll bounce back. I rolled my eyes. Tonic wine, at my age, dear blood's the thing. I'd go up the mountain and lay some in. The 2 girls were no easy keeping. At the station, the crew warmed by the stove as Sue read the month. Lin's squad 18,700 caddies, plus 870 over floor. Zhong Lu's 13,500, plus 350. Sue's 19,880, plus 988. 6,000 wages, 2,208 in bonus. 30,852 left after. Sue near 10,000, me over 20. They bowed their thanks and left flush. Only one face was sour. What? Broke it off with Wu Xiaomei. I clapped Zhonglu's shoulder, ribbing. I told you to earn. The other squads pushed for 20,000 caddies. And a man only earns a woman by becoming worth earning. Love her all you like. She won't love you for loving her. Understand? Brother, it's not that, he sighed. My dad says he'll marry Widow Wang. It blew my head off. She killed 2 husbands. What if? His brow nodded. He was somewhat moneyed now, and his father had to go and do this. Sue rubbed his chin. Actually, I think there's something to it. Saw Widow Wang a few days back, crouched off to the side, retching. You're saying she's pregnant? My father's. Zhong Lu shot up. I have to go ask, and bolted out. You're not winding him up? I asked. I really saw it, Sue shrugged, and handed me the rest in an envelope. 20,000 odd, count it. No need. I trust you. I peeled out 2,000 for him. No refusing. The ammo, the fuel. You fronted it. Brothers don't weigh this. He took it and hugged me hard. Ugh, sappy. I laughed, pushing him off. Over 20,000 clear in a month in the 80s. Few even in the county. Then business. With his price up to a yuan and the fencing still pending, Sue wanted to hire more, scale up. He could see himself a boss. No rush, I said. More men is harder to manage, and the ammo, the guns, the danger, and the dogs. I can't run the whole mountain forever. Still, prepare, scout the village for good hands. Been up the mountain, capable, and send them to me. I'll vet them myself. Numbers past 100 bring all kinds. Not everyone can hunt, and a death on the mountain falls on me. 3 days on I stood in my yard, scalp prickling. I'd underrated the village's hunger for money. A line out the gate, everyone with gifts. Folks, 25 to 35 only. Grandpa Huang, you'll be 80 next year. And Auntie Wu, with that belly, go home and rest. Hunting's no work for a pregnant woman. Sue blocked the gate, exasperated. Someone had spread it, and now the whole village wanted on. The flattery and the guilt rolled in. Same village, you struck rich. Don't forget us. I held you as a baby. Warner fretted. People swarmed her with eggs and potatoes by the basket, and refusing snubbed them and taking it owed them. Just don't bother. They've all got hands and feet, Xiaoqing said, eyeing the tile, afraid they'd dirty it. You can't say that. Warner scolded, hauling her sister inside. The girl was young and tactless and needed managing. Then Pang Jinyun came through. I knew why. He sent the crowd off with a word. I'll talk it over with Xiaoyu. Though they only watched me, not him, until I said I'd think on it. They left smiling, the basket staying. His mouth twitched. I'm the village head, and my word's worth less than his offhand one. Money. That's what moves people, he said wryly. Want the village head job? Don't joke. I said fast. I only wanted to hunt and earn. He sat. The old secretary told me. I'll handle the fencing. I'm friendly with the other heads. If you'll help the village, I'll organize and train them too. I soldiered. My aim's no worse than yours. Came prepared, every headache solved. You just teach the method. I know it's your rice bowl. It's a lot to ask. He knew teach the apprentice, starve the master, and feared the village would learn and rival me. But most of them were dirt poor, and on monthly relief grain the higher-ups couldn't fund forever. I didn't leap. The truth. I didn't want to teach hunting. The gun ban was only a few years off, and tight animal protection law after, and my rice bowl would tip. Pang meant well for the village. Could I turn it to use? Village head, you farm. That's your real skill. Why not lift them with that? His face fell. He'd applied to the county for poverty support, and the village didn't meet the criteria. The land was scattered and the soil uneven, fixable but costly. Back to money. Then, I said, and thought of my own plots, and that after the ban I could farm too. Village head, I have an idea. At the production team, Peng announced it. Hunting was off. I had no time for it. The village sagged, some grumbling, selfish, rich, and won't help. I felt nothing. People think a rich man owes them. That not helping is a crime. Never that not helping is the rule and helping the kindness. Pang slammed the table. He won't teach hunting. He'll lift you another way. From next year, take up your old trade, open the land. Xiaoyu will pay to buy phosphate fertilizer to mend the soil, so you can eat. Uproar. Fertilizer's dear. The land's gone fallow. All the village's fields would take tons. Who can afford it? In the early 80s, phosphate ran 150 to 180 a ton by coupon, half again on the black market. Mending the soil meant 8 tons or so, applied every 2 or 3 years, 2,000 to go. And does the money go unrepaid? You're worried about paying it back, I said. You needn't repay the money, but hear this. I decide what you plant, and each household gives me 2/10 of the year-end harvest for 3 years. Call it the fertilizer's price. Some faces fell. 2/10 is a lot. We barely earn. What else do you want? He pays. You labor. 2/10 is nothing. He's carrying you. Wang Fugue stood and snapped, eyeing the grumblers. Take it or leave it. Just don't come crawling back when we're earning. Most came round. When the land's good, we feed ourselves. 2/10. Fair enough. I'm in. Me too. Whatever you say, Xiaoyu, just so we eat. A few still wavered at the 2/10. The rest signed on. Pang beamed. Once the fertilizer came, next year wouldn't be like this one. If this boy didn't have those 2 girls at home, I'd play matchmaker. Next day at the village mouth, Hu Hongjun came running. Sue had called. I needed something. I hear your reach is wide. Can you get phosphate? I lit a red plum. Sure, got a buddy in the line. I'll get you a price. Cheap, promise. About 8 tons, and the money, he cut me off. Brother, I'll front it. Brothers don't count this. Then, hopeful. You heading up the mountain lately? I've an apothecary order. Say it. Antler velvet. 20 pairs of two-tine. The order was his already, just no one to hunt it. Two-tine that many? Wild sika aren't common, and it's winter. Two-tine meant sika, not red deer. You've got the skill, he flattered, and named a price, 140 a kilo. State apothecaries paid 80 to 120. He couldn't land a state order, which meant the black market. 3 times the price. Sly accountant. 160. Since you're helping, let you earn this time. 20 pairs ran maybe 15 kilos, over 2,000 to me. Never mind the meat. Done. 160. He beamed. His ceiling had been 180. Squeezing him. Several thousand to him on this. 100 meters off the village, Chi Fei glared at a direction. Hate in him. Both hands wrecked. We've squatted days, no one. Wang Jian complained. Wang Jian, my hands are broke. You've grown a spine now. Wouldn't dream of it, Wang Jian said. No fear in him. Once he'd feared Chi Fei's hands. Now Chi Fei was nothing. Chang Kuei's not down yet. What's your hurry? Chi Fei decided. If he didn't catch Chunyin or the girls today, he'd go in by night and take someone. Then laughter. Xiaoqing wobbled on the bicycle, Wanner steadying the seat, both bright with it. The first girls in the village to play on a bike. Finally, Chi Fei spat, licking his teeth at the two faces. Go grab them. Wang Jian's eyes lit, and he led a few men over. My turn, sis, Wanner said, reaching for the bike, and heard footsteps, and turned to strangers coming fast. Little thing want a lesson? Wang Jian said, eyes raking her, a crawling in him. Who asked you? Who are you? Xiaoqing snapped, the look sickening on her. Let's go, don't talk to them, Wanner said, a dread rising. She half remembered the other day. Wang Jian seized the handlebar and reached, and the bike shoved hard into his groin. He doubled, then flung it down, furious. Get her. Get back. Wanner shoved the charging man, hauled the bike up as a shield, frightened but planting herself in front of her sister. Up the mountain, Su led the dogs, snow on his brows. Brother, sika barely come out in winter, we've looked 2 hours. Rare, not none. I crouched over droppings. Winter sika you trail along unfrozen streams, or read the bark of elm and willow they browse. Forget it. Wait by the stream at dusk. Then a branch cracked, something crashing close. We had the guns up. Game or man. You secure yourself first. A bear. Su lit up. No sika, but a bear. Something's off. I said, 400 some caddies lurching like it was hurt, and no one behind it. Wounded by another beast? Fuhu, get him. Su loosed the heavy dog and ran after with the gun, eager for a first kill. Fuhu hit the bear, got swatted aside. Dalong came up, but held. A lifted nose fines and leads, not charges, and barked Fuhu around to block the bear's retreat, waiting on us. A shot cracked from 100 meters and went into a tree. My aim's garbage, Su groaned. And then a dull report dropped the bear. Brother. Good. Su turned, grinning, and went white. 3 strangers with raised guns. Chang Kuei, even a kid's poaching our stock, not afraid to die. Su recognized one. You're Chang Kuei? 3 years back the name had terrified the villages. A man who'd knifed an enemy a dozen times in the heart, did a year, came out. Oh, he knows me. Chang Kuei sneered, foot on the bear's basin-sized head. No fear it wasn't dead. My catch, and you want it. No, I didn't know, Su said, cold down his spine. Chang Kuei kills and says little. His gun's a Type 56. One of Chang Kuei's men eyed it. Put the gun down. Count yourself lucky, it buys your life today. Chang Kuei said, muzzle up, ready to send Su to hell at one wrong word. Chang Kuei, don't. Here's the gun, Su said, goose flesh up, disarming under the bore. His 2 dogs went mad barking. Chang Kuei's man swung up and fired at Dalong. Been wanting dog meat. The round into the dirt as Dalong dodged and lunged. Fuhu took the cue. The 2 dogs closed left and right. Death wish, Chang Kuei said, swinging his gun onto Dalong. And Su froze, not daring to shoot a man even as the dog risked itself for him. A shot. The round took the hunting gun out of Chang Kuei's hands, the recoil jolting his arm. He turned to a kid walking up, muzzle on his brow. Dalong, Fuhu back. I called. Brother, you. Su lit up, raised his gun, warned me. The middle one's Chong Kuei, a killer. You dare shoot at me? Chong Kuei shook out his arm, jabbed at his own brow. Go on, shoot here. Miss, and I'll finish you. I scanned. The bear dead off to the side. I'd felt it wrong. That's why I'd lagged the chase and swept the area when I saw 3 armed men, found no one else. No tail to worry about, then. Know who we are? Little Knife Gang. Drop it and get gone. His man sneered, the dog-bitten one bending for a gun. I read it and fired. A round passed Chong Kuei's cheek into the man reaching for the gun. Take me for a green calf, drawing under my muzzle. Damn. Chong Kuei watched his man slump dead, shaken. The kid actually shoots. Did the world change while I was inside? The third man, spine cold at the headshot, turned and ran without a word. Brother, you killed him, Su breathed. Not kill him and wait to regret it. I swung onto the runner and dropped him too. Chong Kuei's nerve broke. He went to his knees. Brother, don't. I was joking. No one wants to die. He'd had a death sentence with a month to run and become a man's gun to live. He couldn't die here. I holstered and walked up, scanning the bodies, hand drifting to my waist. Thank you, brother, he fawned, the cruelty flickering under it, measuring the distance. Closer, 5 meters, and the iron sand palm sends the kid down. You think I'm really letting you go? I stopped, smiled, drew the pistol, and put a round in his brow. The little knife boss, dead. Damn. Cold. Su breathed. He'd thought I'd ease off, and I hadn't blinked. 3 men down. Stop gawking. Help me, I said. No slope to roll them down. We dug. Half an hour later, 3 bodies in a pit. The 2 hunting guns kept. Brother, straight up, have you killed before? Su asked, unable to hold it. He's 18, a year younger than me, and this bold. Guess? I smiled and went to the bear. The knife opened it, and there hung a gold, blood-slick gallbladder. Rich, I said, cutting it free. What luck? Su gaped. Last time an iron gall. This time gold, 10,000 at least. I lashed a sledge, dressed the meat and hide, Su drifting off into his imaginings. Down the slope, Lin Chunghua and Lin Xingbing came toward my house with 2 crocks of liquor. Will Boss Zhong even want this? Send something dear, Lin Xingbing said. What do you know? A gift's the thought, not the price, Lin Chunghua snapped. Then a voice ahead. Get the 2 of them. My manhood nearly went. Lin Chunghua looked up, rage erupting, and hurled a crock. Hands off. Back up 2. Get them as well. Wang Jian dodged the crock and drew a knife. Today this blind woman bleeds. Sis. Xiaoqing screamed as the blade neared Wanner, and a hand yanked her back. Lin Xingbing, cold-faced, threw himself in and pulled Wanner clear as the knife came down. The point sinking into his upper arm, blood blooming dark. He kicked Wang Jian back 2 meters, drew the blade out, gritting. With me here, they can't touch you. Wanner's pupils shrank. She'd never thought he'd take a knife for her. Deal with him first. Wang Jian, hand on his belly, snatched a blade and charged again. Lin Chunghua came in swinging the crock, roaring at the girls. Run. Get help. Uncle, be careful. Wanner cried, and dragged her sister off. Xiaoqing's face a churn of feeling on the run. At a corner, they ran into Zhong Lu, leading men up to hunt. Why are you running? Then he saw blood on Wanner. Someone's pulled knives at the village mouth. Go. He gaped a beat, then charged off with his men. At the mouth, Wang Jian had a foot on Lin Xingbing's face, mocking, and drove the knife in again. Lin Xingbing throwing up a palm to shield his head, blood reddening his sight. The sky gone the color of it. Lin Chunghua was down too, pinned and kicked. Stop. Zhong Lu came with men and a gun and fired into the air. They flinched, then played their blades on their palms, unafraid. Go on, shoot here. Don't, and I'll think less of you. Wang Jian jeered, hauling Lin Xingbing up. Zhong Lu hesitated. He didn't dare shoot a man. Beasts on the mountain. Fine, but killing means prison. Coward, Wang Jian said, and drove the knife at Lin Xingbing's chest. Zhong Lu fired skyward again. Useless. The blade only speeding up, sinking into the chest. Lin Xingbing's adrenaline spiked at the tearing pain. He bit down on the hand. Wang Jian yelped, shoved him off, kicked him, raised the knife once more, and a silver streak shot in from far off and punched through his wrist, blood scattering. Brother, Zhonglu lit up at the two figures coming upslope, ran to shield Lin Qingbing, gun on the strangers. He's here, Qi Fei breathed, pupils shrinking, threw a knife clean and true across tens of meters. And go. This one's hard. And Wang Jian, clutching his wrist, fixed my face in his memory and fled. What happened? I came up and didn't chase, turned to Lin Qingbing, clothes nearly red through. I had men lift him and ran for the clinic. Outside the clinic, the crowd waited, taut. Lin Chunghua sat clutching his head, hair clawed into a nest. Half an hour and no word. Brother-in-law. Uncle, he'll be all right. Wanner wept, the apology that night looping in her. He won't, sis, don't. Xiaoqing sobbed, throat tight. He took the knife for us, and I treated him like that. Uncle, you can't die. We forgive you, she cried at the door. I held her, dark-faced, silent. I didn't know yet how it had started. That would wait until I had it from Lin Qingbing. On the table, hearing the cries outside, Lin Qingbing felt himself slipping and smiled. They forgave me. Then I don't regret today. I just may not see the girls again. I hope. The door opened. Every eye turned. Lin Qinghua shot up, saw Wu Xiaomei's lowered head, and his heart stopped. I'm sorry. I did everything I could. She shook her head, blaming herself. One doctor, bare conditions. The arm was nothing. The chest wound had taken the heart. The blood wouldn't stop. In the county, with a transfusion, maybe. No, no. Xiaoqing clutched my coat, sobbing, regretting the angry words that night, the refused apology. Zhonglu, take them home, I said, patting her back, then to Lin Chunghua, cold. Come with me. His face could drip water. He knew what I meant and followed without a word. His brother dead. There was one answer, blood for blood. I don't know who they were, but I heard them call themselves Little Knife Gang. Lin Chunghua cleaned a rifle and counted rounds. No expression, only killing intent in his eyes. Know the place. I chambered around. No shots at the village mouth. Too many eyes. Killing's a crime. A place with no one, though no matter. No. I'm a hunter. I don't deal with toughs. The door opened. Sue, cold-faced, seeing the guns. Brother you. I know where the Little Knife Gang is. He'd thought he glimpsed Qi Fei at the mouth, and with Chong Koei on the mountain, it joined up. You needn't come. Lin and I are enough. Brother you. He wanted to, and was afraid. This was killing. Stay, Lin Chunghua said, and followed me out. Fear in him too, drowned under the hatred. At the abandoned coal works, Wang Jian sat sour, right hand bandaged, glaring at the knife pulled from it. Wait for Chong Koei. If not, take guns, Qi Fei said. The two bickered. You only run your mouth. My hands wrecked because you wouldn't listen, until a man in the corner said enough, and they fell silent. In the Little Knife Gang, there was one more killer besides Chong Koei, a name clear on the roads. 30 minutes on, Lin Chunghua and I lay on a coal heap. A lot of men, I said, 20-odd through the glass. Night was no good. The field would block too much, and I didn't know their guns. Then what? I can't swallow this. I read the ground. The work's empty, far from any village, shots unheard. A killing place. The only question, shut in the house, would they call the police? Was there a phone? There, go up, take my signal, move on my shot. I set Lin Chunghua on the coal conveyor. A good sniper's perch, cover behind it. And you? I'll go look. I needed to know about a phone first. 5 minutes on, I was 20 meters out, peering through glass at men playing cards in a bare room. No phone in sight. Then a man stepped from a side room, and, through the door gap, I saw a handset. I edged the wall toward it. Inside, Su Tian had his feet on the desk, on the phone, cigarette in his teeth. Boys are bored. Need work. Sure. Just a killing. We've done plenty. Noting an address to do tomorrow. A wall away, I heard it all. Found a wire running out a hole. Climbed the wall's gap. Yanked it. A curse inside. Who's touching the phone line? I cut it with the knife and dropped. A man came round the corner. Hey, what are you doing? Nothing. Wandering. I said, harmless, head down. Then close, the knife into his throat. Breathe. It'll be over soon. I said, hand over his mouth, dragging him into the brush, ash over the blood. Then back to a high vantage. Set. On the conveyor, Lin Chunghua had watched me scale the wall, shaken, better than the militia captain, and he was a scout, ex-army. I chambered and signaled. He tensed, First time killing. Unsure he could pull the trigger. Then slapped his own face, the doubt gone. A shot, and a man stepping out the door took it through the head. Lynching was heart clenched, cold as the king of hell. Su Tian sent a man to check the line. A shot dropped him, and the room scrambled. Su Tian burst out, saw the body, ducked, yelled for weapons. Another man cleared a cleaver from under a table and died for it. Chi Fei stared at a corpse facing him, not daring to lift his head. 2 more shots, 2 more down. Su Tian, hiding, was beside himself. Who is this? Dead, a marksman? Tianji, what do we do? Wang Jian whispered from a dead angle. Su Tian hurled a stool out as a feint, rolled into a room, came out with 2 hunting guns, threw one to Wang Jian, and fired at the shots. I lay on the coal, calm. The rounds couldn't reach, and men who won't show their heads can't aim. All out. He can't kill us all at once, Su Tian said when the outside went quiet. No one moved. The bodies were still warm. I don't believe he's that good. Wang Jian, cornered both ways, charged out firing, and saw half a head over the coal heap and pinned it. The rest, sensing a chance, came out with cleavers. Death wish, Lin Chunghwa said, who'd not yet fired, sighting them like game, and squeezed. I smiled cold. I'd held off for exactly this, to draw them out. The 2 Type 50 SIXS reaped without mercy. Wang Jian, smug as second, took rounds through both legs, fear flooding the rage, and Lin Chunghwa, hating, took the animal who'd killed his brother. I reloaded, swung to a man going out a window, and put him down. Tianji, don't leave me. Chi Fei cowered, 5 left alive in the house. Who's looking after you? Su Tian spat, smashing the glass to climb out. Got to leave. The killer's too accurate, a hitman. Who sent him? Chi Fei, wanna live? Come out. I called, locating them by the answer. His face went white. He knew the voice. It's him. He wrecked my hands, and now he's come to kill us. Who did I cross? Brother's outside. It's a misunderstanding. Settle with Chi Fei. Let me go. Su Tian begged, around driving his head back down. All the same, kill you and save grain, I said, edging down off the heap to a new line. Lin Chunghwa moving to pincer. No one walks away. Brother, I was wrong. I was forced, Chi Fei sobbed. When did this village have a man who kills without a blink, not afraid of police or reprisal? I kicked the door in. A man under a table lunged with a knife at my face. I turned, drew the pistol, dropped him. 3 more threw down their weapons, begging. I heard none of it, swung the muzzle, and fired 3 times. Chi Fei shook at each shot, eyes on the harmless face nearing. Still a kid, killing without hesitation, colder than any boss I've seen. My mistake last time. I should have finished you then, I said, muzzle to his brow, the stink of fear off him. He died slumped in the corner, regret in his eyes. No live ones left. 1 more in a side room. Appear my age with a knife, a shot, and out. Then a scuffle at the window. Lin Chunghwa's curse. A man had flung sand in his eyes and bolted. No use chasing, I said, the figure already gone behind cover. I lowered the gun. Before leaving, I returned to my firing spot and took every casing, wiped every trace. On the way back, we looped wide, over the mountain and down to the slope, took up the bear meat we'd left at the tree, and came to the village mouth, where a 3-wheeler blocked the road and 2 uniformed police stood talking to villagers. Brother, what brings you here? I called, recognizing Wu Lei, half an hour off a report of a stabbing death in the village. He turned, saw the bear, pupils shrinking, hundreds of caddies, never seen one. Some hunting skill, a living, I said, no trace of a man fresh from killing. Lin Chunghwa hung back, not meeting them. Someone in your village got stabbed. Go check it's not your own, Wu Lei said kindly, eyeing my gun. He meant to investigate the Little Knife Gang's place, which he knew. Really? Then I'll go, I said, and pulled the sledge off, glancing back once to see him right away. 15 minutes on, at the coal works, Wu Lei caught the smell of gun smoke before he arrived, braked hard at a dozen bodies, drew his sidearm. All dead, most through the brow, a few through the temple, near 20, all shot, and another inside, an 18-year-old among them. Who in hell did this, so cold? That night I sat by the fire, no expression. Lin Chunghwa fretted beside me. The police were stirred up, and one had gotten away. What if the runner reports it? My face was seen. Should have finished him. Save this trouble, he said. No rush, I said, confident we wouldn't be traced. 80s policing was weak, and I'd cleaned it. The only thread was the bullets, near impossible to run back to us. Sue came in. How's it look? Lynching was shot up. County police came. It's a big stir, but few know, and it won't reach us. He'd unified the witness's story per my instructions. The little knife gang struck first, meaning to molest the village's women. Tell the police exactly that. Then it's fine. I handed Lin Chunghwa an envelope. Take it, a small token. He refused. If not for you, we'd never have avenged him. It's from the two girls, I said, and pressed it in. The runner was the only loose end, and he'd never report it. The gang's work was all unclean, his own hands surely bloody. A week on, Lin Xingbing's funeral done. The county police came several times and found nothing. The statements identical, no thread, the case shelved. The village mourned him, some still spoke of it. On the mountain by an iced stream, a dozen-odd sika fed, a larger stag watching. A shot dropped the sentinel, and the herd bolted into a triangle of gunfire. 3 directions at once, and the 3 dogs broke out, Dalong directing the ring, Tailang cutting the escape, Fuhu into them like a wolf in a fold. 17 taken, none spared, 9 stags, 8 does. Who wanted 20 pairs of 2 tine, 11 to go. Sue jammed the knife into a throat and caught the blood in a jar. A fierce tonic, take it hot. Drank a pull and went red, a fire in my belly. Who told you to drink the blood? That's hundreds of you on a mouthful, I ribbed. Lin Chunghwa dressed the deer, throwing offal to the dogs. He'd come out of his grief and called me Xiao Yu now, not Boss Zhong. 2 trips, this many, he said. Then a white shape slid near, soundless, and Dalong's head came up. He shot out barking. Something there. I had the gun up, a snow-white fox, arm-long, Dalong on its tail. A white immortal. Sue marveled. Rare, near priceless, a male 400 yuan, the pelt alone 200 a hide, and seen only in winter. Don't shoot, take it alive. The old superstition, seeing one is luck, a snow fox has spirit, you don't kill it. It was quick on the snow, but cornered by 3 dogs. I crept behind, rushed, and caught it by the scruff as it snapped uselessly. The 2 girls are still drowning in guilt. This might turn to grief. Fierce little thing, Sue said, near bitten reaching for it. Eyes on the flawless white coat. Top grade, several hundred at least. Seeing this means great luck coming. Lin Chunghwa grinned, wanting to keep one himself, better than a dog, senses danger before it comes. This one's mine, for the girls to raise. I offered my dear share for it, since we'd come together. Don't be a stranger. It's 1 fox, take it, Lin Chunghwa said, bored-faced. I'd given him money and helped with the funeral. He wouldn't quibble. Sue nodded the same. I wrapped it in my coat, tucked it at the bottom of the basket under deer meat, made sure it couldn't bolt, and started down. The girls will be glad of this.